In a small room in the center of a star in solar system of little renown, a slightly chubby man was lying in bed with his feet up in the air. As he stared at his toes, unknowingly his mind wandered through his memories of any time he even remotely did something interesting. He had changed his position multiple times, and although with his cultivation it was impossible for him to get cramps, he did his best to find the most uncomfortable position possible so that in the unlikely chance he finally did get a cramp, at least something relatively interesting would have happened to him. This young, unkempt man was barely 12 Elysian cycles old and was already one of the most promising treasure manufacturers on the Elysian network. As such, he was entrusted with the task of manufacturing an incredibly strong and extremely rare treasure. To speed up the treasure manufacturing process, his client even provided him with access to Proto's energy from a newly formed universe, and even paid a premium to ensure no one else could enter this new universe for almost half an Elysian cycle. That is how this young, bored out of his mind, crampless man found himself all alone working the longest single stretch yet in his life. To put it in perspective, he has been working non-stop for 14 billion Earth years. About 1.5 billion years ago, he finished setting up the foundation of the treasure, which meant that his remaining work, although important, did not require as much attention from him. As long as he was within a certain range, he could continue manufacturing using only his spiritual senses. This left him relatively free to do as he wished, but being alone he got bored quickly. He had devised many ways to entertain himself. His latest and greatest idea was to manufacture multiple treasures with abundant spiritual energy until they formed their own souls. Then he set many restrictions on these spiritual treasures and made sure he could always monitor them, as well as provided them with ingrained tasks. He called them systems. Finally, he released the systems out into the vast universe. Now, all he needed to do was wait for some of the inhabitants of this universe to find them, and his entertainment could begin. The man repositioned himself with his back against the wall, using only the side of his head and shoulder as support. All he needed to do now was wait. On Earth, in New York City, at midnight in Chelsea Waterside Park, a young man was sitting and staring out at the night sky in melancholy. He was exhausted, not physically, but mentally. From an outsider's point of view, his life was going pretty great. He graduated from college early with honors and had gotten a job right out of the bat. In his spare time, he made small video games, and he only treated that as a hobby until some random online streamer uploaded a viral video raging at how horrible the mechanics of his game were. That caused more people to do the same. In the short span of 4 days wherein he was not even paying attention to his game, its sales had skyrocketed, and out of nowhere had suddenly made a pretty penny. Then, a gaming company offered to buy it, and he ended up selling it for a little over $7 million. Yes, from an outsider's view, his life was going great. To be honest, even he himself had to admit that there was nothing he could complain about, but regardless, he was bored with life. Socializing with friends bored him. His career bored him. He took up a few hobbies to try and find something interesting to do, but nothing worked. He reminisced about his days as a kid when everything was filled with wonder and everything excited him. Playing was exciting, getting new clothes was exciting, meeting friends was exciting. Even something as mundane as not losing a pencil till it was completely used up was exciting. Lex let out a deep sigh before getting up. It was getting late and there was no point staying out. He looked at the night sky one last time before returning and saw a shooting star. "Wish something fun would come my way," he mumbled and left. He had made the wish ironically since he did not believe in shooting stars granting wishes. But whether it was coincidence or fate, the shooting star turned its direction and flew towards Lex faster than made sense. The shooting star did not seem to suffer from any atmospheric drag and made no sound as it approached Lex. So he was caught completely unaware when something hit him in the back of his head and knocked him out. When he awoke, groggy and confused, he heard a sound in his head. Assimilation complete. Launching system. Welcome to Midnight Inn. Host designation: the Innkeeper. This chapter is a preview. If you want to see a faster and more up-to-date chapter, please visit. For more content, in a small room in the center of a star in solar system of little renown, a slightly chubby man was lying in bed with his feet up in the air. As he stared at his toes, unknowingly his mind wandered through his memories of any time he even remotely did something interesting. He had changed his position multiple times, and although with his cultivation it was impossible for him to get cramps, he did his best to find the most uncomfortable position possible so that in the unlikely chance he finally did get a cramp, at least something relatively interesting would have happened to him. This young, unkempt man was barely 12 Elysian cycles old and was already one of the most promising treasure manufacturers on the Elysian network. As such, he was entrusted with the task of manufacturing an incredibly strong and extremely rare treasure. To speed up the treasure manufacturing process, his client even provided him with access to Proto's energy from a newly formed universe, and even paid a premium to ensure no one else could enter this new universe for almost half an Elysian cycle. That is how this young, bored out of his mind, crampless man found himself all alone working the longest single stretch yet in his life. To put it in perspective, he has been working non-stop for 14 billion Earth years. About 1.5 billion years ago, he finished setting up the foundation of the treasure, which meant that his remaining work, although important, did not require as much attention from him. As long as he was within a certain range, he could continue manufacturing using only his spiritual senses. This left him relatively free to do as he wished, but being alone he got bored quickly. He had devised many ways to entertain himself. His latest and greatest idea was to manufacture multiple treasures with abundant spiritual energy until they formed their own souls. Then he set many restrictions on these spiritual treasures and made sure he could always monitor them, as well as provided them with ingrained tasks. He called them systems. Finally, he released the systems out into the vast universe. Now, all he needed to do was wait for some of the inhabitants of this universe to find them, and his entertainment could begin. The man repositioned himself with his back against the wall, using only the side of his head and shoulder as support. All he needed to do now was wait. On Earth, in New York City, at midnight in Chelsea Waterside Park, a young man was sitting and staring out at the night sky in melancholy. He was exhausted, not physically, but mentally. From an outsider's point of view, his life was going pretty great. He graduated from college early with honors and had gotten a job right out of the bat. In his spare time, he made small video games, and he only treated that as a hobby until some random online streamer uploaded a viral video raging at how horrible the mechanics of his game were. That caused more people to do the same. In the short span of 4 days wherein he was not even paying attention to his game, its sales had skyrocketed and out of nowhere had suddenly made a pretty penny. Then, a gaming company offered to buy it, and he ended up selling it for a little over $7 million. Yes, from an outsider's view, his life was going great. To be honest, even he himself had to admit that there was nothing he could complain about, but regardless, he was bored with life. Socializing with friends bored him. His career bored him. He took up a few hobbies to try and find something interesting to do, but nothing worked. He reminisced about his days as a kid when everything was filled with wonder and everything excited him. Playing was exciting, getting new clothes was exciting, meeting friends was exciting. Even something as mundane as not losing a pencil till it was completely used up was exciting. Lex let out a deep sigh before getting up. It was getting late and there was no point staying out. He looked at the night sky one last time before returning and saw a shooting star. "Wish something fun would come my way," he mumbled and left. He had made the wish ironically since he did not believe in shooting stars granting wishes. But whether it was coincidence or fate, the shooting star turned its direction and flew towards Lex faster than made sense. The shooting star did not seem to suffer from any atmospheric drag and made no sound as it approached Lex. So he was caught completely unaware when something hit him in the back of his head and knocked him out. When he awoke, groggy and confused, he heard a sound in his head. Assimilation complete. Launching system. Welcome to Midnight Inn. Host designation. The Innkeeper. This chapter is a preview. If you want to see a faster and more up-to-date chapter, please visit. For more content. The voice was loud and extremely clear. It jolted Lex awake from his somnolent state and found that he had been lying on the sidewalk all night. Rubbing his aching head, he looked around but could not find who had been speaking to him. He quickly dismissed the voice from his mind and ventured towards home in slight alarm. He couldn't quite remember what he was doing last, but he was sure that he had no intentions of taking a nap on the sidewalk, and he couldn't help but think of all the diseases or ailments that would cause him to pass out. Did he have some kind of seizure? That was not the kind of excitement he was looking for in life. When he reached back his apartment, he quickly went to the bathroom and undressed to observe his condition. A few slight bruises on his body suggested that he had fallen quite abruptly and quite hard on the floor when he passed out. "I apologize for that." Lex heard a voice in his head, and before him appeared a tiny floating woman who looked incredibly like the heroine from the Spider-Man movie. "There really is no safe way for assimilation designed in your body. A major design flaw in my opinion." "What?" Lex yelled in alarm and fell backwards. He stared at the tiny floating woman in shock. He was not scared, but the appearance of a tiny floating woman had given him quite the jump scare. "Oh dear, the host acclimation manual had something about reactions like this. Let me see. Yes, a self-introduction is necessary. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the augmented reality avatar provided by the Midnight Inn for your acclimation. During the assimilation process between the Midnight Inn system and yourself, an analysis of your memories provided the template to define the best interaction method, with the greatest ease of use between yourself and the Midnight Inn. The scan showed a recent increase in your fondness of novels with a system therefore that is template that was chosen for assimilation. The scan also showed that you have the greatest affinity for this female character, and thus the avatar was created with her as a model. This is an irreversible process. In summary, you now have a system and I am its avatar. You may ask any related questions to me." Lex, who was on the bathroom floor shirtless, stared up at the tiny floating woman with his jaw dropped. It took him a few moments to process everything she had and mumbled to himself, "Am I going crazy?" "I'm sorry," the floating woman replied. "I meant you can ask me questions related to the Midnight Inn. I do not have a grasp of your mental faculties. Would you like me to pull up your status for you to review?" Lex stared at the floating woman with the feeling that he had been made fun of. He picked himself and dusted himself off, his face expressionless. He walked to the kitchen wherein he pulled out a box of apple juice and poured himself some. He sat down comfortably on a sofa and stared at the floating woman for some time, slowly sipping his juice in the meantime. His thoughts were hidden, or so he imagined as his expressions changed from time to time while lost in thought. Sometimes he stared at the floating woman with a serious frown, sometimes with a quirky smile, and sometimes he dazed off lot in his thoughts. "What does the system do?" he finally asked, pulling himself together. The Midnight Inn is a universal establishment that provides accommodation, sustenance, entertainment, safety, and other facilities to those who wish to avail them. The universe is a dangerous place, but also a prosperous one, and the clients for Midnight Inn are various. From weary travelers to adventurers, from those who are lost to those who seek change. The Midnight Inn is the most renowned universal hodling establishment in the entire universe. Please note, currently Midnight Inn is the only universal hodling establishment in this universe. Lex felt like facepalming when he heard that last statement. "So basically you want me to manage a hotel for the travelers of the universe? I guess that goes without saying, but does that mean there are aliens?" he asked. "That is correct," the floating woman replied with excitement. "But there is much more to it than that. Midnight Inn will have many more features and amenities as your authority goes up. Currently, the Midnight Inn has no physical existence, and it will be up to you to develop it. You will be guided through quests on how to level up." Lex sipped his apple juice as he processed everything he was just told. There was a small part of his that thought he was suffering from dementia or Alzheimer's or something. Had never studied medicine, so he wasn't clear on what those diseases were or how they presented. But the gist of it was he thought he might have gone crazy. But for the most part, he believed what the floating woman told him, and even if he was going crazy, there wasn't much he could do about it now. Best to enjoy what he could before someone locked him up in an insane asylum. "So what do I call you? Or do you also go by Midnight Inn? You may call me Mary Jane, or Mary for short, taken from your memories as a part of your first childhood crush. Only your establishment and the system are named as Midnight Inn, named after the time when you first encountered the system." Lex blushed slightly in embarrassment. Wasn't this taking naming too arbitrarily? But with the naming convention of system novels which followed trends such as Little Black and Little White, he wasn't too surprised. "All right, Mary," he said the name hesitantly. "Where did the system come from? Why did it choose me? As of right now, your authority is insufficient to know the origin for the system. As for why you were chosen, a thorough analysis of various factors such as IQ, luck, competency, etc. throughout your world caused the system to momentarily lag, during which the system crashed into you and initiated assimilation. Mary blushed as she told the details and looked up at the ceiling as if the world's most beautiful painting were upon it. Lex face-bombed. It was better not to dwell on these philosophical questions such as why. What's important is that the system is here now. Can anyone else see you? He asked. No, as of yet you have not unlocked projection capability. However, it is a possibility. Furthermore, no one can hear me either, and you can communicate with me through your thoughts, and can give me complex orders to carry out while you may be focused on other real-time tasks. I can only help with tasks related to the Midnight Inn. After a moment of thinking whether Lex had any other questions he might want to ask, he said, "All right, time to get to business then. Show me my status panel." "With pleasure," replied Mary and waved her, and a panel appeared hovering in front of him. Name, Lex Williams. Age, 23. Sex, male. Cultivation level, mortal. Health, suboptimal. Developing brain tumor, damaged muscles, damaged joints, weakened digestive system, weakened lungs, weakened heart, mild nicotine addiction *, select to display full list *. Midnight points, 0. Midnight in level 0. Inventory, starter pack. Quest, open starter pack. Remark, your YouTube history is more embarrassing than your internet search history. Brain tumor, Lex exclaimed in shock. Yes, Mary responded, according to a full body scan, you have a developing brain tumor which has been interfering with your normal brain chemistry. According to my deduction, this is what has been primarily responsible for your demotivated state for the last 8 months. Other than this, your body is suffering from various minor ailments as a result of poor diet, lack of exercise, and other environmental factors. However, this is not a reason for concern. Although the technology on your planet is not able to provide you treatment without inconvenience, in the universe this is but a mild issue. In fact, in some developed galactic civilizations, this is not even considered a medical issue, as normal foods and drinks in those civilizations can resolve this issue. Actually, simply elevating your cultivation level can also cure you of it. Lex was relieved to hear Mary, but suddenly he was incredibly motivated to start the Midnight Inn. Although Mary said it was not a reason for alarm, he was incredibly alarmed. Open the starter pack. Starter pack opening. Starter pack opened. You have received * initial building permit, 5,000 square feet, 2-story. * midnight in design interface. * host attire. * 2 AI 1 month lease certificate. * fancy monocle. * universal language converter. * bathroom slippers. * self-defense butter knife. * 3 golden tickets. * 500 midnight points. Lex got 10 items from the pack, and though he was still mostly filled with anxiety, a tinge of excitement crept in. He selected the items to look at their details. Initial building permit. A permit that allows hosts to design Midnight in building and layout without spending any Midnight points. Core and design options are limited, and the final blueprint must contain 1 boundary wall, 1 lobby, 1 eatery, 1 lounge, 3 guest rooms, and an outdoor seating area. The building can have 1 additional level after ground level. Midnight in design interface. Once the inn has been established, all expansion, renovation, and redecoration must be done manually by host. The interface will allow host to carry out those functions at the cost of Midnight points. Host attire. The Midnight Inn has many functions and features which can be seamlessly used by host when wearing host attire within the premises of the inn. Using these functions otherwise would have to be carried out manually step by step through the system by host. Please note, the host attire also carries a design feature so its appearance can be altered according to the theme of the inn, and also has an invulnerable feature, meaning it cannot take damage. Please note, the attire does not serve as a defense item for the host. Please note, to protect the host's identity, the attire contains the Clark Kent effect, meaning guests who have seen the host in the attire will not recognize him if they meet him outside the inn. The attire cannot leave in property. 2 AI 1 month lease certificate. Running an establishment requires a large staff with various skills. This certificate will allow the user to rent 2 highly skilled and competent AI that will follow the host's demands. The host will have to make other arrangement for when the certificate expires. Fancy monocle. The prestige of the inn is carried by the host. The host will be expected to encounter various types of clients and situations and may need help identifying different items or materials. Note, the monocle's database is empty and must be filled by the host. The database can be filled by manually entering data, reading new data while having the monocle equipped, or connecting it to another database. The monocle can retrieve data from any format. Universal Language Converter, a small device that analyzes language based on various factors. It can be attached onto the host as a tattoo behind an ear and can translate to and for host in real time. The host will hear everything in English and others will hear the host in their native language. Bathroom slippers. Entering different areas requires different kinds of preparation. Equip the bathroom slippers while leaving the inn in foreign environments to protect yourself from hazardous environments. Note, the slipper only provides protection from environment and does not act as a defensive item. Self-defense butter knife. The universe is a dangerous place and not all guests come with honest intentions. The self-defense butter knife can be used to instantly kill all beings Foundation realm and below. The butter knife carries a secondary function of intimidation, which is to let others think the host is so strong he can kill with a simple butter knife. The butter knife carries a tertiary function, which is that beings on Overnaxant realm will appreciate the host's choice at cutlery and will think of it as an actual butter knife. The butter knife cannot leave the inn. The butter knife can be upgraded. Please increase authority for instructions on how to upgrade the butter knife. 3 golden tickets. The physical location of the inn is a secret, but its doors can be opened from anywhere. With a golden ticket, the host can choose a world where entrances to the inn can spawn randomly. 500 midnight points. The host opened a starter pack, not a nanny pack. Please use the points in the midnight store to solve all miscellaneous issues. Quest update. Quest complete. The host is rewarded with nothing. Remarks. You don't get rewards for doing something as basic as breathing. New quest. Develop the Midnight Inn. Lex raised an eyebrow at the sassy attitude of the system but ignored it. Reading the details for each item, his attention was brought to something he had just overlooked. What are the cultivation levels? He asked, although he had some basic idea. In the vast universe exist many kinds of life forms, each with different capabilities and power structures. Some are naturally strong enough to traverse the universe, while others are so weak they die after being exposed to a gust of wind. The process of enhancing oneself so that they become stronger and are able to interact with a higher level of existence is known as cultivation. The first few cultivation levels are mortal, body tempering, chi training, and foundation realm. To learn more about cultivation levels, increase your authority. How can I increase my cultivation level? Lex asked. I am unable to answer this question. I only have specific knowledge of things related to Midnight Inn. Understanding cultivation levels is relevant to customers, which is why I have some basic knowledge. However, I have no information regarding how to alter someone's power level. I can only suggest the host complete quests and collect midnight points. Midnight points can be used to redeem various items and prizes. Pretty standard, Lex thought to himself. After mentally reviewing all the items he received as well as their uses one more time, he prepared himself to begin. He had to admit, despite his anxiety over his brain tumor, he felt a tinge of excitement that he hadn't felt in a long time. How do I withdraw an item? He asked. They can be withdrawn simply by thinking about it. All items given to you by the inn are stored at the inn and can be stored or withdrawn at will. With a thought, he withdrew his monocle and appreciated it closely. At a glance, there was nothing magical about it. A thin gold rim with a small loop on the side through which a petite gold chain was passed. After looking at it for a while, he put it on over his left eye. Database empty appeared in his vision, floating in the air. Yet somehow the words did not obstruct his vision or distract him in the least. It was as if instead of having to read the words, the information was passed directly to his brain. Lex gave a slight nod before taking off the monocle and walking towards his PC. The monocle, as if already understanding his intentions, swung out of his hands and landed neatly on top of it. The end of the chain transformed into a USB port which fit itself into the computer. A pop-up appeared on his screen which said, "Updating database." It was all quite convenient. Lex only worried about what his internet bill might be after it was done updating. In theory, he had unlimited data, and that theory was probably going to be put to the test. With another thought, an A4-sized paper appeared in his hand which boldly had the word "permit" imprinted on it. After a moment, the piece of paper started to glow brightly, and when he finally recovered his sight, he found himself floating in the air. Around him was an endless sea of clouds, and directly beneath him, a plot of land that would belong to his inn. With another thought, the Midnight in Design interface appeared around him. As if in a video game, a panel appeared on the left side of his field of view with icons such as construction, landscaping, fauna, flora, furniture, decor, weather, and many more he could not see in detail because they were grayed out. The excitement in his heart that had been a small tinge now expanded and overwhelmed him. Now, how should he style his inn? What kinds of incredible scenes will he bring out for his guests from across the universe in his establishment? And most importantly, will there be pancakes? Lex's thoughts ran wild for a few minutes before he finally forced himself to calm down. Video games that let him run his imagination wild were always his favorite, which is why he had lost countless hours in games such as Minecraft. But too much freedom, too many options, had its own problem which often led him to start various projects at once without finishing any. But he had learnt from his mistakes and knew it was better to move systematically rather than haphazardly. His first decision, before he put down a single block of stone, was how he would style his inn. Obviously, presentation was a big part of his inn, and he needed a clear direction to work in. So what shall it be? Should he style his inn like a lord's manor, with towers on his boundary walls, turrets and dormer windows with large stained glasswork visible on the building and regal sculptures dotting the gardens? Or should he go in a different direction and style it like the palace of an Arab sheik, filled with towers with pointed domes and onion arches all around, gold inlaid geometric designs and calligraphy? Truth be told, despite his grand thoughts, he knew next to nothing about architecture or design, and anything spectacular he had ever made in video games was achieved through picking designs he liked from online and mixing and matching until he was satisfied. That was also his plan for this, but what should his theme be? After thinking for a while, he settled on making something like what he imagined a lord's manor would look like, not that he knew specifically what that should look like. Had seen a couple of pictures of Birmingham Palace online, maybe that's what he should aim towards. His decision was based on the fact that winter was on the horizon, and when he imagined comfort in cold weather, that's what he thought of. With his decision made, he got to work. At first he thought he would have to drag and drop items, form the panels like he did in games, but discovered that designing using the interface was much more intuitive than that. With just his thoughts of how he wanted everything to look like, the inn started to take shape, and when his thoughts went outside the boundaries of what was allowed, or what would cost midnight points, he would instantly be made aware, and he altered his thoughts. The boundary wall was made of cobblestone, though each piece was uniform in size and height. The wall was 12 feet high and 8 feet across, with a walkway on top where supposedly guards would patrol, or guests would come to admire the view. A large arch-shaped wooden gate was framed in the center of the front-facing wall, with a cobbled road cutting through a garden towards a small manor. Despite Lex's wishes, there were no statues in the gardens, as those cost midnight points, which he wanted to avoid using for the time being. The road, which was otherwise straight, ended at a roundabout right at the staircase, which was the entrance to the manor. The entrance led into a great hall which also served as the lobby. A long wooden bar was placed at the opposite end where the host would primarily greet a guest. Right beside the bar was a staircase which led from the ground floor to the first floor, where 3 guest rooms were found, each furnished with a king-sized bed, a small walk-in closet, 2 side tables, a dresser, and some chairs, as well as an individual restroom. To the right of the lobby was a room that would serve as the lounge, where guests could relax or mingle, furnished with comfortable wooden furniture, most of it facing the fireplace where a fire was perpetually lit, though through some magic it would give off no ash or strong heat. Instead, it gave off only warmth. On the left of the lobby was the eatery, still maintaining the elegant wooden furnishings but placed in a more casual setting. Beside the staircase was a door which exited towards the back of the manor, where the garden was landscaped with a few gentle hills, in contrast to the straight gardens in front. and was dotted with lawn chairs and a couple or large garden swings. Lex had wanted to add some flora and fauna, such as a few birds, squirrels, and trees, but each cost midnight points, and though they seemed cheap right now, he didn't know what else he would need those points for, nor how easy or difficult they were to earn, so he controlled himself. Everything the inn had, in terms of structure and furniture, came free with the building permit. "What do you think, Mary?" he asked as he looked down at the inn. He felt a bit of pride when he thought about how all this was his now. The inn meets the basic requirements to function. It can comfortably meet the basic needs of guests up to chi training and is acceptable for guests at the Foundation realm. What if there's a guest above Foundation realm? The host does not have the necessary authority to ask questions pertaining to anything at or above Foundation realm, she answered cheerily. Lex nodded, he expected as much. Next, he pulled out his 2 AI lease certificate and crushed it. The certificate started to glow and split in two, slowly turning into 2 figures, an old but lean man and a young woman who looked slightly older than Lex. The old man had gray hair and a thick, gray mustache and was dressed in a suit. The woman had her hair tied in a bun and was similarly suited up. "Greetings, Innkeeper. We are your AI assistants. Please advise us," they spoke in unison. "What are your names and what can you help me with?" he asked. "We can manage all tasks you assign us, from cooking, cleaning, entertainment, management, gardening, or anything else you can think of. Please note, if you require us to fight, you should know that our combat level is below that of the average human child. Should you require us to assail a chicken, we will do so without hesitation, and if luck is in our favor, may come back alive. For anything else we cannot say. Currently, we do not have any names. Please guide us," they replied in unison again. Lex's lips twitched. The Midnight Inn was really keen on not providing him with any help in keeping himself safe. Wasn't it? What was he supposed to do if he encountered a violent guest with a high cultivation level? Well, at least he had the butter knife. "Very well, you will be Gerard and you Velma," he spoke to the old man and young woman respectively. "Velma, you should stay in the lobby and receive guests. Gerard, you take care of any requests the guests have. I can't really think of much else, so I'll give you more jobs as they come along." Both the AIs nodded. "Is there anything else I need to do, Mary? Or should I just use the golden tickets now?" "You can use the golden tickets. The first ticket selection is fixed to host's home world. However, for the others, you can select a world based on your authority. When choosing a world, the host should keep in mind his current capability when receiving guests. Please note, the host can only use 1 golden ticket a week." Lex nodded again, an instinct by now, and summoned a golden ticket. It was small, the size of his palm, and had midnight imprinted in bold black letters. It was a shame that he'd have to wait a week before he could start visiting other worlds, as the first one would link the inn to Earth, but Lex could bear with it. Filled with both traces of excitement and anxiety, he tore his first golden ticket in 2. The pieces started to shine and disappear like sand slipping through his fingers. Quest update. Quest complete. The host is rewarded with Midnight in level +1. Remarks. Your journey has just begun. Don't slack off. New quest. Receive your first guest. Lex raised an eyebrow at the notification and then asked Mary, "What does the increase in Midnight in level mean?" "It represents the authority level you have. The higher the level of the inn, the more access you have to the various things the system can do for you." Lex nodded, it was as he assumed, and took a look at his updated status. Name, Lex Williams. Age, 23. Sex, male. Cultivation level, mortal. Health, suboptimal. Developing brain tumor, damaged muscles, damaged joints, weakened digestive system, weakened lungs, weakened heart, mild nicotine addiction *, select to display full list *. Midnight points, 500. Midnight in level 1. Inventory, bathroom slippers, self-defense butter knife, 2 golden tickets, host attire. Quest, receive your first guest. Remark, your back has more hair than your chest. Please indulge in some self-care and don't humiliate the Midnight Inn. It was done, all he had to do now was wait. In the meantime, maybe he should look at all the things he could do with midnight points, and try not to focus on the remark. Somewhere on Earth, in a small village surrounded by mostly barren land, A black cat was sitting comfortable on the roof of a shed. The cold night air did not seem to bother it as it looked at the villagers, as if surveying its realm and its people. The villagers were gathered around a bonfire and were mingling with one another in a warm and joyous atmosphere. Life was tough, but it was pleasant. The cat yawned as if relaxing after a hard day's work and was ready to proceed with its nap when it suddenly noticed a golden glow beside it. When it turned to look, it saw a floating golden door in the air beside it, and from it the cat felt a warm, inviting aura. Curiosity filled the cat's eyes and it slowly got up. Lex was sitting comfortably in a lawn chair in the back garden, sipping on a cold lemonade as he looked through the midnight store. He had changed from his normal clothes into his host attire, which, for now, looked like a three-piece suit. It was surprisingly comfortable and remarkably flattering on his figure, not to mention filled him with incredible power. Actually, Lex didn't know how incredible the power was, but using the suit he could teleport anywhere in the inn with a thought, and that was exhilarating. Other than that, the suit also brought him an incredible amount of awareness, and Lex was instantly filled with all the knowledge regarding the inn and everything in it. The first thing he learnt was that the inn required a monthly expense of 25 midnight points, and was a fixed expense that could not be evaded. It included a variety of miscellaneous items required for the inn's use that Lex had completely overlooked, such as cutlery, linens for rooms, towels, soaps and shampoos, scents, room service items, general maintenance, as well as groceries and various other things that gave Lex a headache. It was extremely fortunate that the inn covered for these things automatically, or Lex would have never even thought of them until it was too late, and he didn't want to imagine the consequences. He had Velma bring him a lemonade and a snack as he wanted to test her cooking abilities and was extremely satisfied with the results. It was a moment of immense pleasure for him until he received the notification that 1 midnight point had been deducted as payment for the food. He was flabbergasted, but fortunately Mary informed him that this payment would cover his food for the rest of the month, as long as he only ate normal food as compared to spirit food. He was also informed the concept and division of spirit food was taken from his understanding of novels, meaning it was food that could aid someone with their cultivation. Since then, he has been browsing the midnight market to see exactly what it could offer. Many tabs were grayed out, but the upgrades to the inn section was available and had options such as a gift shop, which cost 325 midnight points, a recovery room for 500 points, a greenhouse for 425 points, and a meditation room for a whopping 1,200 points. Mary informed him that once he purchased one of these upgrades, he would be able to buy more things to fill them up with, which could then be sold to guests. That led to another question that Lex had never considered. How would he collect payments from his guests? Another major thing he overlooked. This was a bit more complicated. The universe didn't have a unified currency which could be used, so the inn would analyze each guest and judged what form of currency they could pay, such as the mythical spirit stones, but as far as Lex was concerned, the amount would always be in midnight points. For example, if a guest wanted to stay in one of his rooms for one night, Lex would ask him for 50 midnight points, but he would hear Lex asking him for whatever currency was relevant to him, be it dollars or spirit stones or something else. Furthermore, the payment for a guest's duration of stay had to be made in advance, while payments made for things the guest purchased, such as items or services, had to be made at the time of the transaction. Lex nodded to himself and was just about to start looking at what else he could get from the midnight market when he suddenly received a notification from the system. A guest has entered the inn. Please receive the guest. Lex jumped up from the lawn chair in alarm and quickly summoned both Velma and Gerard. Making sure they all looked presentable at a glance, he quickly teleported them all to the gate. With a welcoming smile on his face, Lex was ready to greet his first guest, but was frozen instantly by what he saw. A white bull was slowly making its way down the main road, with a litter strapped onto its back. A black cat was sitting in the litter, its pose filled with majesty as it surveyed the land around it. When the bull reached Lex, finally the cat looked at Lex up and down, as if inspecting goods, and finally spoke. "What is this place that has now availed the honor of my presence?" The cat's voice was feminine and sweet to listen to, but filled with power and a demand for respect. Lex snapped out of his stupor and looked at the cat. Beside its head, he could see a few floating words. Name: Basest. Power level? Too high for host to see. Species? Midnight in prestige level. Not yet available. The bull had its information displayed as well. Name, phallic. Power level? Too high for host to see. Species? Midnight in prestige level. Not yet available. What in the world was this? Was this a creature from Earth? A talking cat with a cultivation too high for him to see? On top of that, even the bull that the cat was riding was too powerful for him to detect. He did not have a clear idea of what cultivation level would be too high for him to view, but he was sure it was akin to a monster way beyond the foundation level that his authority extended to. Whatever, a guest was a guest. He should not discriminate, as his future guests would be aliens. "Welcome guests to the Midnight Inn," Lex said in a calm, confident voice. The Midnight Inn is a refuge for the weary traveler of the universe, a place where you may rest and enjoy before continuing on your journey. "You may call me the Innkeeper." The cat Bastis stared at Lex for a moment, as if contemplating what it had heard, before it continued asking, "Urine brought me from Earth to a new space. Innkeeper, can it also send me to a different space that I wish to visit?" Lex froze again, unsure of how to answer, but the host attire that was completely in tune with the inn provided him with the answer. "Unfortunately, we do not provide such transportation services at the moment. Guests must return to the area they came from. This is to avoid letting powerful guests interfere with other worlds. I'm sure a guest as noble as yourself can understand." Lex's voice was still quite professional, but inwardly he was wondering how a guest could interfere with an entire world. "Pity, I forgot a necklace at Hozath last time I was there. I was hoping to go and retrieve it. Regardless, show me what amenities you offer. I am quite interested in this place. Father has grounded me on Earth for far too long. Please follow me," said Lex as he led the way to the inn. Internally, his emotions were quite a mix of anxiety and excitement, and under normal circumstances he would not have been able to maintain such composure, but it seemed assisting him in that regard was a hidden feature of the suit. Batet was quite intrigued by this new area that it had encountered. When she had seen the floating golden door, it was just curiosity, but as soon as she neared it, she was filled with pure spirit energy. She was so excited that she couldn't control her excitement momentarily and caused a massive earthquake. Fortunately, she recovered quickly and saved her worshippers. Nonetheless, she decided immediately that she had to follow the door. She had spent too long on the spirit-barren Earth, and this was her chance to escape. One must understand, it's not that Earth itself did not have spirit energy at all, but that the quality and concentration was too low, and lacked certain qualities that would leave it inconsequential to those of her cultivation. The spirit energy coming from the door was not too high in concentration, but its quality was much better than Earth, and more importantly did not lack those certain qualities that she needed. She hastily summoned her butler Phallic, who had assumed the appearance of a bull, gathered all her belongings and followed through the door. The door led to what appeared to be a mansion with vast open gardens and a clear blue sky. At first glance it looked a bit empty and quiet. No trees or flowers, no birds or insects, and no people or other life forms visible, but none of that mattered to Batet because the air was dense with spirit energy. Though it was a far cry from the density in her father's palace, it was like heaven after coming from Earth. She had already started recovering some of her strength, and if she could stay here for a few decades, she could fully recover. At that time, she would be able to leave Earth on her own. As she reveled in her thoughts and Phallic slowly made his way down the road, 3 humans appeared in her path, surprising her. She did not feel any movement in the spirit energy around her, which meant they appeared using some other means, which intimidated her a bit. She looked over the 3 humans and discovered 2 of them to be completely normal, while the third, who was a young man, gave off an aura of unquestionable authority, yet at the same time a welcoming friendliness. After a short exchange, the young man explained that this was an inn, much to Bastet's delight. She decided immediately that she must stay as long as possible. Lex led the cat Batet to the lobby and gave her a tour of his humble establishment. Initially, he had been very pleased with the manor, but while showing her the eatery, the lounge and the back garden, he was all too aware that Mary had said the inn was at most acceptable for those at the Foundation realm, and Batet was clearly above that. He did not know exactly what requirements beings at higher power levels had and how he was expected to meet them. Thus, he did his best to make his place seem as accommodating as possible. He did not want to lose his first guest. To his relief, Batet did not voice any complaints as he showed her around, though she didn't pay any compliments either. She viewed everything in silence, and how she felt about the place was known only to herself. When the small tour ended, Batet asked softly, "What are the arrangements required to stay at your establishment?" Hearing those words immediately put a smile on Lex's face. He quickly looked over the information provided by the suit and informed Batet, "You can rent a room for 50 midnight points a day, and can share the room with one guest if you wish. At the time of check-in, you have to pay in advance for the number of days you are planning on staying. Breakfast is provided with the room every day between 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Batet paused for a moment before saying, "They'll take 2 rooms for a month. This should cover the expense." The cat turned its paw and a small, red ruby appeared in the air before her. Using his control over the inn, Lex accepted the ruby and it vanished into this air. As soon as the ruby vanished, Lex received a notification from the system, but he temporarily ignored and turned to Gerard, who had been quietly following them. "Gerard, please show these guests to their rooms and help them with anything they need." "Of course," Gerard replied in a smooth, suave voice, and led the bull and cat up the stairs. It was somewhat of a peculiar sight, watching a bull with a cat atop its back effortlessly climbing up a staircase. Yet Lex was hardly bothered by it now. It seemed as if he was watching them leave, but his attention was now diverted to the system's notifications. System notification: 3,000 midnight points accepted. 2 rooms booked for 30 days. 2 guests of Demi-Daylord realm accepted. Quest update. Quest complete. The host's rewarded is being calculated. Reward upgraded for completing quests in less than 12 hours. Reward upgraded for hosting multiple guests at the same time. Reward upgraded for hosting guests many cultivation levels above host. Reward upgraded for hosting the strongest being on planet Earth. Reward rank SSS+. Reward: 1 unique opportunity token. Midnight in level +1. Remarks: truly the luck of a protagonist. Maybe you should try the lottery. New quest. As the most renowned inn in the universe, the Midnight Inn does not only host the rich and the powerful. Set up and develop the pro bono wing of the inn and accept your first pro bono guest. Lex couldn't stop himself from grinning. The cat and bull really brought him a lot of gifts, and also inadvertently gave him a lot of information. Firstly, their realms were Demi-Daylords, which just by the name sounded extremely intimidating. From what Batet had said, he also learned that it had traveled to other worlds before, which meant interplanetary travel was possible for powerful beings, although he had no idea yet how that was possible. Furthermore, he learnt that both Batet and Phallic were the most powerful beings on Earth, and if he could befriend them, there was much he could gain. He seriously lacked information about the cultivation world and cultivation, and this was one potential path for him to learn more, if nothing else. Another important thing he learnt was that rewards could be upgraded based on performance. Things like getting the most powerful being on the planet as a guest was something out of his control, for now at least, but finishing quests as quickly as possible was still something he could focus on. The last, and potentially most important 2 things he learnt were about how he can get benefits from the inn. So far, anything given to him by the inn made sure not to give him too many advantages, whether in terms of defense or cultivation. He also quickly learnt about the unique opportunity token. The inn rarely gave him any direct benefits, but it provided him with the opportunity to interact with various kinds of people, and exposed him to unique treasures and opportunities. It was up to him to figure out how he can take advantage of them. As for the token, as soon as it entered his inventory, the host attire suit informed him of its benefits, as well as the fact that he should use it as soon as possible. In this universe, there were a few opportunities that could exist only once throughout the lifetime of the universe. Each one of these opportunities would take in billions of years to form, or would come to exist through a series of coincidences, and could continue to exist for billions of years as well until someone harvested them. However, once they are harvested, they can never exist again. The token that Lex had obtained would automatically present him with one such opportunity. Theoretically, since they were so rare, the chances of someone getting even one within his entire lifetime would be infinitesimal, yet there was no need to take a chance. He summed the token, which looked like a small gold coin with the letters MI, Midnight Inn, engraved in it. Lex looked at it for only a moment before crushing it. A hologram appeared in front of him with 5 items listed and their descriptions along with them. Mo's Blessing, a cultivation technique carried by a specific being in the universe as a part of his collection. Mo's Blessing boasts the strongest attack power of any cultivation art and can let whoever cultivates it challenge those even above their cultivation level in a head-on collision. It has stringent cultivation requirements, but at its highest level the cultivator can cut through the universe itself. Regal Embrace, a cultivation technique carried by a specific being in the universe as a part of his collection. Regal Embrace lets the cultivator build an impenetrable defense which can take head-on attacks even from those at a higher cultivation level. After certain accomplishments in this cultivation technique, the cultivator can stand there and embrace his enemy's attacks. At its highest level, it can allow its cultivator to survive even the destruction of a universe. Essence Wormhole, a unique existence that can be absorbed by a living being. Once absorbed, it will absorb the consciousness of the being's past, present and future, so that the being is aware of the existence of its entire lifetime and all the events that take place during it. However, a being that absorbs the essence wormhole will have all the events in its life become a fixed constant that cannot be changed. Bangle of Narn, a single galaxy condensed into a bangle that can be worn without any harmful consequences. Everything that exists within that galaxy can be used and controlled by the wearer. The aura of the bangle cannot be suppressed and can be easily identified by all Tao Lord Realm cultivators within 99 million light-years. Breath of Elizabeth, an item in Elizabeth's possession. Its use and function cannot be identified by the system. It is suspected that anyone who takes the breath of Elizabeth will attract Elizabeth's ire. Lex's body trembled as he read the description for these items. He directly disqualified the essence wormhole and the breath of Elizabeth. He had no interest in becoming enemies with some mysterious person, nor did he want to live a life where he would be like an actor in a movie, playing out a role knowing the beginning and end without being able to actually change anything. Surely there was more to the essence wormhole, but he did not want to take any chances. The other 3 items, however, greatly attracted his attention. When he envisioned Mo's Blessing, he could help but let his mind wander and think of himself like every superhero or movie protagonist he knew, fighting through a horde of enemies to get what he wanted. He even imagined himself saying the cliché line of destroying the heaven and earth if they stand in his way. Yet despite that, he also couldn't stop himself from being attracted to Regal Embrace, as though that would not let him fight through a horde of enemies. It would be what kept him safest. Managing the Midnight Inn sounded like it could attract some real trouble, and being indestructible would really help with that. However, what attracted him most was the Bangle of Narn. Lex never imagined himself as someone who was greedy, but owning an entire galaxy and everything in it carried an irresistible temptation that wholly overwhelmed him. It was a kind of temptation that he had never understood before, and honestly, if it weren't for the fact that the bangle gave off an aura that could be sensed, he would have chosen it without hesitation. He had no idea what a Tao Lord Realm was nor how powerful that would make someone, but if that person could detect something 99 million light-years away, they would absolutely not be weak. There was a part of him that told him it'd be safe so long as he took it and kept it in the inn, since the inn could only be accessed through the doors he created with the golden tickets, but he had no way to be sure. The host attire would not tell him if anyone could access the inn directly from wherever it was built, nor how safe it was, nor if it could suppress the bangle's aura. The temptation was great to the point of almost overwhelming him, but it was just too dangerous. Lex was struggling, completely unsure of what to pick as his hand hovered over the bangle. But then something happened and Lex was shocked. Mo's Blessing disappeared from the list. In the few moments during which Lex read the list and was deciding, someone actually took Mo's Blessing. Was it the being who had it in his collection, or did someone else use it? It didn't matter. Lex suddenly panicked. With one less option, he knew which one he had to choose, and after giving the bangle one last look filled with temptation and longing, he quickly selected Regal Embrace. Living was the most important, and maybe he could get another chance to get the bangle from the system, but for that he'd have to be alive first. Little did he know, only a few moments after he selected Regal Embrace, the Bangle of Narn also disappeared from that list. A stream of information entered Lex's mind, and instantly Lex felt the difference. Just the knowledge itself elevated his mind and filled his body with a comfortable feeling. It didn't take long, only a few minutes, and when Lex opened his eyes he was filled with vigor. He had gotten a cultivation method, and it truly was an amazing one, not that he had any point of reference. Currently, he only had the relevant knowledge on how to start, and the rest of the information would reveal itself to him as he slowly elevated his cultivation. But starting cultivation itself was a huge ordeal Lex must overcome. Regal Embrace was different from other cultivation techniques, and in the information provided it stated clearly how it was different. A normal cultivation technique for humans would begin by tempering the mortal body with spirit energy, a special kind of energy present throughout the universe, and improve its strength and endurance, and this was called the body tempering realm. Once the body was tempered sufficiently, it would be ready to accept spirit energy inside of it, and that is when the cultivation could truly be considered to have begun. Once inside, the spirit energy would improve body function in every way and make the cultivator faster and stronger, as well as improve the cultivator's mental faculties. Each realm would then focus on developing a specific aspect of a cultivator or put them in touch with new, more powerful energies. Regal Embrace, however, was different right from the get-go. The body tempering realm was very different whilst cultivating Regal Embrace versus something else, as it did not have 9 stages. Instead, the body would need to undergo 4 special procedures that would affect the body, the spirit, and the soul. Every living being had a soul, and their life and death and even cultivation depended on it. Each time a cultivator progresses his or her cultivation realm, the soul would be upgraded as well, even if not directly. Having said that, just because a being has a soul does not mean they have a body and a spirit either. A soul is simply what gives life, but the spirit is what allows the living being to think and make conscious decisions. A being with a soul but no spirit would only simply exist, and any interaction it has with the surrounding universe would just be a result of the characteristics of its soul and nothing else. A spirit is what would guide the soul to take action. Different beings exhibited that differently. For example, both an animal and a plant have spirits. Animals use them to hunt, eat, rest, etc., whereas plants use it to grow towards sunlight, search for water with their roots, and so on. There are also beings in the universe with just a soul and spirit, and are incorporeal beings. Last was the body. The body hosts the soul and allows it to interact with the material world, as well as protect beings with weak souls from randomly disintegrating. For example, a regular human soul can only exist for a few moments outside the protection of a body, and would collapse under the pressure of its own existence. Therefore, the Regal Embrace had only 4 stages in body tempering. The difference does not end there, as for these 4 realms Lex did not actually need to go through any cultivation. The system would perform the 4 procedures for him at a cost, of course. The first 3 procedures would alter his body, spirit, and soul respectively, and the 4th would fuse all 3 together to form a single unified existence. Since the focus of Regal Embrace was building the ultimate defense, it focused on all aspects of the cultivator, and once they all joined together, they would become stronger than any of them individually. Of course, this had both pros and cons. The biggest con was that any injury to his physical body would also injure his spirit and soul, and likewise an injury to the spirit or soul would also affect the other 2. As a result, healing would also take longer and would be harder. The pro, however, is that he would be much harder to injure in the first place. An attack that could normally kill him would only injure him instead, and Lex would much rather be hurt than dead. Furthermore, he would automatically be immune to many hazards or dangers. For example, being in the presence of a higher-leveled cultivator can sometimes put a lot of pressure on someone's soul if the difference in realms is too great, whereas for Lex, pressure on the soul would not really be an issue. Another thing is that traditionally it is very difficult for a cultivator to improve the spirit or soul. However, for Lex, they would always grow along with his cultivation. He would have a huge advantage over normal cultivators who normally only focus on one aspect. There were a few other pros and cons, but they were minor and Lex couldn't be bothered with them right now. His only focus was on starting his cultivation. To start the first procedure, he would have to pay 1,500 midnight points, after which the system would begin the first procedure to alter his physical body. What excited him the most was that this would fix tumor problem when he finished all 4 steps. It hadn't even been a full day, and had already found the solution. Without any further hesitation, he paid the 1,500 midnight points and began his first step into the cultivation world. His body disappeared from the inn and appeared in a white room where he lay naked on a table. Before he had time to process what was happening, a syringe injected something in his arm, and instantly he felt his mind relax. His thoughts faded, and he felt himself floating as if in a void, unaware of what was happening to his body, which for him was very fortunate. Various tubes had begun attaching themselves all over his body, injecting various serums into his blood. His muscles squirmed and his bones cracked and healed constantly. Filth and damaged tissue pushed themselves out of his pores, and his body was slowly built back up. Instead of becoming skinny from all the exertion his body was undergoing, his body began to swell from the newly developing muscle. The process continued for 8 hours, completely transforming Lex's body internally with minimal external changes. When the tubes fell off his body, he looked slightly more muscular, and his posture and bone structure had improved to the optimal state. While he could not have been called fat or even chubby before, his cheeks had gone in and he had developed a sharp jawline. His skin was a lot clearer, and he had lost the few stretch marks had developed growing up. Gradually Lex's mind cleared and he woke up, still on the table in the white room. All the filth and tubes had been cleared, so he saw none of it, but from the moment he woke up he knew he was different. If just his Boda strength was measured, or rather his defense, it would be around the 3rd stage of body tempering, but that's not what Lex was feeling because he didn't know what 3rd stage body tempering should be like. Instead, he was amazed by how incredible he was feeling. He had aches and pain all over his body, but they were so light he never noticed them unless he focused on them, but now they were gone. Breathing had become so much easier as well as enjoyable than before. It came to the point where he just now realized that although he was not in pain before, his body was struggling just a bit every time he breathed. He had been freed from the burden his body had gradually placed on him without him ever even noticing. Even while just laying down, he felt as if he was indulging in the greatest pleasure. Even without doing anything, he felt alive. Slowly, ever so slowly, as if his reality was a dream he might stir awake from if he rushed. Lex got off the table and looked down at himself. Although the changes to his appearance weren't drastic, they absolutely weren't negligible. He flexed his muscles and felt the strength in his new body. He felt lighter and stronger than he had ever before. He pulled up his status to view his changes. Name: Lex Williams. Age: 23. Sex: male. Cultivation level: Regal Embrace Body Tempering Stage 1. Health: suboptimal. Developing brain tumor. Midnight points: 1974. Midnight in level 2. Inventory: bathroom slippers, self-defense butter knife, 2 golden tickets, host attire. Quest: new quest. As the most renowned inn in the universe, the Midnight Inn does not only host the rich and the powerful. Set up and develop the pro bono wing of the inn and accept your first pro bono guest. Remark: keep working hard. If you raise your cultivation high enough, one day you'll be able to cast illusions to make yourself look better. Once again, ignoring the remarks, Lex spent a few minutes going over his status and what it meant. Firstly, and most importantly, although his brain tumor wasn't gone, all his other physical ailments had been cured. Second, he had just a little under 2,000 midnight points left. It seemed like a lot, but when you considered that 2 of his rooms were booked for the next month, severely affecting his ability to earn points during that time, it did not seem like it was enough. Especially when the next upgrade in Regal Embrace cost 5,000 points. He also had to use the points wisely to improve the inn in the best and quickest way that he could think of. "Mary, where am I?" Lex asked finally once he was done organizing his thoughts. "You're in a special area made for you to undergo the starting process of your cultivation journey. The payment to use it was taken when you paid to start the procedure. You can leave any time you want, similar to how you use the host attire to teleport. However, I suggest you acclimatize yourself to your new body and strength. Try walking, running, jumping, and a few other basic exercises." Lex first equipped the host attire, quickly remembering he was nude in front of Mary. Then he tried walking and realized his balance was slightly off. His body weight had changed as well as his strength, but his brain was still not used to it. A few laps around the room and he was back to normal. Running again caused him a bit of an issue because he did not expect the length of his strides to be so great, however. He quickly got used to that as well. He did push-ups, sit-ups, crunches, and anything else he could think of and realized that his fitness had improved drastically. He basically did not need to stop at all while doing those exercises, whereas before, he could have managed a maximum of 20 if his life depended on it. Lex finally stopped with a grin on his face, clearly very impressed with his improvement. But he did not leave the White Room yet. He still had more things he wanted to figure out. My midnight in level has reached 2. What does that mean I can do? A host of new features have become available for you. Similar to the pro bono wing of the inn that you learned about from your quest, the inn has specialized areas that only cater to special guests, some of which you can now set up. Furthermore, you now have the ability to buy more land for the inn as well as expand the initial inn building as well. Currently you have 300 acres of land, but you can expand that as you wish and set up different areas with different climates, terrain, features, or whatever else you can think of. Furthermore, a feature now available to you is building your own residence as well as the residence for one staff member that you can recruit. The residences will have special security features that prevent anyone from entering unless invited by you or recruits. Currently, these are the only new features available to you. Lex nodded at Mary subconsciously, his thoughts already on his upcoming task. He liked to plan things out before he did them, and now it was time for him to plan. He needed to take another look at the Midnight Store, understand all it offered, and draw up a plan of action. It was 6 in the morning. Daylight was slowly creeping up, painting the horizon in a golden hue. A cool breeze was blowing and the soft tweeting of a few birds could be heard in the distance. Lex sat in a garden chair, a cup of hot chocolate in his hand, and before him on a table lay a notebook full of scribbles and random notes. Yesterday, when Lex returned to the inn, it was already night. Batet and Phallic had not left either of their rooms nor requested anything either, so there was not much to do. Lex was not tired in the least, so immediately began planning what to do. After about 20 minutes of brainstorming, he came to the conclusion that the inn was eerily quiet and still, and he couldn't think in such an environment. He opened up the Midnight Store and immediately bought a couple dozen birds, squirrels, and rabbits for a total of 30 MP, midnight points. It wasn't much considering how much space he had, but he wanted to be frugal with spending his midnight points, and this was enough for now. In fact, he wouldn't have wasted these points at all and would have preferred to bring small animals from Earth directly, but apparently he did not have the authority to do that yet. He then opened the design interface and spent 1 MP to start a gentle, constant breeze for the next 24 hours. Using another 50 MP, he bought a few flowering trees and sparsely placed across the back garden. It pained him to spend his points this way, but environment mattered, and if it was bothering him, he couldn't even imagine how his guests would feel, and he absolutely could not afford to annoy his guests. With that distraction out of the way, he spent the night looking over the Midnight Store, understanding each and every item it sold and asking Mary questions about them in detail. When he finally asked everything he was curious about or get answers to, he set his mind to planning out exactly how to proceed. There were 3 important tasks ahead of him that he needed to accomplish as soon as possible, at least as he saw it. Firstly, he needed to complete the quest as soon as possible and try to get the best result he could manage. Secondly, he needed to buy and set up the gift shop. The gift shop itself would not provide him with anything, but having the gift shop could allow him to buy things from the Midnight Store to place in the shop that he could then sell for a profit. It wouldn't immediately get him any profits, but that was at least one new possible avenue of income. More importantly, if he found something useful to himself instead of putting it in the gift shop, he could just keep it for himself, since he was technically the owner of the item. Similarly, if he owned something, he could put it in the shop to sell. That feature wouldn't be important for now, but when he had multiple worlds connected, selling interesting things from Earth could be an easy way to earn some midnight points. The third thing he needed to do was quit his job. Even after Head sold his video game, he continued his regular job without telling anyone of his success. It brought some semblance of routine to his life, and it wasn't as if he had much else he would be rather doing, so he just went along with it. Furthermore, Head built some friendship with a few of his co-workers, and although they weren't too close, Lex didn't feel like just leaving them behind. Head also jotted down a few more ideas here and there, especially when he looked at his own residence as well as the concept of recruiting someone to work for the inn. But those were thoughts for later. He should not take on more than he could handle at one time. He pulled up the Midnight Store and viewed the pro bono wing. It cost a sweeping 2500 MP and was out of his reach currently. Ignoring it, he turned the page to the gift shop and instantly chose to buy it. With that, he only had 1541 MP left, but he ignored the pinching feeling in his heart and focused on the inn. The manor expanded slightly and a small new room opened up with its entrance in the lobby. There was a small, wooden counter at the far end with a glass case and a few empty shelves. For now, the space in the gift shop was limited and only a few items could be placed in there, but once he expanded it, he could add more stuff to it. Currently, he only had 2 guests and both of them were from Earth, so it was unlikely that he'd be able to sell them anything from Earth. His only choice was to fill it with items from the Midnight Store. If the consumer is below Chi Gathering Realm, it will be lost in the feeling of euphoria for a few hours, completely unaware of what's happening to or around them. Icarus Wings 150 MP. Artificial wings that can be attached to anyone or thing, giving the ability for flight for 6 hours. The wings cannot sustain damage equivalent to Chi Gathering Realm. Botlam Dew 80 MP. Dew collected from plants on Botlam Hill. The dew has strong healing properties and can be used on various life forms below the Foundation Realm. Botlam Dew is extremely poisonous to lesser demons. All 4 items looked interesting to Lex, and he could think of a few cases where some of them might be useful to himself, but currently none of them helped him much. He needed to consider if he should buy all of them and put them in the store or only 1 or 2 for now. Spending 450 MP currently didn't seem worth it for now, but he wasn't sure what would or wouldn't attract his guests' attention. After all, does a cat need a pet? Or would a cow be interested in flying? Neither of them had ordered any food, and it was yet to be seen if they exited for breakfast. So would they be interested in a cake? He could instead use those points to buy a greenhouse, recovery room, or meditation room. He was struck with confusion again, as he didn't know what would attract his guests' attention. Being a business owner was stressful. He wasn't sure what would be best for his inn at the moment. Lex closed his eyes and took a slow, deep breath. Having too many options confused him. He needed to focus and not get distracted by random thoughts. That's why Head made a plan. When he opened his eyes, they were filled with determination once again, and all his thoughts double-guessing or doubting himself had disappeared. He bought 1 of each item and decisively placed them all in the store, spending a total of 450 MP, leaving with only 1091 MP. He summoned Velma and told her she'd be in charge of gift shop should any of his guests come in. He priced all the items at 200 MP each. Mary, I'm heading back to my apartment. Can you let me know if Batet or Phallic leave their rooms? I want to take the opportunity to talk to them a bit. Sure, no problem, said the tiny, floating woman who appeared right in front of him. Anything else? Yes. How exactly should I try to find guests back on Earth? Can I just invite them? How would they enter? Currently, there are 3 ways for guests to come to the inn. The first one is through random doors that will open throughout Earth as long as there are vacancies at the inn. There is, however, no fixed schedule for those doors opening, and it's impossible to predict where they will open. They could open at the bottom of the ocean or in someone's closet. There's just no way of predicting. The second way is through golden keys that you can buy from the Midnight Store. You can give them to people or leave them for people to find. It's a one-time use item that can bring 1 person to the inn. However, it is my recommendation that you do not directly give anyone the keys, for your own safety. Currently, you are very weak, even with your new upgraded cultivation, and anyone with even the slightest malice could seriously harm you. Even if they do not suspect you are the owner of the inn, someone could harm you just to learn about how you got access to those keys. Furthermore, the Midnight Inn system was initiation by a spirit treasure that has merged with your soul. Currently, it is inseparable, but if anyone kills you, the treasure will reveal itself and will be available for anyone to take. This should not be a problem for you on Earth where, based on your memories, people have limited knowledge of the soul and spirit treasures, but in other worlds this is a threat that you should be aware of. Mary's words gripped Lex's heart with fear. It never even occurred to him that people might want to hurt him if they found out about the system. Not that he had any intention of letting anyone find out, but he needed to be careful. Not noticing Lex's change of expression, Mary continued. The third way of entering the inn is to have been a guest once. Anyone who avails any of the inn's services receives a complimentary golden key with which they can return anytime they want. That golden key is also a one-time use item. In the future, as the level of the inn increases, there will be more ways for guests to enter the inn. Please note, currently there is no way to filter who can or cannot enter the inn. This means anyone with a golden key will be able to enter, even if you do not wish them to, such as in the case of a bad guest or those who have malicious intent. To unlock such a feature, you will have to raise the level of the inn. Lex groaned. It felt like raising the level of the inn would be a common theme in his near future, but there was little he could do about that for now without finding a way to increase his income. Either way, it was now time for him to go. He had a job to quit. With a thought, Lex returned from the inn back to his apartment. He could return from the inn back to wherever he entered with a thought. Returning back to the inn, however, took a few minutes, during which, if the process was interrupted, it would be cancelled. Lex wasn't sure why there was a difference in coming back from the inn to going there, but it would go away when he raised the inn level. Or so he assumed. The first thing he did when he was back was check on the fancy monocle. He was really concerned about how much data it would use up to fill its database. If it just learnt everything from Wikipedia or some online library, that would still be bearable. But if it decided to download the entire internet to fill its database, there was no way that wouldn't invite trouble. That's assuming that downloading is how the monocle fills its database. Who knew how these treasures from the system worked? Fortunately, when he found the monocle, the tab on the computer said database filled, and there didn't seem to be any problem, so hopefully all was well. Lex put on the monocle over his right eye and took a look around the room and was instantly amazed. Random bits of data showed up around anything he focused on, and the data would disappear or expand based on his thoughts. He looked at a table and he was shown data about the kind of material, its dimensions, its durability, the amount of where it had accumulated, and so much more. He looked at himself in the mirror and he started seeing data on himself. His height at 6 feet 1 inch, his weight of 185 pounds, the length of his hair, the material his clothes were made from, and much more. It was impressive. However, Lex disabled all the bits of information and kept it so that it would only show details he was interested in. With a thought, he returned the monocle to the system and went towards the shower. It had been over a day since he last showered, and he felt a strong urge to wash. After a long, hot shower and an equally long time in front of the mirror admiring his new body, Lex put on some pants, a t-shirt and sneakers, and left his apartment. He could have sent in his resignation via email, but it didn't feel right. He wasn't close to his boss, but still had an amicable, professional relationship with her, so it would be better. He also wanted to say farewell to a couple of his co-workers. He plugged in his earphones, a New York standard, put his playlist on shuffle, and was on his way towards the subway. Lex, lost in his thoughts, didn't notice, but his stride was greater and his pace faster. He exuded a sense of purpose and confidence that he lacked before, and his now sturdy figure attracted just as much attention as the soft smirk on his face. Once he got on his train, he opened the midnight store and bought a golden key to invite a guest. A key was for 100 MP, and its price would double after each purchase, and the price would reset once every week. For Lex, this presented a problem, as buying keys was a bit of a gamble, as a guest would need to stay for at least 2 nights if he wanted to break even, or possibly buy something from the gift shop. From Mary, he learned that 1 MP was approximately $1,000 if a guest was to use money. According to her, paying using some kind of spiritual item rather than cash would be more feasible for his guests from Earth. How was he supposed to know where to look for guests who had spiritual items? He had absolutely no idea, but his luck had been great the last couple of days, so he was planning on continuing to rely on it for this. When he reached his stop, a golden key fell out of his pocket onto his seat, but before anyone could notice, he was already gone. For a while, nobody paid the key any attention, but eventually a young child was attracted to its shine and picked it up. He tried to show his mother, but she was preoccupied with something on her phone. He decided to show her later. Unaware that his key had fallen into the hands of a child, Lex continued on his journey till he eventually reached a high-rise building. He looked up to admire the building one last time and reminisced about the years he'd spent here. His company was on the 9th floor in this building with over 80 employees, many of whom Lex was familiar with. He worked as a web developer, and the work was interesting enough at first, but had become bored with it in his recent life like had become bored with everything else. At least he knew the reason for that boredom now, and even without resolving it yet his current path in life left little room for anything but excitement. Taking a slow, deep breath one last time, inhaling the smells of the warm pretzels and bagels being sold from the food carts nearby, Lex shook himself free of his hesitation and moved towards his office with purpose. It was still early, so people were still coming in. Harry and Elaine, his two co-workers who he was closest to, hadn't come in yet, but his boss, Jessica, was already sitting in her office. He knocked on her door and waited for Jessica to come in before he proceeded in. "Hey Jessica, I'm glad I caught you early. I need to talk to you about something." "Lex?" Jessica looked up from her computer and saw him come in the door. "I hope everything is well. When you didn't come in yesterday, I had someone try and contact you, but they weren't able to reach you." Yes, everything is fine. I'm sorry I wasn't able to come in yesterday. But the reason why I wasn't able to come is what I'm here to talk to you about." Lex sat down on a chair opposite to Jessica and considered what to say for a moment before he spoke. "I'm here today to turn in my resignation." "What?" Jessica exclaimed, taken by surprise. "How come?" "The company has always treated all of its employees well, and I've never heard any complaints from you before." Lex let out a weak smile and replied, "You're right. The company has always treated me fairly, and I've never had any complaints, nor had I any intentions of leaving before. However, I was recently offered a very promising position as team lead at a new startup. They needed a reply from me as soon as possible, which is why I couldn't come in yesterday as I was visiting their site." "Ah, well, congratulations," Jessica replied, quickly regaining her composure. She only knew Lex about as well as the other employees under her, which was enough to know that he was a competent worker and gave her very few problems. "Will you be leaving immediately? I must remind you that if you forego your 2 weeks' notice, you forfeit your gratuity and any other benefits the company would normally afford you." Lex smiled internally. Just the investments he'd made from his $7 million gave him a regular return higher than his salary, so money was the least of his concerns. "Thank you for reminding me, but I must start immediately. I will just have to forfeit them." "Well, in that case, I wish you good luck on your new endeavors. To make it official, please submit a written application to Henry from HR, who will then have you fill out some paperwork and collect any company property you have, as well as have an exit interview. Once the process is complete, bring the papers back to me and I'll sign them." Jessica was as formal as always, but in a way that made things easier. Lex exited her office, but Harry and Ellen were still not in, so he went towards HR. The process took much longer than he expected, and a little over 3 hours later Lex returned to Jessica. She looked over the papers and eventually signed off on them. "Well, it seems you're moving on to bigger things, Lex," she said as she stood up from her chair. "I wish you success and great fortune in your future endeavors." She reached out for a goodbye handshake and Lex complied, thinking it a good way to say farewell. What he did not expect was that as soon as they held hands, Jessica's eyes widened in shock and she blurted out, "A cultivator." This chapter is a preview. If you want to see a faster and more up-to-date chapter, please visit. For more content, Cultivators on Earth. Lex was taken aback, and the surprise showed clearly on his face without the host attire to help him control his expressions. For a moment, they both just stared at each other before they both quickly regained their composure. "How can you tell?" Lex asked, not bothering to try and hide the fact that he was cultivating. He needed to learn more about cultivators on Earth and how he could come in contact with them. An opportunity such as this would be impossible to find again. "How can I not tell? You're not even trying to hide your internal strength. Hasn't anyone told you that you need to be careful? If I was a regular person, you could have seriously hurt my hand." Lex immediately realized that he was probably using more force in his handshake than a normal person. This meant he still didn't have a good grasp of his strength yet, as he hadn't even noticed. "I'm sorry, I just broke through yesterday. I guess I'm not used to my strength yet." "Wait, does this mean you're a cultivator as well?" Jessica didn't reply but stared at him intently. Silence filled the room and slowly tension started to build until it began weighing on Lex. "Who is your mentor?" she finally asked, her tone suddenly accusatory. "What district do you belong to? Why haven't you disclosed yourself in the Bluebird office?" Jessica's grip on his hand strengthened, and Lex suddenly became aware that he couldn't pull it out. He was panicking a little now, but the situation wasn't out of control yet. He could still redeem himself. I don't have a mentor. I don't know what you mean by district. You're the first cultivator in meeting. How could you cultivate if you don't have a mentor? Don't lie to me. My cultivation is a lot higher than you and ID have no problem at all taking care of you. Explain yourself here clearly or I'll take you to the Bluebird office. You should know how they treat undocumented cultivators in their territory. No, please listen to me, Lex pleaded. He could feel the pressure she was applying on his hand, and he was sure she'd crush his bones if she used even a little more strength. Even if Regal Embrace was focused on defense, it could do little for him if the gap in strength between him and his opponent was huge. He needed to quickly come up with an explanation that didn't expose the system. He was too young to die. He'd never have expected to encounter danger on Earth. He thought it was the other worlds that would endanger him. Fortunately, when he learnt Regal Embrace, it also gave him general information about other cultivation techniques so that he would understand how Regal Embrace was different. He could use that information to explain how he taught himself. I found my cultivation technique on a piece of paper in a bottle on the beach. It explained a lot about cultivation, but I just thought it was some kind of yoga. It wasn't until I tried it out and felt the changes in my body that I started taking it seriously. I just broke through yesterday for the first time. I don't know anything else about cultivation other than what I learnt from that bottle, and I've never met another cultivator before. Lex tried to sound as desperate and as honest as possible, which he was in the beginning, as Jessica was very intimidating. It wasn't until he remembered that he could retreat to the inn as long as he was given a little bit of time that he recovered internally. Jessica stared at him a while longer, trying to determine if he was telling the truth. Ultimately, she let go of his hand. But just as Lex was beginning to feel relief, he felt a strange aura surround him. It was the first time he felt something like that. If he had to choose a word to describe it, it would be sharp. He felt as if any movement he made could hurt him, and that he was in more danger than before. The aura, however, disappeared just as quickly as it came. I will believe you for now, but you have to follow me to the Bluebird office. All legal cultivators must be registered and have an identity token on them at all times. If you try anything funny or try to run away, well, I'm sure you felt my chi surround you just now. As the sub-district head, I have the authority to eliminate any suspected threats. Lex suddenly got goosebumps. This was bordering on insane. He was just trying to quit his job, and his life was threatened time and time again by his ex-boss. The cultivation world really was dangerous. Fine, I'll follow you. We've worked together for so many years, you know me. I won't do anything funny. At Lex's words, Jessica was suddenly reminded that she had indeed worked with Lex for a few years now, and although she did not have an intimate knowledge of the man, she'd spent enough time with him to get an idea of the kind of person he was. She relaxed visibly, but didn't drop her guard completely. Follow me and act natural. If anyone in the office asks where we are going, just say I'm taking you downtown to the legal office to finalize your resignation. Lex smiled weakly and nodded. He followed her out of her office and they cut through the building quickly. He noticed Henry was sitting at his workstation, but this didn't really seem like the time to catch up. Fortunately, no one questioned where they were going. When they reached the street, a black SUV was parked at the door with a chauffeur waiting for them, holding the door open. Lex climbed into the car behind Jessica and they were off. For a time, they sat in silence. Lex, who had once again regained his composure after constantly being threatened, was thinking about how he could remedy the situation. A lot of it depended on how they treated him at this so-called Bluebird office. But waiting to see how things turned out wasn't something Lex could do. He had to take initiative. So are cultivators very common? Lex asked, sounding reluctant. Jessica hesitated but answered eventually. Cultivators are rare enough so that the general populace does not know about them, but are common enough that there are special laws pertaining to them. Most powerful or old families have them, and most of the upper echelon of any large companies have them. In democratic governments they are rarer, but every military is full of them. You can consider it as if any person of a certain status has at least some interaction with cultivators, if they are not so themselves. Even a normal person who raises himself to success will end up encountering them eventually, and may even become one. So how come they're such a big secret? I never even believed they were real until I got my cultivation technique. It's a secret, but not a closely guarded one. There's tons of books and movies and shows about them everywhere. But most news outlets strictly control what's reported as actual news, and cultivators themselves have a huge incentive to keep things quiet. Cultivation resources are rare, and the more demand there is for it, the greater the competition will be. If it's not such a big deal, then why did you react so strongly to finding out I'm a cultivator? There is a stark difference between a registered and unregistered cultivator. Because of their increased strength and abilities, if cultivators are not regulated, there would be chaos everywhere. In older days, clans or sects used to maintain the peace. In the modern day, things have changed. In the US, 3 private companies have the government contract to regulate cultivator activity. Bluebird is one of them. They maintain a list of registered cultivators and some basic information about them. This way, if an incident occurs, they can more easily track whoever was responsible. Unregistered cultivators, though, are a different story. Registering has no real drawbacks, and instead has many benefits, which is why only those people who have something to hide don't register. Most of the time, they're criminals who've run away from another country, or people with malicious intent. Jessica hesitated a bit once again, unsure of how much more would be appropriate to reveal. Eventually, she decided to give Lex a warning. You should be very careful. If you really did cultivate yourself and have no background to rely on, then you fall under the most vulnerable category of cultivators. Although cultivators have to follow special laws and their activities are regulated, they are also afforded special privileges. It's not so bad normally, but if a cultivator with a high level of cultivation ever perceives you as a threat to his or her interests, they won't hesitate to kill you, and at most they'll just get a fine. If you want to survive, I strongly suggest you join an organization as soon as possible. Lex frowned as he mulled over what Jessica told him. It seemed like he really had underestimated the dangers that came along with cultivation. He thought, similar to the many novels he'd read, once he started cultivating, he'd have a huge advantage over everyone and people would admire him wherever he went. Now it seemed like he needed to be more careful. As for joining an organization, it all depended on what the requirements were. Lex was about to continue asking more questions, but the car came to an abrupt stop. Jessica exited and signaled Lex to follow. Much to his surprise, they were at the Empire State Building. As soon as they entered, a team of security guards surrounded Lex and escorted him to a private section of the building where they entered an elevator. The thing that caught him off guard was that the list of floors started from first and then went directly to the basement, with there being 44 levels of basements. Jessica pressed B10 and the elevator swiftly began its descent and stopped just as abruptly. When they came out, Lex was once again surprised. Clearly Jessica hit the button for B10 and he clearly felt the elevator go down. Yet the floor they came out on had windows to a breathtakingly beautiful view of a sea of clouds that surrounded the building, crashing against mountains in the distance. No sign of the city they were just in was visible, and it was as if they had been teleported to another place completely. "Follow them to the waiting room while I report your situation," said Jessica. "Someone will come and interview you and, if all goes well, complete your registration. Since you're new to the cultivation world, I'll have someone send you all the brochures and pamphlets for all the organizations that accept itinerant or lone cultivators." Before Lex could thank Jessica for her consideration or ask any questions, he was led politely to the waiting room and left there alone. It was a small room with a couple of chairs at opposite ends of a small table and a window to the outside with a view. "You should be careful in what you say," Mary warned him, speaking for the first time since this ordeal started. "If you lie in front of a cultivator with a higher cultivation, they can usually tell that you're lying. That's why I didn't even risk speaking to you earlier." Without the host attire to control your expressions, Jessica would have immediately noticed you getting distracted while you were talking to me in your head. It would raise her suspicions. "You'll be careful," he said, suddenly remembering Mary. He was not yet completely used to the system and all the benefits it offered. "Do you have any advice on what to do?" "Sorry, all the information I have on Earth is based on your memories, and you currently have not unlocked any features of the Midnight in that can help you in this predicament. All I can say is that you are lucky that in terms of physical strength, your body is equivalent to a normal body tempering stage 1 cultivator. You can use that as an advantage to support your story that you only just broke through. You haven't done anything suspicious, so if they investigate you a little, they should discover that they have nothing to worry about. Lex sat down on the chair and began thinking about what to say to his interrogators. If he really was investigated, it would easily be discovered that he had received no actual job offer, but he could use his current net worth and his newly developed interest in cultivation to explain why he quit. He needed more time to cultivate. If they asked to see his cultivation technique, he would be in trouble. Although he knew the difference between Regal Embrace and others, he did not know an actual cultivation technique he could give someone. If they asked, he would have to insist on not telling. Saying he got his cultivation technique from a bottle on the beach was a flimsy excuse he made up in the moment, and was difficult to believe, though he supposed it was not impossible. If they asked to see it, he would say he destroyed it so as to keep it a secret. Lex was going over other details in his mind, considering different scenarios that he could encounter and how he would face them, when the door finally opened and a middle-aged man entered the room. He looked late 30s or early 40s at most, and had a congenial smile on his face. He unbuttoned his suit and took the chair opposite to Lex before placing a file on the table. "I must apologize for Jessica's harshness in treating you," the man said, his voice as if talking to a young child. "Although her cultivation is high, she's never really encountered an actual unregistered cultivator or been in any dangerous situation. You know how kids are these days, thinking everything is a conspiracy." Lex smiled weakly, unsure of how he was supposed to respond. The man, as if understanding Lex's thought, gave out a chuckle and opened the file in front of him. "Let me start by introducing myself. My name is Hamid. I am the regional manager for cultivator registration. And you are Lex Williams, a new cultivator." Hamid slid the top page from the folder to Lex for him to observe. It was filled with Lex's private details, from his name, date of birth, family details, total estimated net worth, major life experiences, and more. Reading all that information about himself was surreal. Is this what criminals in movies felt like when the government pulled up their entire life history? Do not worry, I am not accusing you of any crime. Your history is mostly very clear-cut with no records of criminal activity other than the occasional pirating of a movie online. And believe it or not, you are not the only person to have accidentally discovered a cultivation technique and practiced it. So am not in trouble? Lex finally asked, feeling a bit of relief. Mostly, Hamid replied. Although you have not done anything wrong, you still need to register yourself and your cultivation technique needs to be analyzed. It is not uncommon for people to discover a cultivation technique that seems fine, but is incomplete or causes problems later on. This is mostly for your own benefit, but since there is a precedent of cultivators exploding when trying to cross realms, this is also to ensure public safety. How will you check my cultivation technique? Lex asked, suddenly panicking again. He was not used to such a quick change from relief to panic so many times in one day. Hamid, however, smiled, as if he knew what Lex was thinking. Do not worry, we won't ask to see your cultivation technique. According to Section 7 of the Cultivation Organization's Code of Conduct, unless suspected of terrorism or other extremely dangerous illegal activities, it is prohibited to forcefully procure a cultivator's techniques and skills. Even then, there are a great deal of restrictions and requirements. If you follow me, I will show you how we will check. It's a pretty standard check during registration, to be honest. Lex followed Hamid out the room and down the corridor into a long hallway. Wherever they went, Lex kept staring out the windows, which showed a view of a countryside landscape, wondering if they had somehow teleported out of the city, or rather, how he could get such a teleporter if they did. Teleporting within the inn was fine, but if he could use it regularly to travel the world, that would be amazing. Hamid noticed him looking and chuckled again. That's augmented reality, he explained. It's a mix between technology and spirit formations to create an atmosphere and make it feel real. No one likes working underground, and this is good for morale. Oh, Lex exclaimed, suddenly feeling stupid. I thought we teleported somehow. I was amazed by the cultivation world, though I suppose mixing formations and technology is an amazing accomplishment in itself. Hamid laughed out loud and slapped Lex on the back, as if he had cracked a hilarious joke. The cultivation world is different, but don't let your head get pulled into science fiction. Not that I'm saying teleportation isn't real, it probably is, but that's not the kind of stuff people at our cultivation level can be exposed to. When you see something new, assume the simplest explanation is the correct one. The only difference between things such as formations or cultivation and traditional science is the use of spiritual energy. Normal people eat nutritious food to improve their health, and normal technology uses electricity and other normal physical traits to operate, whereas cultivators use spiritual energy to improve their bodies and run their formations. In a way, you can consider cultivation a different branch of science, where everything depends on spiritual energy. So for teleportation, it's not to say that it doesn't or can't exist, but rather that it would require a great deal of resources, engineering, and spiritual energy beyond what is available to us. Cultivation isn't magic, if that's what you were thinking, and requires a great deal of studying, hard work, and understanding. But all that is getting too hypothetical for you right now, I think, Hamid said, entering a lab full of various machines and a group of doctors walking around in lab coats. We should just focus on your registration. So Lex, tell me, are you ready to take your first steps into the cultivation world? I am, Lex answered, his eyes shining brightly. A lot of the things Hamid told him opened his mind and imagination. This was a truly exciting world. He couldn't wait to explore further. Somewhere far, far away in a house built on a mountaintop, a man was swinging a double-sided sword, repeating the same motion time and time again. He was not bulky, but his body was packed with muscle, ready to explode with vicious strength. He did not falter, his stance did not weaken, and the momentum of each swing did not change. The man was focused, the man was determined, the man improved with each swing, and this improvement was like a drug that he was craving. His rhythm was suddenly interrupted by the sound of a creaking door, and a young, delicate-looking girl entered. She did not look perturbed by the angry glare the man was giving her, and walked up to him as if she was taking a stroll through a park. "What is it?" the man finally asked gruffly. "I just got a call from Mom. Someone in Bluebird ran a background check on Big Brother, and it seems they're getting ready to register him as a cultivator." The man's aura exploded. All the animals for miles around suddenly started fleeing, as if in a stampede, and the sun's light dimmed, as if the sun itself was afraid to be noticed by the man. "Investigate," said the man slowly, the word carrying an unspoken weight. "I'm already on it. Mom also said you're not allowed to return to Earth for the time being, so just keep focusing on Neelam /." The man clenched his empty fist, as if trying to suppress something, but eventually released his fist and returned to his practice. The girl left as if she did not notice his actions, acting completely nonchalant. If someone looked at the scene from afar, they would not see running monkeys and wolves, nor would they see crows and eagles escaping far away in the skies. Instead, they would see saber-toothed tigers and mammoths, they would see pterodactyls and dragons, they would see animals long thought extinct or myth, they would see mountains too large to be from Earth, and in the now darkened sky they would see a starry constellation completely distinct from the one visible on Earth. But to the girl and the man it was all too mundane to pay attention to. The man continued to swing, and the young girl continued her casual stroll. Author's note: I'm adding this here to make sure the people who encounter this chapter get a chance to read this. I've noticed that the family being cultivators has been a point of contention for many readers, but I can assure you that the novel is not going for a cliché family disregarded him for being a waste-type trope or anything. Maybe the reveal is a little early, but regardless, this is something that had to happen for many things to make sense in the future. If you like the novel so far, continue to give it a chance. If you don't, then thanks for giving it a chance so far. The lab was a large, rectangular hall with various machines placed in glass cabins. A few people in lab coats were gathered around each machine discussing things in whispers. A few people were getting tested at various machines, but Lex could not tell what the machines were for. "Let's get the boring stuff out of the way, shall we?" Hamid said, grabbing a clipboard a doctor brought to him. "Since you are currently in the body tempering realm, your registration is currently quite simple. Other than testing your cultivation technique, we will need to collect a blood sample, gather your personal details, which we have already done, and finally make your personal identity token. That will conclude the requirements for registration at Bluebird. However, there are a few more tests for body tempering realm if you want to take them. Information from any additional test you take will be saved onto your token, and considering your results, it can help you with recruitment if you wish to join an organization. You can consider that later. Let's begin with testing your cultivation. Follow me. Hamid led Lex to a long cylindrical machine with a glass top that opened to a padded table. He spoke to a few people who quickly started preparing the machine. They opened the top and instructed Lex to lie down, attaching various node patches all over his body. Finally, after attaching 36 patches, they inserted 2 needles that were connected with wires into both of his arms. The needles will send small, quick bursts of spiritual energy into your body, said Hamid as the machine was getting ready, and the patches will detect how your body reacts. Body tempering cultivators temper their bodies so that they can accommodate spiritual energy in the body at later realms. Since that is the case, the spiritual energy that is put into your body should either be dispersed out of your body by your cultivation or should be absorbed evenly to temper your body. If the spiritual energy gets trapped anywhere in your body, that means there is something wrong with your cultivation technique. Lex listened to his explanation, though he was not really worried about his cultivation at all. Although different in the beginning, Regal Embrace should not be underestimated at all. Eventually the machine started, and immediately Lex a sharp tingling in his arms near the needles, as if he were receiving a jolt of electricity, though the jolt barely lasted. He could feel that it was supposed to be traveling through his body, but disappeared before it could even exit his arms. After a few seconds he received a second jolt, this time a slightly stronger one. However, the outcome was the same. This continued for a few minutes, but regardless of how strong the jolt was, it never went past his arms. Although Hamid didn't comment on what was happening, Lex could see him trying to hide his surprised expression. Eventually the machine stopped and the patches and needles were removed. "Congratulations," said Hamid as he helped Lex off the table. "Your cultivation technique is extremely stable. You should have no trouble cultivating all the way to golden core based on the stability of this cultivation technique. Though if you wish to cultivate higher, you will have to return for a different kind of test to ensure absolute safety." "Golden core?" Lex repeated, a hint of a question in his tone. He still did not have a detailed understanding of cultivation. He was hoping Hamid would fill in the blanks. "Ah, of course. I forgot you do not have anyone to guide you in the cultivation world. Well, fret not. Should you join an organization, they will guide you carefully on your path. Considering your current cultivation, you should not worry about it anyway. It will probably be a very long time before that becomes relevant to you. Come, let's take a blood sample." Another doctor came at Hamid's call with a fresh syringe and extracted enough of Lex's blood to fill a small vial. Lex had to admit he was a little impressed at how easy it was for all these needles to poke him, as based on his understanding it should no longer be so easy to penetrate his skin. "Now to finish off with getting you your personal identity token. This shouldn't take too long, follow me." Hamid led Lex to a different part of the lab to what looked like a 3D printer that was printing out what looked like a black and red poker chip. This token is built using a spiritual metal, combined with the latest formation as well as modern technology. Once it is complete, it can become personalized to you by dripping a drop of blood on it. In it will be a Bluebird certificate of approval, signifying that you have gone through the Bluebird registration process and are recognized as a non-hostile entity. You need to carry it with you at all times, as it can be sensed by authorized Bluebird personnel. If you are caught without it on your person, you will be treated as if you had intent to do harm and will be detained pending an investigation on your activities. Which is why I must stress this again. Always keep it on you. If you ever lose it, report it immediately to a Bluebird office near you to get a new one, though you have to pay for any replacements. That's also why Jessica treated you so harshly. As a cultivator without a token, you are a suspected threat, even if your actual cultivation is low. Other than that, you can also scan the token like a QR code to access the Bluebird network, an online platform for cultivators, or access other cultivator networks as a guest, though that would limit what you are able to do. Hamid continued to make introductions for Lex while they waited, and finally, after a short 20 minutes, the token was complete. After ensuring that everything was in order, Hamid handed Lex the token along with a prick so he could draw some blood for it. Lex was filled with some anticipation, but after absorbing the drop of blood, the token didn't do anything special, nor did Lex feel any kind of connection from it. That was to be expected though. Hamid already explained that to view the data stored on the token, he would have to scan it as if it were a QR code. Hamid also introduced some of the other tests he could take, which included tests for physical strength, stamina, reaction, intellect, learning gradient, and many more. After thinking about it for a moment, Lex decided not to take the tests currently. First of all, he didn't want to leave records for his capabilities since his cultivation wasn't ordinary and he could not predict how his stats would change. Secondly, although Hamid did his best to seem friendly, the frequency with which he brought up regulations, surveillance, and security measures, Lex started to feel as if things weren't so simple. He wanted to learn more before he made any decisions. Lex even asked Hamid why security was so strict and how dangerous the cultivation world really was. All he got for a reply was that as long as he stayed in a Bluebird-supervised area, followed the law, and avoided shady people, he had no reason to be concerned. If that couldn't be considered dodging a question, Lex didn't know what could. When all the procedures were complete, he asked if he could leave, and Hamid escorted Lex out of the building. He didn't encounter Jessica again, but he quickly put that out of his mind. He had gotten a lot of new information today. He needed to absorb it and see how he could use it to his advantage. His drive to make MP had increased, and he wanted to increase his cultivation as quickly as possible. It seemed a little unfair how the protagonists in the novels never met cultivators much stronger than them in the real world, and so could always manage a solution. He apparently didn't have that luxury. For a good portion of the day, he felt helpless. It wasn't a feeling he enjoyed. It wasn't a feeling he wanted to experience again. This chapter is a preview. If you want to see a faster and more up-to-date chapter, please visit. For more content, Bluebird Portal. Even though Lex was at the peak of his physical fitness, he felt exhausted when he got home. Head picked up an inordinate amount of Chinese takeout on his way, as well as a pack of cigarettes. He wasn't really a smoker. Head paid extra attention to ensure he never got addicted, and never kept any on him. Head only occasionally buy them when he was feeling stressed, and would quickly discard the pack after smoking a few. Setting his food down on a table and turning on Netflix, he quickly set the table with plates, juices, some water, and chopsticks. But before he started his feast, he pulled a stool by his open window, lit his cigarette, and took a long, deep drag. It had been a few weeks since he last smoked. It felt nice. He took this time to look out on the traffic below, the people coming and going, the sounds of the city, and everything else in between. Even with all its hustle and bustle, viewed from a distance, the rhythm of the city seemed so peaceful. When he finally finished his smoke, Lex quickly blew whatever smoke he could out of the window and sprayed some air freshener. He washed his hands and sat down, ready to consume more food than was probably healthy, and let his thoughts wander. So far, there was limited progress towards making more MP, meaning there was none. He couldn't complete any quests right now, and since Batet and Falik hadn't left their rooms, there was no opportunity to try and sell them stuff from the gift shop. If his luck panned out, someone might find the golden key he left behind and actually be able to use it, but there was no telling when that might be. He could try and see if there was some way he could give keys to cultivators, or at least find an opportunity to have them discover it on their own, since he felt it was unsafe to let anyone know he had any connection to them. In cultivation novels, the protagonist always auctioned items off or sold them to some giant trading company, but that was unlikely here, as he literally had no idea what technology, typical or spiritual, could be used to trace the key back to him. Not to mention, he was absolutely sure the token he was given had some kind of tracking function as well, so he didn't want to take any unnecessary risks. If nothing changed, the best opportunity he could see was to wait a week and travel to the new world to see what opportunities it presented. But he would have to prepare for that as well in whatever way he could. At some point through his meal, he scanned his token and entered the Bluebird online portal to investigate its features, and they were numerous. There were forums, chat rooms, news that wasn't available to the public, trading platforms, and much, much more. He took his time going through the portal the rest of the day. Every few hours, Head asked Mary if Batet left her room, and the answer was always no. He also learned a lot of basic information that had been missing for a while. The first and most important thing he learned was the first few cultivation levels. 1. Mortals, normal people. 2. Body tempering, using spiritual energy to temper the body, so it could absorb spiritual energy at later cultivation levels. 3. Chi training, beginning to absorb spiritual energy in the body. 4. Foundation realm, Use the absorbed spiritual energy to create a foundation. 5. Golden core. Form a core in the body to store concentrated spiritual energy. Cultivation levels above golden core were not mentioned at all, and even golden core themselves were mentioned with extreme reverence. Something interesting he encountered was a cultivation version of the social media platform Twitter called Tempest, where many high-level cultivators had huge followings, along with various companies and organizations. Most cultivators, he discovered, were at body tempering and chi cultivation, with the numbers dropping drastically when it came to foundation realm. Any random foundation cultivator had at least a few million followers from over the globe. Another interesting thing he discovered was what was normally referred to as spiritual equipment in novels was called spirit tech, and had a huge variety. The prices varied too, so he found household spirit tech for cleaning, tidying, laundry, and even cooking for relatively cheap. But he also found body armor and weapons, the prices for which went in the hundreds of thousands even at the cheapest models. Furthermore, one had to present one's token when receiving such items and undergo some verification. Some random but interesting spirit tech Lex saw included fully functioning prosthetics, bioengineered nanobots that the user injected in his or her body that automatically healed the user whenever they got hurt, various assortments of flying devices, and fully immersive VR. He also saw various seminars that were held monthly for multiple organizations. Lex checked a few to see what kind of organizations there were, since he'd heard about them so much, and broadly categorized them into 3 different groups. Ones that conducted R&D, those that procured various resources, and those that simply banded people together to protect themselves and their interests. Most organizations only gave very loose descriptions of their activities and purposes, such as developing the latest on spiritual farming technologies or mining for blue Teltaro, whatever that is. For more details you would have to join, but what they did provide was a very detailed list of benefits they provided for each member. None of this specifically sounded illegal to Lex, but the level of secrecy made him cautious. Another thing he found, something that interested him specifically, was a self-defense class for beginner cultivators. For someone going to another planet, this sounded essential. He tried to find the closest one to him and sign up, and his first class would be in a couple of days. The last thing that he discovered, and the thing that completely surprised him, was the fact that cultivators were already inhabiting the Moon and Mars. And not just a few. Apparently there were quite a few cities there already, with extensive travel between the celestial bodies. Considering that he could travel between worlds, this should not have been such a huge surprise, but this completely changed a fundamental truth he maintained about the world he lived in. Came as a bigger surprise than he could have imagined. But traveling to either the Moon or Mars wasn't easy. He had to meet a few requirements, but he was kind of excited about that possibility as well. Just a few days ago, he thought life was so boring, and now suddenly it was so exciting. This chapter is a preview. If you want to see a faster and more up-to-date chapter, please visit. For more content, Marlowe's Self-Defense for Beginners. At a specific penthouse in New York, a small child had dozed off in the living room in front of the TV. Drool flowed down the side of his face, and the various colors of the cartoon that were flashing on his innocent face made him look very adorable. His mother, who was standing over him, was smiling at her child, but her smile was tinged with sadness and anxiety. After a short while, she picked him up and took him to bed, before tucking herself in beside him. She noticed he had some kind of golden toy key in his hand, but he was holding onto it too tightly, so she didn't try to force it from him. It was just the two of them living there, and it was the last of her inheritance she had received from her family. For the past few weeks, she had been trying to find a job, but Shed never worked anywhere in her life. Although Shed graduated from a prestigious college, that was over a decade ago. Without any relevant experience, no one was willing to take a chance on her. She could ask someone she knew for a favor and try to get a job that way. However, up until now she had been too proud to do so. Maybe it was time to put away her pride soon. She closed her eyes and tried to go to sleep, tears streaming down her face. Next morning, Lex stretched, and as he tried to rouse his drowsy self. It was 11 a.m., so he couldn't even say he was waking up early. In fact, he wasn't waking up at all. Last night, Head turned on his PC to play a few games and blow off some steam, but he was enthralled when he discovered his reaction speed and accuracy had improved immensely. Game after game, he broke all his previous records, and he was on the longest win streak of his life. His excitement had gripped him, and regardless of what game he played, his performance had improved readily. Briefly, he even considered starting a career as a video game streamer, though tragically he had to force himself away from that thought as his focus had to remain the Midnight Inn. Still, he played until right now when he could no longer ignore his rumbling stomach. Forcefully tearing himself away from the computer, he washed his face before finding himself in front of the TV again, with various Chinese leftovers in front of him. Truly, it had been a while since he had been so decadent. After enjoying himself by enveloping himself in laziness for a couple more hours, he changed into a tracksuit and went out. There was no progress on the inn, but he couldn't really let things rest without putting in any work at all. Jessica told him he was using too much strength in his handshake, and in fact last night he ended up breaking a keyboard completely in his excitement while gaming. There was an assortment of other things in his apartment that had suffered some damage due to his carelessness, such as furniture, doorknobs, walls, and even his shower during a slipping incident. He had to learn how to better control his strength, and currently through exercise was the only thing he could think of. Tomorrow he would have his first self-defense lesson for new cultivators, and he would use that opportunity to ask about it, but until then he would have to make do. He started with a light jog, focusing completely on his legs and the strength he used. He controlled his stride as best as he could and did his best to control how much force he was using. Unfortunately, after around half an hour, a careless misstep caused him to completely tear his joggers. He bought himself several new pairs and spent the day utilizing his time focusing on trying to control his strength. He wouldn't admit it, but secretly he felt very giddy every time he accidentally tore a shirt while flexing too much. The next day he woke up bright and early and got ready for his first class. He wasn't sure what to expect. However, he dressed up in a new tracksuit he purchased yesterday. At 7:50 a.m., he found himself in front of a private auditorium with a security guard at the entrance. He flashed his Bluebird token to the man, who promptly moved out of the way and let Lex in. Inside, he discovered that there were only a few people, 2 girls and 5 guys, who were chatting softly with one another. In the center of the auditorium was a large arena with padded floors and a large man, sitting on a folding chair with his eyes closed. When he entered, the group of 7 who were chatting turned to look at him, and after a moment one of the guys waved him over. "Hey man, name's Larry. You a new member too?" "Yeah, name's Lex," he replied, observing the rather frail-looking man. He noticed that none of the 7 people looked very fit or muscular, though he was sure they were at least cultivators, since that was the minimum requirement to attend this class. It was a little strange, as though he couldn't consider himself very muscular. His body was in much better shape than before. He used to think that cultivating naturally made one look more fit, but that might not be the case, it seemed. "Welcome, welcome. We're all new as well. It's only been a few weeks myself since I became a cultivator. More people should be coming soon, I guess, since the first class is free. This is a great chance to make a few connections, if you know what I mean." Larry winked at Lex before subtly hinting towards the 2 women in the group. Lex smiled weakly. Even as a cultivator, this guy's focus was only on girls. The others from the group introduced themselves, and it seemed all the people here were rogue cultivators who had either inherited cultivation from their families or found cultivation manuals somewhere by accident. It seemed that was a more common occurrence than Lex had imagined. What surprised Lex the most, however, was that all 5 guys planned on joining the military once after today's free self-defense lesson. Apparently, the army offered the best benefits to lone cultivators and helped them further their cultivation. The 2 girls were friends and didn't share any details on their plans. However, Lex got the sense that they also were either going to join or already had joined some organization. Another thing he learnt was that almost all of them took a few weeks to stabilize their cultivation before they felt confident enough in their control over their strength. Apparently, it was very common for new cultivators to be unable to control themselves, even worse than he was, it seemed. A few more people came as time went by, and at 8:30 the large man finally opened his eyes and got up from his chair. Although he made no noise, he grabbed everyone's attention. Aware of the effect he had on the crowd, he grinned slyly and spoke, "Welcome to Marlow Self-Defense for new cultivators. Everyone here has entered a new world of cultivation. Some of you may be familiar with this world already, and some of you may be new. Either way, let me be the one to help you take your first steps as you begin your new life." His words were welcoming, but the manic excitement in his eyes His wild hair, patchy stubble, and his muscle bulging, towering figure told a different story. Lex gulped. Were all cultivators a little crazy? This chapter is a preview. If you want to see a faster and more up-to-date chapter, please visit. For more content, come, enter the arena, everyone, Marlowe exclaimed, his body shaking with vigor as he spoke. Everyone line up next to each other and let me take a look at you. Everyone quickly lined up nervously and stared at the giant man who was towering above them. Though he was not using his cultivation to pressure them, just his presence seemed to achieve the effect. 15 young and talented people, ready to join my class, he said, his tone sounding all too rehearsed. 15 people with hopes and dreams of success and triumph, of glamour and gold. But first you have to live long enough to achieve that. According to a survey in 2019, only 47% of people who became body cultivators in that year progressed in their cultivation, 29% stagnated exactly where they were, and the remaining 24% died. He paused for a moment to let everyone absorb that information. Lex could not speak for others, but that percentage truly surprised him. 1/4 of all new cultivators that year died. That was scarily high, and this was supposed to be a civilized society with organizations such as Bluebird maintaining the peace. Now, I'm not saying that everyone who died was killed, but you'd have to look far and hard for a body cultivator who died of something like a heart attack. That's why, if you want to survive and grow, you should always consider your security. If you progress too fast, you might attract the attention of someone whose cultivation has been lagging, wondering if you have some kind of treasure that helped you along. If you progress too slow, you might attract the ire of someone who thinks you're using up resources that could be better used by them instead. The world is full of dangerous people, and one must know how to protect yourself. And that's why you are here today, to learn to protect yourself and survive. Marlowe was practically yelling with excitement at this point, a wild grin painting his face. But today, we won't be doing any personalized training. No, today you will only be getting a taste of the hard work and dedication that will be required for you to take this course. That's why the first lesson is free, so that if you don't think you can do it, you can leave. Once you enroll in the course, you cannot quit. It'll be in your contract. I have a reputation to uphold, and I can't have people saying that my students are easy to get rid of. So don't bother introducing your names and backgrounds yet. First, introduce me to your guts. Introduce me to your will. Introduce me to the passion in your hearts to seize the cultivation world and snatch all its glory. Marlowe burst into a manic laughter that shook the entire arena, and his overwhelming persona had all but intimidated most of his class into running away right then and there. Lex himself was considering never coming back after the introductory class. This guy was just a little too much. That is, until he heard a notification from the system. Sudden quest initiated. With a great personality and abundant energy, Marlowe is a great candidate to serve as a valet for the inn. Hire Marlowe as your first valet. Quest time limit, 1 month. Quest reward, 1 small staff dormitory, 1000 MP, plus 1 midnight in level. Quest failure punishment, dash 1000 MP. If host is unable to pay, it will result in immediate death. Lex's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he read the notification, and he was filled with a mix of excitement and anxiety. A sudden quest was a good way to earn some rewards that he sorely needed right now, but the punishment for failure was too steep, and the quest didn't seem easy either. This Marlowe fellow was too excitable. He had no idea how he would recruit him. How would? Lex's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Marlowe, who finally stopped laughing and clapped his hands, upon which 15 uniformed, identical-looking men entered the room and stood before each of the participants, a stoic look on their faces. These are my minions, ordered from Rent-A-Minion. Each one of them will teach you how to defend against a certain kind of attack, and then attack you. The only way to stop is to successfully block the attack. Otherwise, they will not stop unless you pass out. So you better pay attention and do your best. Everyone was shocked. What kind of class was it where they attacked the student until they passed out? But before anyone could voice a complaint, each student was approached by a minion. The one that approached Lex showed him various moves he could use. The minion would try to distract him with a punch, and then trip him backwards by putting a leg behind Lex's and pushing him. Lex would first have to avoid the punch and then the attempt to trip him. He could do so by simply stepping back, blocking, evading, counterattacking, and more. The minion, although not very talkative, spoke slowly and calmly, a large contrast to Marlowe, and gave many demonstrations to Lex on each possible maneuver he could do. He repeated as many times as Lex asked, but when Lex asked something unrelated to the content of the class, such as what exactly was Rent-A-Minion, the minion would not answer. Finally, after 20 minutes, Lex felt ready to start. In this time, many of the other students had already started, and they were all being taught to avoid different kinds of attacks. The only common theme was that everyone who had started was beaten up. One of the students, a young fellow, quickly asked to quit and said he wanted to stop. Unfortunately, the minion did not stop. He just kept attacking. Eventually, the man accidentally tripped backwards and evaded the minion's attack, triggering the condition for the minion to stop. As soon as he realized the minion had stopped, he ran out of the class with a mix of crying and yelling at Marlowe. Marlowe, however, only laughed and seemed to enjoy being scolded. All the other students, however, were thoroughly scared. That's why Lex made sure to absorb everything the minion had to teach before he started. The result? He gravely underestimated the speed of the minion and got punched right in the face, not even gaining the opportunity to avoid the rest of the attack. Fortunately, the punch didn't seem to hurt him as much as it hurt the other students, and other than being slightly shocked, he was fine. The minion's speed wasn't otherworldly or insanely fast. It was just the normal speed for someone trained in combat. As someone who had never been in a fight before, though, Lex gravely underestimated just how fast that regular speed was. He picked himself up and readied himself for the minion's next attack, fueled by a mix of vindictive energy aimed at the minion and a desire to succeed. The second time he successfully dodged the punch, but it was by pulling back too fast. That caused him to lose his balance momentarily, a flaw the minion took quick advantage of. The third time, trying not to move in such a haphazard way as last time, Lex tried to be more deliberate in his dodge, but was punched again. This continued for over an hour. Almost all the other students had succeeded accidentally or passed out. 2 of the students had succeeded flawlessly and were invited by Marlowe for a private talk. Only Lex was still continuing at this point. It was mostly because the minion's attacks were unable to actually hurt Lex, though they did irritate him endlessly. He didn't get tired either from all the exercise, nor had his will to succeed diminished. He even forgot about why he was doing this. His focus was only on being able to evade the minion perfectly. That wasn't to say he hadn't made progress. More than once he had actually dodged the minion and twice even blocked him, but Lex was never satisfied as he knew that so long as the fight continued after those 2 attacks, his dodges and blocks left him in a bad position to continue. Eventually, Marlowe stopped him, waking him from his reverie of practice. But when he stopped and looked towards Marlowe, who was grinning at him malevolently, his entire body trembled. This giant dude was definitely crazy. Lex was worried for his future. Excellent. Excellent. The madman roared as patted Lex on the shoulders with gusto, shaking him to his very core. Marlowe's cultivation was definitely very high. I love it when a masochist joins the class. They have so much energy, so much vigor. I'm not a masochist. Lex quickly defended himself, but Marlowe didn't seem to be paying attention. You can stop for today. I have other appointments to keep, so I have to close down for now. The next class is on Saturday. I hope I'll see you there. That's when the fun really begins. Oh, and all faction and organization members are welcome to join my class except Ultimate Fighting Fortress. His expression suddenly darkened, and for a moment he seemed lost in thought, but quickly recovered. So if you are planning on joining someone, you should not be worried that coming to me might be a conflict of interest. My class has quite the reputation. In fact, if you pass my class before joining the army, you can get recruited directly at the rank of captain. It's quite beneficial. I don't plan on joining anyone at the moment, Lex said, rubbing his aching shoulders. And I do plan on continuing your classes. I am very attached to my life, you know. I'd like to keep it if I can. Marlowe burst into a roaring laughter at Lex's comment, and gave Lex another pat on the back that sent him flying off the stage. That's the spirit. See you Saturday then. The full self-defense course costs $1.7 million. You can pay upfront or sign a working clause since you won't be having an organization sponsor you. Marlowe walked away, still laughing, the floor trembling at his footsteps, with a line of minions following him. Lex left, ignoring the fact that he had once again ripped his sneakers and tracksuit, thinking of ways he could recruit Marlowe as a valet without revealing his identity. He seemed like a very straightforward man, but Lex would have to spend more time with him to figure out his personality completely. It was currently Thursday morning, so the next class was 2 days away. It was enough time for him to plan how to try and get closer to the excitable giant. He returned home and went directly into the shower. It occurred to him that he wasn't hurt at all, and he was only sore where Marlowe had patted him, whereas everyone else who had left the session looked considerably harmed. He smiled. Regal embrace was already impressive, and it would only get better as he raised his cultivation. The next 2 days went by quickly. Batet and Phallic still had not made an appearance, and no one had used his golden key, so there was no progress there. He had, however, spent a lot of time planning on what he would take with him when he traveled to the other world for the first time. He didn't want to be too conspicuous, so he had prepared a backpack with a first aid kit, a Swiss Army knife, a flashlight, some rations, and a fire starter. He would add more things as he thought of them, and currently he was too poor or unqualified for spirit tech that might be useful. He had also spent more time trying to get used to his strength. He exercised for strength control and played video games for delicate control, trying to avoid breaking his controller. That's totally the only reason he pulled an all-nighter playing games. Finally, Saturday morning, he went back to Marlowe's follow-up class, and surprisingly, only 2 other people from the previous 15 showed up. A young woman Lex hadn't really talked with, and surprisingly Larry. Larry was one of those who had been beaten till he passed out, and judging from his behavior before class, Lex hadn't expected him to be so dedicated as to come back for another class. But here he was, bruised but smiling and trying to flirt with the woman. Lex, my good man, good to see you again. I knew you were a tough one when I saw you, unlike all the others who ran away. Come, let me introduce you. This is Matilda. She cleared her training last time pretty quickly. Hello, Matilda said, her tone very formal as she looked at Lex. It was clear that although Larry had been trying to get closer to her, she didn't want to become too familiar. Matilda was a fair bit shorter than the 2 of them, and healthier too, but she had a handsome face. Is it just us, or will more people come? Lex asked after greeting Matilda, but Larry shook his head. I expect more won't join. Honestly, Marlowe has a bit of a reputation. His training gets only tougher as it progresses, and if you don't have a strong mentality, you can't really get through. Most people just want to pass his class because you get better perks from your organization if you do, but passing it is not easy. Is that why you're here? Lex asked. He was slightly curious about Larry now, and it wasn't a bad idea to try and develop a few connections of his own. A potential future army captain wasn't a bad person to know. I guess you could just say I'm trying to make the most of my time. Larry's usually chipper was laced with a tinge of defeat and exhaustion as he said so, but he quickly recovered as if nothing happened. What about you, my talented fellow? When I left, you were still taking quite the beating. I didn't think I'd see you again. I just want to learn how to defend myself. I don't know much about the cultivation world, but everything I've heard and seen makes me think it's a very dangerous place. Indeed, came a roaring voice from behind them, followed by the hulking Marlowe with his trademark grin. Life is hard and living is harder. A man must know how to defend himself. A woman more so, compared to last time when Marlowe was dressed casually. This time he came wearing a suit. His hair was properly kempt and he had a clean shave. Though his eyes were still filled with madness, he looked much more civilized. Once again, I would like to welcome you to Marlowe Self-Defense for new cultivators. Just by being here today, you have proven yourself worthy of the title of cultivators. Just by being here today, you have earned the right to tell me your names. Just by being here today, you have earned the right to hear my self-introduction. Marlowe paused and took a look at his 3 future students, carefully studying each one of their faces as if he was etching them into his memory forever. You may have done your own research about me before joining this class, but nonetheless I will tell you a little bit about myself so you know whose hands you will be in the future. He paused for a moment, looking at his small audience, before continuing with a hint of solemnity in his voice. My name is Hanson Marlowe Bravi 3. The 3 comes not from my family having predecessors with the same name, but is something I added myself for each time I faced death and emerged victorious. For each time I emerged a new, stronger man. The first time was when I was 8 years old, and my village was attacked by a pack of jackals that had gone through spiritual awakening. For hours I escaped through the wilderness, sometimes running, sometimes tumbling, carrying a newborn child with me until I eventually ran into an army unit conducting training in the wild. I led them back to my village, only to discover nothing left. Only the child and I survived. He paused once again, his grin completely gone from his face this time as looked his 3 students in their eyes. He studied their expressions in silence. Then he continued. The second time was when I was 28 years old, during the Australian Beast Tide of 1981. A new Beast Alpha was expanding its territory, and many other alphas were using that opportunity to expand their own territories. I was a member of the Nassau private military at the time, and we were stationed near where the Beast Tide originated. For days, Marlowe paused again to give emphasis to his words. When the Beast Tide emerged, our base was overwhelmed, and for 4 days I was stuck in what was a red zone, surrounded by enraged beasts with no knowledge of what was going on as we had lost communication. Out of the entire army base, I was the only survivor. When the UN response team found me, I was hiding in the carcass of an inner core level beast that I had killed. At the time, I had only just entered the Foundation realm. Larry visibly trembled when he heard Marlowe, and Matilda's complexion visibly paled. Lex was also quite shocked. An inner core level beast was equivalent to a golden core cultivator. The third time was during the War of '99 between NavoCorp and the Pelican sect in Western Europe. NavoCorp had provoked quite a few people here in the US as well, and I was acting as an escort for a diplomatic mission to France to see if we could potentially ally to put pressure on them, but were ambushed en route. 36 Golden Core experts against a team of 9. That incident later came to be known as the Day of the Red Dawn. Every time a Golden Core expert dies, the sky is covered in a red hue by the spirit energy released from the body, and that day the sun rose to a red sky. Every time I've been closest to death, it was during something unforeseen. It was during something no one could have predicted, but that didn't change the fact that any of those incidents could have killed me. That is why a man must know how to defend himself and how to survive. The world is a tough place, and dying in it is the easiest thing to do. It's surviving and living on that's hard. Lex found it hard to believe that the giant in front of him could be so profound, but it was exactly that giant's life and his words that gave him goosebumps. Dying was easy, living was hard. At first it was a strange thought, but it reminded Lex of all the struggles he'd ever had in life. He recalled the worst and toughest parts of his life. Although his life up till now was very ordinary, no one could claim there weren't parts of it where he felt very miserable. Living truly was difficult sometimes, but it was worth it. He was ready to go through harder difficulties for an even better life. Now, one by one, introduce yourselves. Give as much or as little detail as you want, it doesn't matter. Ladies first, Larry quickly said as he looked towards Matilda with an honest smile. Her lips twitched, but she controlled her annoyance and focused on Marlowe. My name is Matilda Ross. I am 22 years old and inherited my cultivation method in my brother's will. I want to continue on this path and not only survive, but also flourish. But first I need to focus on survival, so I am here to learn how to do that. Marlowe gave the woman an accepting nod, his expression still serious. Lex almost found it unusual to see the man without some manic expression. I guess I'm next, huh? Said Larry with a hint of reluctance. I have a bit of ambition, you could say. I want to do big things, and for that I need a solid start. Going through this class will really help with that, so I'm here. He smiled weakly at his fellow students, as if trying to portray a weak determination. My name is Larry Dershaw, he finished, his volume lowering almost to a whisper, yet its effect was drastic. Marlowe's expression changed to that of surprise, as if he had heard something truly unexpected. After a moment, though, Marlowe's expression returned to its former serious state, and he made a short comment. A man can be defeated, but he cannot give up. Your journey may be long, but every breath you take is a victory against your enemies. After that, all 3 of them turned to look at Lex, who was slightly distracted. It seemed Larry had a story behind him, and Matilda too for that matter. But thinking about that was for later. Right now he had to focus. My name is Lex Williams. I am 23 years old, and I was only just introduced to the world of cultivation. I don't have any grand ambitions or anything like that. I just feel like the world is very dangerous, and that if I am not prepared for it, I won't even know how I died. The difference between what the world is really like and I used to think it was is too big. I want to be better prepared. Lex's words were very simple, and he tried to downplay his life as well as himself so that no one would think anything interesting is going on in it. He thought he had done a good job. The look on Marlowe's face, however, said otherwise. He had a knowing smirk on his face as he eyed Lex up and down. It was quite a contrast to how he responded to the previous two, but he made no comments. Eventually, he addressed all three together. Matilda, Larry, Lex, the three of you have an admirable will to show up here after last class. You have also demonstrated a knowledge of your current weaknesses, as well as a desire to improve. To me, that is admirable, but actions are the best way to communicate. Take these and sign them to officially start your classes. The training period will be a total of 3 months, during which you are not allowed to miss any classes. If you cannot attend a class or need to miss an activity, you will have to inform me prior with a good reason. Otherwise, it will be deemed as a violation of your contract. I've said this before and I'll say it again. I have a reputation to uphold. Anyone who has attended my class has a 87% better survival rate compared to other cultivators in up to level blue danger situations. I won't have that number drop because a student is too lazy to complete my training. Marlowe handed the 3 contracts and gave them time to review them. The contract only had a few main points. First, about the payment and the forms acceptable. The preferred method was actually 1 bloodline stone, after which were 5 spirit stones, after which was cash, and finally an employment contract if you were unable to pay. It also accepted sponsorships from any organization that might be backing the student. The second clause was that if a student were to miss a single class without sufficient reason, he would be immediately expelled and could not claim any relation to Marlowe or his self-defense class under penalty of law. The third clause was an unusual one. It stated that so long as a student attended even a single paid class with Marlowe, even if they did not continue with the full course, the student was not allowed to join an organization called Ultimate Fight Fortress, and if this clause were to be violated, Marlowe reserved the right to challenge the student to legal trial by combat, LTC. Lex didn't know what that meant, but a quick search on the Bluebird portal told him it was basically a government-sanctioned death fight. Whoever participated could kill the opponent in combat if they wished, suffering no convictions or punishments. The rest of the contract was pretty basic, and covered stuff like Marlowe would not be responsible for injuries caused during training, etc. After going through it, Lex signed it, only to realize everyone else had already done so and were waiting for him. Finally, once the formalities, signing, setting up payment plans or methods, etc., were completed, Marlowe brought them back to the arena where 3 minions were waiting for them. As of now, for the next 3 months, we have officially established a relationship as students and as a teacher. Before we begin training practically, I would like to impart some of my experience onto you. The most important thing to teach you is what self-defense actually is, and what it looks like for you now, and what it will look like for you in the future. Some of you may have an image in your head that we will be learning martial arts or some form of hand-to-hand combat, but that is a misconception. While combat skills are absolutely essential, you must realize that combat between cultivators and mortals is very different. Right now, you are basically just a slightly stronger mortal, if you will. This is because in the body tempering stage, there aren't really any cultivation skills you can use. Later on, however, you will learn them and be able to use them. That doesn't, however, mean that right now you want to encounter an enemy that can't use cultivation skills. How do you deal with a situation where you encounter an enemy who can use cultivation skills? How do you deal with an enemy who is in the same realm, but higher level than you? What do you do if you encounter a beast? How do you deal with a hostile mortal carrying a gun? How to survive if you are being targeted by a spirit formation? If you are being poisoned? How to defend yourself when suffering from legal persecution? I will cover the basics on everything I have mentioned so far, and teach you with varying depths how to react in those situations. Everything that is a part of your syllabus is a result of my direct personal experiences, and I will do what I can to teach you how to react in those situations. Of course, this is only a beginner's course, so I will only cover stuff to a certain degree. If you wish to learn to a greater level, you can take up my intermediate and advanced courses later as well. Lex had to admit he was fairly impressed by Marlowe. The man was extremely professional and had not let his hysterical tendencies loose during the class so far. It was no wonder he was so reputable. Let me ask you all a question. In any given situation, what do you think self-defense looks like? The three students looked at one another before Larry hesitantly answered, ensuring your own survival. Before Larry could finish his answer, Marlowe let out a deafening roar. Wrong. Self-defense means to kill your opponent as quickly and efficiently as possible. If the source of your danger is dead, then by default you are safe. Marlowe burst into a loud and hysterical laughter after he finished saying. It was extremely brief, almost as if Lex had imagined it completely, but it seemed as if the minions looked at the three students with eyes full of pity. Lex felt like beating himself up for believing Marlowe was professional. The man was a giant child hopped up on a dozen energy drinks. Lex was once again worried for his future. Once the giant man was done laughing, he looked at the somewhat defeated faces of his three new students and grinned. Of course, this definition doesn't yet apply to you, yet. Right now you are weak. The ideal scenario for you right now is to hole up somewhere and steadily increase your cultivation to chi training at the very least. Even if you go ahead and join an organization, they would not put you through any dangerous situation so as to avoid needless casualties, but life is unpredictable. Situations can change quickly. So the question is, if you find yourself in a dangerous situation, what should you do? Marlowe's words were phrased as a question, but he did not wait for an answer. Instead, he signaled his three minions, who quickly picked up an assorted pile of wooden panels and began putting together what seemed like a maze. Your first and most important lesson will begin now. It won't cover something as mundane as combat. The most important aspect of self-defense for you all is to learn to analyze and identify dangerous situations and quickly map out your best course of actions. The madman grinned, as was his norm, like a psychopath. This is always my favorite lesson. The three students trembled, and the look of pity on the minions' faces was blatant now. It was 7 p.m. when Lex got home, and though it was not so late in the day, Lex could not remember when he had been so exhausted last. He didn't have the energy to shower properly, so he just lay in the bath and began filling it with warm water. He closed his eyes and let his thoughts wander, occasionally appreciating how the water seemed to massage his sore muscles. Yes, his sore muscles. Marlowe had noticed how the minions on the same cultivation level as him didn't seem to push him much, so he had undergone his training with minions at the 7th stage of body tempering. Most of his bruises had already healed on the way home, but when he left Marlowe's arena, even his own mother would not have recognized him. Larry wasn't much better than him. Matilda, to Lex's great surprise, performed exceedingly well, and Marlowe had decided to give her lessons separate from the two boys so that she wouldn't be held back by their level. Lex was a little annoyed, not at Marlowe or his training or anything of that sort. His annoyance was focused on the cultivation novel's head read. In just a few lines, the novels declared the MC would train for months or years on end, always pushing himself to the limit beyond any of his peers. Seemed so easy on paper. Yet the novels never missed the gritty details of how difficult training was. It never mentioned the feeling of constantly being out of breath, of feeling extreme heat, of hearing your own heart beat so loud it was hard to focus on anything else. The novels never mentioned how sticky it felt to be in sweaty clothes all day, or how draining it was not just physically but also mentally. Lex kept complaining to himself until he slowly drowsed away in the tub. He was woken up with a start when he heard his phone ring. He hadn't even realized when he'd fallen asleep, and now his bathtub was overflowing, flooding his bathroom. Quickly, he turned off the water and unplugged the bathtub drain to let some of the water flow out. After rubbing his eyes and trying to rouse himself a bit, he reached for his phone. It was a call from his youngest sister. "Hey Moon," he answered in a teasing voice. "Is it snowing in the Sahara? How did you remember to call me?" His youngest sister, who was probably 16 or 15, he wasn't sure, he didn't remember exactly, wasn't actually called Moon, it was just a nickname she had since she was young. "Haha, very funny," Moon answered in an annoyed voice. I wouldn't be calling if you weren't causing trouble everywhere. When are you coming to visit? You know Mom and Dad are very angry at Big Sister Liz, but she won't listen to them about anything, so they just spend all their time complaining to me. You know she only listens to you. When are you coming home? I can't take much more of this. I'm telling you. If you don't come home soon, I'm going to tell Mom. We should all visit you in New York. No, don't. Lex didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had a bit of an unusual family. His parents were archaeologists, but not the kind that worked in one place. They worked with various groups and had to travel all over the world for their projects. As such, his childhood was filled with traveling all over the world, and he was mostly homeschooled. When he was younger, he enjoyed it quite a bit, but eventually he got tired of constantly traveling, so when he left for college, he had become completely independent. His two younger sisters, however, stuck with his parents, even though he had offered to let them live with him and attend school or college here. His older sister Belle also chose to stay with their parents. Anyway, it had been a few years since he stopped traveling with his family, and now, whenever they visited, they would nitpick everything he did or didn't do. It was best to meet them outside of New York. I'm a little busy with work. It's not easy to get a leave. I'll visit you guys as soon as I get the chance. Lex tried to appease his little sister and spent some time catching up with her. Moon was mostly just calling to let him know that the family was missing him, but everyone was a little too proud to admit it. He promised he'd call everyone and take some time to catch up. Eventually, he hung up and looked at the time. It was 10:30 p.m. Head slept for around 3 hours in the tub, but already felt much better. He wasn't at 100%, but he wasn't completely drained like he was when he got home. He ordered himself some pizza and sat on a table and thought about the new world he would be visiting soon. He would be able to use the golden ticket again on Tuesday, and he planned on using it the same day. His preparations were almost complete, but his training today made him realize that he should at least carry some kind of weapon with him in case of an emergency. Buying spirit tech was out of the question, but he should be able to get some kind of weapon from Marlowe during his next class on Monday. Marlowe had mentioned that his students could buy gear from him at a discount if they wished, as he was also a certified trader. A surprising thing Lex learned about Marlowe was that the eager giant was very industrious. He ran multiple businesses and side hustles. Today, his formal attire was not because of class, but because he had arrived directly from some kind of meeting. He could also use that opportunity to accidentally drop a hint that Lex was expecting some kind of fortuitous encounter and use that to build some kind of trust with the giant. He would use that as a foundation to somehow slip the giant a key to enter the inn. He hadn't worked out the details yet, but he had a vague plan. Mary, can you tell me what the process of connecting to another world is like? How will I choose another world, and what will the connecting process be like? Sure, said Mary cheerily as she appeared in the air in front of him. When you tear the golden ticket, you will get a list of a few habitable planets within the inn's current range, with some basic details about the planet, such as the spiritual energy density, what kind of environment to expect, etc. As for the details of what kind of beings inhabit the planet, you will have to find out for yourself when you visit. You can, however, make guesses, such as if the planet has temperatures and spiritual energy similar to Earth, you might find humans. Whereas if the conditions are drastically different, then it's almost impossible to find humans. There are humans on other planets? Lex asked in surprise. Honestly, he was expecting some kind of aliens. Humans were a species that evolved on Earth, as far as he knew. So unless Earth colonized these planets, he was honestly not expecting to see more humans. Batet and Phallic also supported his theory that he would be able to find intelligent aliens on other planets. Checking authority. Surprisingly, you have enough authority to receive this information as it pertains to guests you can receive. In this universe, as long as any species exists for even a moment, the foundations of its existence become a core of the universe. That means, any time an environment that can support the existence of that species occurs, the laws of the universe naturally propagate its natural birth and creation. That means humans, for example, exist on multiple planets across the universe. However, just because the planet can support the life and existence of humans does not mean all humans have the same traits. Humans born on a planet with higher gravity will eventually evolve to adapt to it. Humans born on a planet that has 99% of its surface covered in water will evolve to be able to breathe underwater. There are numerous examples of this, which means there are various subspecies of humans across the universe. In fact, to you it seems like you are the normal version of humans, but that may not be necessary. Of course, this applies to other races as well. So across the universe you will encounter different versions of some intelligent species, and it is difficult to guess which will be the most common species to be your guests. This may also sometimes lead to conflicts between guests of different species. This is something you need to be aware of and prepare for. Got it, said Lex. For now, his options were limited, so there wasn't really anything to prepare. The range of planets available for you depends primarily on your cultivation. The higher the cultivation, the greater the range. Once you select a planet, you will be transported to that planet and will act as an anchor for the inn to develop a connection to that planet. The connection building process may take anywhere from 1 day to 1 month to even a year, depending on how far it is. In the beginning, however, the connection process shouldn't be longer than a week at most, as your range is currently very small. Lex nodded, relieved that the process wouldn't take too long. Just to be safe though, he should also think of an excuse to give to Marlowe in case he missed a class. Monday morning, Lex arrived at Marlowe's apartment bright and early. He lived in a penthouse downtown Manhattan, so it was easy to find. They were all supposed to gather here and then travel together to the location for their next training session. It had to do with surviving in the wild, or something of vaguely that nature, as Marlowe had not been specific with the details. Lex, however, arrived an hour earlier than the designated time, as he wanted to talk with Marlowe alone before the other arrived. Lex was let in by someone he could only assume to be a butler, and escorted to where Marlowe was resting. He found Marlowe sitting comfortably in a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, with his eyes closed, his feet in a bucket of what Lex could only assume was some kind of elixir, and having his temples rubbed by a rather beautiful woman. She was an older lady, clearly, but her flawless skin and indifferent temperament made it difficult for Lex to guess her age. Could this be Marlowe's wife? "You're early. I'm assuming that's on purpose?" Marlowe asked, though he still kept his eyes closed. His tone and voice were rather normal, which was something Lex was completely not used to. But he did not let this fool him into thinking the giant would not switch to his excitable personality at a moment's notice. He still had to be careful in what he said. "Yes, there were a couple of things I needed to talk to you about." He glanced at the lady massaging him, wondering if it was okay to talk in front of a stranger, but she did not seem like she was going anywhere. "Don't be shy," Marlowe said when he noticed Lex pausing. "This is my foster mother. She's treating an old wound of mine. You can say what you want in front of her. Trust me, she doesn't care." The woman continued with her massage, completely indifferent to being talked about, as if to prove Marlowe's point. Lex was shocked. Marlowe was already in his 60s, something Lex knew from when Marlowe introduced himself, yet his mother didn't look old at all. In fact, Marlowe, despite looking very fit and energetic, looked like the older one of the two. Lex suppressed his surprise and focused back on the matter at hand. "I need some kind of a weapon, something I can use in case I encounter some trouble, and I need it today," Marlowe exclaimed in an amused tone. "Expecting some kind of trouble, are we? That was quicker than I expected, if I'm being honest. When I saw how committed you were to taking a beating in our first class, I had a feeling you'd be interesting. It's rare to see someone so committed without adequate motivation spurring them." Marlowe paused for a moment, as if in thought, but then continued, "Getting a weapon shouldn't be a problem. It all depends on your budget. That's the great thing about America. It's as if people will almost be offended if you don't buy a weapon every now and then. What are you thinking? A gun? A dagger? A rocket launcher?" Marlowe's casualness while discussing such matters brought a new kind of pressure on Lex. This guy was way too cool, right? Selling a rocket launcher as soon as someone asked for a weapon? A blade or something quiet and that won't attract too much attention. While you're at it, some discreet kind of body armor would also be nice if it's available. Anything else? Tactical equipment of some kind? Night vision goggles? No, that's enough. Furthermore, I might not be able to make it to the next class. Although it's unlikely, I thought I should give you a heads up anyway in case I'm not able to make it back in time. Marlowe chuckled, as if Lex had told him a great joke. "They'll keep that in mind. They'll be looking forward to your return." It's always disappointing when a student disappears, especially an entertaining one. Lex could almost hear the excitement in Marlowe's voice being suppressed. It was clear the giant wanted to burst into his trademark laughter, but was keeping himself from doing so. It seemed no matter the age, everyone had to behave in front of their mothers. Tuesday Lex found himself resting in a lawn chair at the inn with Velma serving him breakfast early in the morning. The food at the inn really was better than getting home delivery, Lex had discovered, and he enjoyed it every opportunity he got. Occasionally he would still crave the junk food from Earth, and though that could also be made by Velma, there was just something special about home delivery. That was not the focus though for now. Right now Lex was waiting for the system's notification that he could reuse the golden ticket. He was dressed in a tracksuit with a synthetic spirit armor under his shirt, and next to him was his backpack. Strapped to his left leg was a military knife with a spirit formation engraved into it that would allow it to heat up when used, making it easier for it to pierce and slice through things. The knife cost him a heavy $30,000, but that was nothing compared to the $400,000 that the armor cost. The armor could block basic attacks from an early chi training cultivator, and was great at blocking sharp attacks below that level. He also kept enough rations to survive for a week. Just to be safe, he also bought himself 2 bottles of Botlam Dew, in case he got injured. Those he left in the system inventory as they could be stored there. He had already put on the bathroom slippers, the item that would protect him from environmental damage when traveling to a new planet in case he forgot to equip it when he left. His fancy monocle had its database further updated using the Bluebird portal, and he had already equipped that as well. This would be the first time he would be traveling to another world. He would take all the precautions necessary. Finally, after a few hours, he received a system notification. Host can now use the golden ticket. Instantly, a golden ticket appeared in his hand and, after appreciating its beauty for a moment, he tore it. Similar to last time, the pieces started to shine and disappear, but different from last time, a panel appeared in front of him with 2 names on it. Planets available. Planet Vegas Minima. Planet rating 1 star. Planet distance 3 sectors. Planet environment similar to Earth. Planet Helios. Planet rating 3 stars. Planet distance 2 sectors. Planet environment extremely hot. Planets connected. Planet Earth. Planet rating 0.8 stars. Planet distance 0 sectors. Planet environment. Being from Earth, if you still need to read this, then you should give up the system and eat tofu at home. Lex's lips twitched. The system could never let a serious matter stay serious. But he ignored the comment and asked Mary, "What is this star rating?" The star rating is the cultivation environment on the planet. Earth's environment has been greatly damaged for some reason and now can only allow cultivators up to a certain level to grow. A 1-star rating is the average star rating for a planet, while a 3-star rating means that the planet accommodates certain biomes that contain extremely precious materials that can be considered rare treasures. It also has a higher average spirit level and can allow cultivators to grow to a higher level. For reference, the star level of the inn is at 1 star currently. Lex nodded. Currently he could not sense spirit energy, so he could not compare, but he did always feel the environment at the inn was better than on Earth. He returned his attention to the list and looked at his options. The decision seemed pretty easy for now. Choosing Helios seemed dangerous, not only because of the environment but also because he was more likely to encounter higher-leveled cultivators, ergo he would encounter more danger. Without any further hesitation, he put on his backpack and decisively selected Vegas Minima. He was enveloped in a bright, warm light and then disappeared. When he reappeared, he found himself on a small hill with dark clouds covering the sky, so he couldn't really see much. The weather, although a little windy, seemed normal and the air fresh. It seemed he wouldn't need the bathroom slippers. While he was looking at his environment and taking everything, his fancy monocle instantly flashed warning. In big bright letters. Threat identified. Exact species. Unknown. Closest identifiable match. Zombies. What? Blurted Lex. But before he had time to process what the fancy monocle told him, a swarm of zombies appeared before him. They were heading straight for him, and their numbers were not low. Lex panicked and jumped backwards as fast as he could, quickly transitioning into a run. The hill was covered in tall grass and randomly growing bushes, which made it hard for him to run, not to mention the dark making it difficult for him to see. After running for a few moments, when he looked back, he noticed that the zombies were moving pretty slowly, and he had opened up a gap between himself and the swarm. Now, at a distance, he calmed down a little from his initial panic and his brain started working again. Instantly, his thoughts went back to the training he had received from Marlowe during their first official training. He had to assess the situation and quickly determine the best course of action for himself. He was in an unknown environment with hostiles incoming, and he did not know their strength or numbers. The terrain on the hill made it difficult for him to see and move, which admittedly also hindered the zombies, hopefully, but it also prevented him from seeing them coming towards him. He also didn't know if all zombies were all slow as the ones chasing him, or if there were any faster ones. He had to. A hand suddenly gripped his ankle, and Lex let out an involuntary scream in fright. He looked down to see a zombie with only an upper torso lying in the grass. With its arm that had gripped him, it was pulling itself closer to bite onto his leg. Lex let out another scream and kicked the zombie on its head. But the zombie's head was harder than he expected, and he tripped instead. He started panicking again as he fell, and when he turned to look at his leg, he was horrified to find the zombie baring its ugly teeth and chomping down towards his leg. He was frozen in horror. There was too little time. There was nothing he could do. Then nothing. The zombie tried to bite his leg but couldn't break through his skin. In that moment, Lex was flooded with relief, which was instantly followed by wrath. Without any hesitation, he drew the knife strapped to his leg and stabbed the zombie in the skull, instantly killing it. Lex pulled his leg free to observe to see if there was a wound, but all he saw was a hole torn in his tracksuit pants and his leg covered in dirty saliva. That was close. He didn't intend to risk another bite to see if his skin's defense kept up. He had to find his way to a clearing. This tall grass was an excellent place for zombies to hide. The system that had been quiet so far gave out a notification. Sudden quest. Kill 20 zombies before returning to Midnight Inn. Quest status: 0-20 zombies killed. Quest rewards: 1000 MP. Quest failure punishment: none. Lex scoffed and without wasting any time got up and started running again, vigilant this time for any surprise visits from zombies. He liked getting MP, but right now he wasn't willing to take any risks. He kept looking in the distance to see if he could find any signs of habitation. So many zombies definitely meant there was, or at least used to be, a human settlement nearby. And indeed, after he actively started looking for signs, he noticed houses in the distance. Lightning flashed in the sky, followed by a clap of thunder. It seemed like it was going to rain soon, and the sound from the rain should cover the sound of him running, but his visibility would be reduced even further. His foot fell into a pothole he missed in the darkness, and he tripped again. Suddenly Lex felt like forgiving every clumsy character in a horror movie he had ever seen. He was not much better. Focus, he told himself, and picked himself back up, ready to run again, only to freeze. 3 zombies slowly walked out in front of him from some bushes. If he hadn't tripped, he would have run right into them without realizing. He turned to look behind him to see if he could find a way to run around the zombies. But although he could not see any figures, he could hear zombies moving in the dark. He felt conflicted. Should he go try and fight the zombies or look for a different route and risk running into even more of them? When he remembered one of Marlowe's lessons flashed in his mind, hesitation means death. He turned to look at the zombies with a look of determination. He didn't really need to kill them, just bypass them. In a swift motion, he took off his backpack and threw it at the zombie closest to him. The zombie was momentarily blinded by the incoming backpack, and then stumbled backwards into the zombie behind when it was hit. Lex took advantage and bolted, grabbing the backpack with his free hand and swung it hard at the final zombie, knocking it over. He took the opportunity to stab the zombie that had fallen down in its head, and quickly ran past the other 2 that were starting to reorient themselves. The entire interaction from when Lex saw the zombies to when he escaped took maybe 10 seconds, but Lex's heart was beating as if he had just ran a marathon. He was feeling a mix of fear, excitement, and success. But he had only a moment to enjoy the feeling as he noticed more bushes in his path shaking, as if something was trying to go through them. There was no time to waste. He started running towards the buildings at full speed, this time keeping an eye on his footing as well as the obstructions in his path. At this rate, he would be able to reach the buildings in a few minutes. As he got closer, he noticed a large, broken fence behind which seemed to be roads. It appeared he was in a park. He grinned, he was almost out. Then he came to a screeching halt. Of course, his luck couldn't be so perfect. From behind a tree in his path, a zombie stepped out and looked at him, as if observing him. This zombie was larger than the ones he had seen before, and its actions seemed to be deliberate instead of instinctual like the previous ones. It was hiding behind a tree, waiting for him instead of stumbling towards him like the rest, and even now it was holding back its instincts by just standing there and observing him. Lex instantly decided to treat this zombie as if it were stronger than the others, and smarter too. This was definitely an upgrade in danger, but Lex couldn't afford to wait. He had to deal with this zombie in its path right now, lest the ones behind him catch up and surround him. Like last time, Lex took off his backpack in one swift motion and threw it towards the zombie to distract it. But the tactic didn't work. The zombie dodged the backpack and let out a viscous growl as it lurched at Lex. The fight began instantly. Lex did his best to dodge all of the zombie's attacks as he couldn't afford to get scratched, while the zombie blocked all of Lex's attacks with its limbs. With Lex's strength, he should have been able to cut through a normal zombie, but the blade would get stuck every time he hit bone. They had only a few exchanges, but every moment Lex felt the pressure building up. If more zombies caught up, he would be dead. There's no way he could fight an entire swarm, and this particular zombie was fast enough that if Lex tried to run, he would instantly be caught. A dilemma. How should he solve it? What should he do? Lex tried to think of solutions, but all his focus was on dodging the zombie. How was he supposed to do anything else? After a couple more attempts at stabbing the zombie failed, Lex made up his mind. He didn't think about it, he didn't plan it, but instinctively he knew that he couldn't afford to wait any longer and had to take a risk if he wanted to escape. He grabbed the dagger with all his strength as he eyed the zombie, waiting for its next attack. When the attack came, instead of dodging, Lex lunged at the zombie so that its claw would fall on his chest where his synthetic armor could help block the blow, and used all his strength to stab the zombie through the eye. The dagger stabbed the zombie, but at the same time Lex felt its claw smash his chest, blowing the air right out of his lungs and throwing him in the distance. Pain. Sharp pain shot through his chest, and he instantly knew that he had broken at least a few ribs. He summoned a bottle of Botlam Dew and drank it, hoping to quickly heal. Much to his chagrin, he didn't instantly feel a warm feeling in his chest or his ribs healing like he read in the novels, but right now he didn't have the time to think about it. He looked at the zombie to find it lying motionless in the ground, his knife sticking out of his skull. With great difficulty, he picked himself up, pulled out the knife, picked up his bag and limped towards the city. He had to hide as quickly as possible. He was not cut out for this zombie-slaying business. Lex's speed instantly picked up once he exited the park onto the cobblestone road. The style and architecture of the buildings was dramatically different from what Lex was used to on Earth, but he couldn't be bothered with that now. All he cared about was getting to someplace safe. The road, a wide single path cutting through the city, was littered with large rectangular objects Lex could only assume were vehicles, though he saw no tires. There were no windows in the cars either, so he couldn't look through them and didn't know how to open them, so they were automatically disqualified as a hiding place. The buildings, which were only a couple stories high, seemed as if they were cut out of large rocks as they had no joints or seams, and most importantly, no doors or windows. How was he supposed to get in? Lex continued limping in the darkness, further and further away from the park. Fortunately, there didn't seem to be any living zombies roaming the roads. He said living zombies because the roads seemed to be littered with dead, rotten bodies he could only assume were zombies. That made him feel at ease, as that probably meant there were living humans clearing the. A loud crash attracted his attention, which was followed by more banging. It seemed someone was fighting. After thinking for a moment, he slowly started moving towards the sound, doing his best to stay out of sight. If he found a few people, he could possibly consider joining them. In the few minutes that he had been walking, his pain had reduced, however slight. That at least proved Botlam Dew seemed to be effective for now. Leaning against the cars for support and cover, he peeked around a corner to see if he could get a view of the fight. What he saw was not humans fighting zombies. Instead, he saw an 8-foot giant monster that looked like it might have once been a lion viciously devouring a small horde of zombies. The zombies, moving with their usual slow pace, gathered around the lion and tried attacking it. They scraped and bit the lion but seemed to be doing no damage, while the lion casually bit the head of a zombie and seemed to be sucking something out of its body. The already decayed zombie shriveled up before the lion flung it away, crashing it into a nearby car, and bit the next one. Lex was horrified. Then he slowly started moving backwards. Although his steps were already light, he did his best to not make even the slightest bit of noise as he retreated. Every time his backpack would rustle, he would be horrified. This world was too scary. The situation, however, did not seem to be improving. When he turned around, he saw several zombies walking towards the lion from the distance, and he was directly in their path. The loud noise of the fight was too prominent in the silent night. He had to get out of the line of sight immediately. Quickly, he changed his direction and walked down a different street, gripping his knife tightly, as if it was the only thing giving him courage. Lightning flashed through the sky again, and the thunder that followed seemed to signal the start of a devastating storm. The rain started spontaneously and fell with such speed and ferocity that it would put a charging army to shame. It was around this time that he finally saw a building with a small portion of the wall collapsed. Thanking his miserable luck finally turning, he stumbled towards the building and entered it. It was completely dark now, and except for the few flashes of lightning, occasionally Lex had no other source of light. He was a little fearful. He didn't want to enter the building without being able to see. What if he walked right into a zombie? It was then, like a revelation from the heavens, that he remembered that he had packed a flashlight. Stumbling through his backpack, he searched for the light and turned it on. Not wanting to attract too much attention in the darkness, he immediately entered the building into what he assumed was once a living room. Broken furniture and shattered glass covered the floor like rubble, and the room showed clear signs of a fight. A few skeletons lay on the ground, broken and dismembered. The one thing the room did not have, however, was a door that led deeper into the house. The people of this world must have had some other way to enter and exit. Lex would have to figure that out somehow. For now, though, he needed rest. Lex stumbled to a corner in the room and dragged the remains of a couch to cover him as he sat to rest out of sight. He closed the torch so as to not attract attention, but remained vigilant in case he discovered zombies coming towards him. The knife was still gripped tightly in his hand. A woman stood nervously in a large drawing room, dressed in a very formal-looking suit, gripping her son's hand tightly. Her son, a small boy who stood beside her, looked around the large room in wonder and awe. Once the child had been in rooms much more lavish than this, but he was young and memories, even a few months old, were too ancient for him, let alone those from further back. His left hand was a little uncomfortable. His mother was squeezing too tightly, but he did not say anything as he knew his mother would only do that when she was not feeling well. His mother was often not feeling well these days. She thought he didn't know, but he could tell. He didn't know how to make her feel better, though. He was only a child. Sometimes he would share his cereal with her, or save some candy he got from school to give to her. In his right hand, the child was holding a golden key. It was a toy head gotten from somewhere, he couldn't remember where, and he really liked it. Holding the key made him feel stronger, and sometimes when he was cold it would keep him warm. He tried to give his mother the key so she would feel better, but she was usually busy with other things. He kept the key with him always, so that when his mother was less busy he could give it to her. While the child was lost in his own thoughts, an old man entered the room with a male nurse helping him walk and a female nurse pulling a 4-pole with a drip that was attached to the man's hand. The old man looked weak, but his eyes were filled with energy as he looked at the woman before him. "Hera, my child, it's good to see you, it's good to see you. What an age it's been since we last met. Come closer, let me get a better look at you." The man spoke jovially and waved at the woman to come closer. "I remember your wedding. Such a happy day. Much happier times, those," the old man said while reminiscing. "Yes," Hera said softly, trying her best not to let herself think back to then. Her husband had died, along with the rest of her family, and thinking back to happier days brought her more pain than relief. The old man in front of her was not really that old. He was in his late 50s, and at her wedding he had been strong and healthy. A rare disease in recent years had sapped most of his strength, leaving him in his current predicament. He was also an old family friend, the only one so far who had agreed to meet her. It was funny, so many of the people who she used to think were close to her had suddenly become distant after her family died and she was left destitute. Even when this old man, Will, agreed to meet, she was scared he had some ulterior motives. Still, she had no choice but to give it a shot. This must be young Jimmy. Such a handsome young boy, the old man said, looking at the child. But Jimmy suddenly moved behind his mother, as if hiding from him. Hera smiled weakly at the old man, as if to apologize about the child's behavior, but Will didn't seem to mind and only looked at them fondly. I was very surprised to hear from you. I hadn't heard about your family. I'm sorry to hear about them. The man uttered with a forlorn voice. I would have reached out to you myself if I had known. My health keeps me occupied. I barely meet anybody these days. It's all right, Hera said with some difficulty. You have troubles of your own. Just agreeing to meet with me is a great favor. Nonsense, the old man interrupted. You're like family, child, like family. How could I let you stay out there all alone when I heard about what you're going through? You will stay with me, and I will help you get back on your feet. Settled. No, that's not. The woman tried to speak. It was not her intention to accept handouts, but the old man would not have it. None of this. No, that's not business, child. None of it. There's not much that this old man can do anymore. But that doesn't mean I will let family suffer out in the world alone. Your father was like my brother. Your mother was like my elder sister. How would I face them if they were to find out I let you suffer so much? No, child, you mustn't treat me like an outsider. You must stay and keep this old man company. It's been so gloomy in this house these past few years. Your presence will liven the place up. Hera almost teared up, though she controlled herself quickly. The old man was insistent and stubborn, but she felt from him a caring warmth she hadn't in a long time. The child, who had been listening to everything so far, kept looking between the old man and his mother. It seemed like they would be living with him now, and somehow that made his mother happy. The child thought for a bit, then slowly crept out from behind his mother and approached the scary-looking old man. He was skinny and wrinkly and had veins showing all over his body, but he was a good guy if he could make his mother happy. Finally, he held up the golden key to the old man and mumbled, "For you." The old man was taken aback by the shy child's gesture, but smiled and reached out to take the golden key. When he touched the key, though, he was rocked to his very core as he stared at it in horror and excitement. Hera noticed the old man's body tremble. His pale face regain color and his weakness change into strength. Immediately, she knew something had happened. She signaled Jimmy to hand over the key and quickly pulled him back to her side, but the old man didn't seem to notice. All of his attention was focused on the key that was now in his hand, and the subtle warmth it spread into his body. How many years? The man mumbled to himself. How many years has it been? In fact, the man did not need to wonder, as he could probably recall down to the exact minute how long it had been since he last felt the comforting warmth of spiritual energy course through his body. He broke from his reverie and looked at Hera and Jimmy with immeasurable excitement and glee before asking, "Where did you get this? Do you know what it is?" Hera looked at the key and tried to recall. She had no memory of it, except that she had seen her son holding it whilst he slept at the apartment. Where could he have gotten it from except from there? Isn't it just a key? It was in the apartment when I moved in. It probably belonged to my father. He was the only one who ever lived there before. In your apartment? The last bit of your inheritance, I assume? Will asked, his smile growing as though he suddenly understood something. Hera, child, have a seat. We have some business to discuss. The old man sat comfortably, gripping the key tightly in his right hand, while he asked his nurse to make a call to his lawyer. While they waited, the old man's home staff served refreshments and they all made small talk, though no one was too interested at the moment. The old man was clearly distracted by the key, while Hera was very curious as to what Will was thinking. She had no money and resources. If the key was something valuable, the old man could take it, and there was no way for her to fight back. He could even say the key was repayment for him taking care of her, but the old man insisted that business was business and family was family. The two should not mix. 20 minutes later, his lawyer finally came, along with an entire team of important-looking people, all with their laptops in hand, ready to work at a moment's notice. Hera dear, you must be confused, so let me explain the situation first. This key, the old man said, holding up the golden key in his hand, is more than it appears. In the hands of someone who does not understand its value, it is simply a trinket. However, in my hands it instantly becomes something of inestimable value. To be exact, currently even I cannot accurately determine what its value should be. Determining that will take time and research. Despite that, I want to purchase it from you. I have two propositions for you. You can pick the one you think is more suitable for you. First, I can pay you a total sum of $100 million to purchase it from you. After that, I will become the owner, and whether the key ends up being more or less valuable has nothing to do with you. Second, I can pay you an initial sum of $1 million and then take my time to determine its exact value before paying you that amount. This way, it could end up being more than $100 million, or it could be less. The risk is yours to take. The lawyer and his team had immediately opened their laptops and started working whilst the old man talked, and even now, the environment was suddenly so drastically different Hera was not able to acclimate. She shook her head and looked at the old man in slight confusion. Uncle Will, if you didn't tell me about it, I would never even know there's anything special about the key. You could have just taken it and I would not have said anything. Why did you tell me? The old man chuckled when he heard Eros' question and looked at the girl with a look of endearment. I'm an old man on the verge of death. What value does money have for me? 1 million or 100 million? Neither will keep me from dying, nor will they affect how I live my life. You, on the other hand, still have a long life ahead of you and a son to take care of. This money will seriously affect you every day for the rest of your life. This decision will follow every other decision you will make for the rest of your life. How can I lack this little bit of virtue and steal from you, who is like my own daughter? You should make the decision you think is best for you and your child. Hera heard the old man's words and felt moved. Her life had been so miserable recently, and she did not see any brightness in her future coming soon. But now, everything felt so different. She looked at her son, tears forming in her eyes again, and the child looked back at her. "It's very nice," the child mumbled, telling his mother about the key. "Keeps me warm." Hera nodded, as if understanding what the child was trying to tell her. She hugged the child as she was filled with determination. Since this opportunity was brought to her by her son, she would listen to him and take a risk with $1 million. The sound of thunder woke Lex up, who had not realized at all he had fallen asleep. Fortunately, nothing bad happened while he was dozing off. Instead, his chest felt much better and all his pain was gone. He also felt more clear-headed now that he had time to gather his wits and wasn't constantly trying to survive. He was most surprised to discover that instead of feeling fear or panic, he was feeling excitement. The heart-pumping, adrenaline-filled adventure that he had felt more enjoyable than anything he had ever done. Obviously, at the time he was taken by surprise and didn't have the time to think of anything else, but now it was different. It was only now that he felt like he was in the cultivation world, and that he felt most alive when he was fighting for his life. He had to survive long enough to connect this world to the inn, and he could do so by hiding and surviving off of the stuff he had in his backpack, but he no longer felt like hiding in the dark till he could escape. He pulled up his quest menu and took a look. Quests. New quest. As the most renowned inn in the universe, the Midnight Inn does not only host the rich and the powerful. Set up and develop the pro bono wing of the inn and accept your first pro bono guest. Remark: keep working hard. If you raise your cultivation high enough, one day you'll be able to cast illusions to make yourself look better. Quest. With a great personality and abundant energy, Marlowe is a great candidate to serve as a valet for the inn. Hire Marlowe as your first valet. Quest time limit: 1 month, 6/30 days. Quest reward: 1 small staff dormitory, 1000 MP, plus 1 midnight in level. Quest failure punishment: -1000 MP. If host is unable to pay, it will result in immediate death. Sudden quest: kill 20 zombies before returning to Midnight Inn. Quest status: 220 zombies killed. Quest rewards: 1000 MP. Quest failure punishment: none. He had killed 2 zombies while escaping the park since he had received the quest. and had 18 more to go. Lex grinned with excitement. He could envision himself sneaking in the dark like a ninja, stealthily killing zombies. But he was not a man who did things in a rush. He had to be prepared first. He opened his backpack and took out a few granola bars to fill himself up. Fighting, running, and then healing must have exhausted his body, even if he could not feel it yet. He collected rainwater in an empty water bottle he had and drank some to rehydrate himself. Finally, he took off his shirt and armor to get a better look at his chest and assess his condition. He had no bites or scratches anywhere, so there was no chance of infection, but his chest was mostly pink and purple even after all that healing. The bruises ached, but he could tell that his bones at least weren't hurt anymore. He assessed his equipment, and other than his knife, he only had a Swiss Army knife which barely gave him an advantage in combat. The fire starter would be useless in the rain, so the only thing he could use to help him was his fancy monocle and flashlight. That suddenly reminded him of his fancy monocle, and how he had manually set it to only show him data he thought was relevant, because otherwise it showed too much data, but the monocle could not always determine what was relevant. He had the monocle analyze the entire building and give him all the details. The building was made of igneous rock, the furniture of some kind of wood, and there were pieces of identifiable metals all around. The rainwater was normal and everything seemed to be ordinary. The monocle discovered no secret entrance hidden in the walls or some mechanism to make a door appear. Lex felt it was a pity, but it was probably because it had not yet had access to any kind of database from this world yet. Regardless, there was nothing more he could do at the moment to prepare. Now was the time to actually go out and take some risks. Lex grinned. It was time to kill some zombies. To a degree, Lex had become used to the darkness and could make out vague shapes in the distance. The constant rain made it difficult for him to hear any walking zombies, but similarly it stopped them from hearing him as well. Lex's eyes gleamed with excitement as he confirmed everything was set and stepped out of the building to begin his hunt. First and foremost, he would not hunt anywhere near the building he was in. He was treating that as his home base and didn't want to risk attracting a horde near it. Secondly, he moved in the opposite direction from where he saw the giant lion that was an enemy he wasn't yet ready to face. He carefully memorized his path as he moved further and further away, crouching behind the cars as he surveyed the city. Similar to what he encountered previously, all the zombies along his way were dead bodies on the ground. It took him a decent amount of time before he finally encountered a few. 3 of them were standing in a daze staring towards a certain building. They were dripping wet from the rain, though that did not seem to bother them. Lex watched them for a while, but they didn't move. Either they knew there was prey in that building or they were just standing there, waiting till they heard an indication of life from anywhere. When he was certain they wouldn't move, he thought about how he should attack them, and repeated the movements in his head a few times. When he was certain, he moved towards the zombie closest to him without hesitation. In one swift movement, he grabbed it by the neck and stabbed it through the base of the skull. The zombie died just like that, without any struggle or noise. Carefully, Lex laid the body down on the ground and moved swiftly towards the other 2 zombies. They were standing side by side, so it would be difficult to kill one without alerting the other, so this time Lex didn't bother trying. He repeated the maneuver from last time, grabbing the zombie's neck and stabbing it in the skull, but instead of laying the body on the ground, Lex threw the body at the other zombie. The last zombie was knocked over, and before it could do anything, Lex stomped hard on its head, killing it instantly. The whole affair was complete in less than 10 seconds, but Lex's heart was beating like a drum, adrenaline coursing through his veins. The entire process was flawless. He couldn't think of a way he could have performed better. These zombies were normal slow ones, and Lex called them regulars. Regulars seemed easy to kill so long as they weren't in a large group. It was the one he faced in the park at the end, mini-boss as Lex had temporarily named it, that was tough. Appearance-wise, the mini-boss didn't look too different from regulars, but its actions were distinct and driven with purpose. Lex wanted to avoid those if possible. He was not yet good enough at combat to be confident enough to defeat it every time they fought. As for the lion beast, the big boss that Lex wanted to avoid at all costs. He had no idea how strong it was, but Lex didn't doubt that he would certainly die if he fought it. He inspected the 3 zombies to see if he could find anything on their bodies that could tell him more about this world. But alas, there was nothing. There were barely any clothes, so how could he expect to find anything else? Ignoring his disappointment, he continued on his journey to hunt. After searching for a short while, he found another group. This time, however, there were many of them bunched together, moving randomly through the street. There were too many of them, and he thought he should avoid them, yet fate had other plans. He heard barking, and suddenly from the horde 2 zombified dogs came bolting towards him. For a moment Lex was filled with panic, an instinctual reaction, but he quickly overcame it and stared at the 2 dogs. He absolutely had to kill them. He couldn't risk letting them bite at him at all. His heartbeat accelerated as he watched the 2 dogs run towards him, and his body trembled with nervous energy. The dogs lurched at him, and in a split second he knew they were too close to one another. If he tried attacking one, he would in turn be attacked by the other. He jumped and rolled to his side, dodging them, but reached a building with no more room to go that way. Before the dogs could turn and attack him again, he launched himself at them, not wasting any time. Attacking their skull with the knife put him too close to their mouth. He didn't want to risk it, so he kicked the first dog as hard as he could on its body, trying to disable it. The first dog was thrown away, but the second one used this time to turn and attack Lex. Once again he jumped and rolled away, feeling slightly like a character from a certain, extremely difficult video game had played. Any guesses? To dodge the dog's attack. From the corner of his eye, he noticed that the horde of zombies had started moving towards him. He didn't have time to waste. He kicked the second dog and turned to look at the first one. It was still coming at him, but was limping now, so it had slowed down considerably. Lex grinned. It seemed he wasn't so bad at this. He attacked the first dog again, and this time he kicked it on its head. The dog tried to bite at his leg, but Lex was too fast. With that last attack, the dog's neck cracked and it became completely disabled, though it was still alive and staring viciously at Lex. With decent practice, he did the same to the second dog, which died instantly when he kicked its head. There was no time to celebrate, though. The horde was almost upon him. This time, Lex decided to retreat. Though the regulars were very weak, they had a great advantage in numbers which Lex could not overcome. Not to mention, if a mini-boss was hiding in the horde, Lex would be a goner. Better to run and fight another day. In the dark, with Lex's great running speed, and the roaring of the rain covering the sound of his footsteps, he quickly lost the horde. He took some time to rest this time, not wanting to jump straight into another fight. He wasn't tired, but he didn't have a complete grasp of his bonus new stamina and didn't want to risk fatigue in his next fight. After 15 minutes of sitting in the shade, away from the rain, he continued his search. Fortunately, his body had become very resistant to the cold. Otherwise, he would have gotten sick from being in the rain so long. This time, he found zombies fairly quickly. They were in a large horde, much larger than he had ever seen, and they were moving together all in the same direction at their usual pace. He didn't even need a moment to deliberate. Lex retreated and went in the opposite direction. But it was only a few minutes later he found another group of zombies, this time only 4, but they seemed to be heading in the same direction as the larger group. Something was clearly happening, and Lex didn't want to risk his life to find out. Immediately, he decided to give up going back to his home base and started moving in the opposite direction to where all the zombies were going. A couple of times he saw some lone zombies limping down a street and used the opportunity to kill them, bringing his quest total to August 20th. Everything was going smoothly until it wasn't. He heard a loud roar from the direction the zombies were going towards, shaking the city itself with its might, which was followed by a series of loud crashing noises. Someone or something was fighting a tough fight and it was making a lot of noise. For a moment Lex was grateful he decided to move away, but then the buildings around him started emitting a soft blue light in the shape of an archway. From within the buildings came out zombies who initially seemed to be attracted to the noise, but quickly caught sight of Lex. Bloody hell! Lex cursed as he started sprinting as fast as he could. Mary, how much longer till I can leave this world? Lex roared in his mind as he kept running. The zombies behind him were already a safe distance away, but new zombies kept exiting buildings around him. He needed to get to a clearing as fast as possible. You've only been in this world for 6 hours, Mary said sympathetically. You have at least 18 more hours to go, with the possibility of more. Bloody hell! Lex swore once again, and promised himself he would never again wish for more excitement in his life. This was too much excitement. This chapter is a preview. If you want to see a faster and more up-to-date chapter, please visit. For more content, Lex picked up his speed and tried to run past the zombies before they noticed him. For the ones who came out as he was running past, he was successful, but there were many times where zombies had already exited buildings as he ran past. They would always be attracted to him and start moving in his direction. Initially, he was still able to dodge them, but as time went by, he had to preemptively start attacking them. Killing zombies wasn't his goal with these attacks. With one look, he determined his optimal escape path, then stabbed or tripped any zombies in or near his path, turning them into a hindrance to the zombies behind them. Quick and efficient. Those two words could describe his actions at that moment. At first, it was just a couple that would come his way, but the horde slowly grew. The once empty streets were filling up with the walking dead. Under normal circumstances, Lex would be panicking once again, but unbeknownst to him, he had entered an extremely focused state. When two zombies would approach him from the front, he would slash the first one's neck and push it towards the other with his body, acting too fast for the zombie to scratch or bite him. When more zombies came his way, he would quickly duck and slash the zombie's thighs, making it trip, creating an obstacle for the zombies behind to slow them down. Lex didn't know, but slowly and steadily, even though he didn't mean to, his zombie kill counter was increasing. This was because often when slashed the neck, he started cutting the head clean off, and other zombies would then stampede over the head, killing it. In barely a few minutes, he completed the 20 kills, and the quest was updated, but Lex remained completely unaware. This was because by now he was almost completely surrounded. Giving up trying to run, he climbed up onto one of the cars. On an instinct, he instructed the fancy monocle to collect data on how the blue light doors that the zombies were coming from worked, and updated him when it discovered something. The car was rectangular and around 8 feet high and almost 15 feet long, which gave Lex a decent amount of space to maneuver. But he didn't have time to think. Further zombies were climbing up behind him. He kicked a zombie hard on its chest, flinging it away into the zombie behind it, knocking them all down, but there was no respite. Behind him, he felt a zombie cling onto his shoulders and attempt to bite him, but before it could, he elbowed it to push it away. He turned, stabbed it through the eye, and moved onto the next zombie as if it were nothing. By this point, he could no longer continue to dodge scratches. On his chest, his arms, his legs, everywhere zombies had tried to scratch him, but fortunately so far it seemed they were unable to break through his skin, but repeated attempts might still be able to pierce through. That's not to say he was unhurt. His body was covered in bruises, both old and new, but he felt neither. Even his synthetic armor started to show signs of wear, but in the dark, rainy night, who was paying attention to that? Slowly, his efficiency improved even further. He used the momentum from one attack to flow into another, turning from his rigid, repetitive motions to smooth, flowing ones. When he saw an attack coming he could not avoid, he would try to catch it on his chest so his under armor could protect him. He got another notification from the system, but it was ignored just the same. The monocle gave him a notification, but as if it were an unnecessary distraction, Lex ignored it. Lex was now a killing machine. With his right hand he would stab, and with his left hand he would use his index and middle finger to stab zombies through the eyes. It was not something he consciously thought of, it was something that he naturally started doing. A pile of bodies had fallen on the ground around the car, which had built a path for zombies to climb up, which only increased the pressure on him. While this was happening, Lex was mowing through anything that approached him, his clothes ripped to shreds and his backpack lost somewhere along the way. He was covered in sweat and the spilled blood of his enemies. A zombie approached him slowly from the back, waiting to catch him off guard. It studied him, studied his attack patterns, and slowly crawled towards him. It was mixed in with the dead, undead bodies on the floor so as to not attract attention to itself. Lex turned his back towards the zombie to attack in the other direction, and the zombie immediately launched itself at him. In one quick jolt, it had gone from the ground to almost on top of Lex, and just when it thought it was about to reach him, Lex moved. Spinning on his heel, Lex avoided the zombie's lurch and swiped at its neck with his knife, using its own momentum to cut its neck. From start to finish, Lex had not even seen the zombie. To him, it was just a single moment between so many other intense moments, but he would be surprised to know that this was the third mini-boss zombie he had dispatched so effortlessly, whereas he had struggled so much with it before. Somewhere along the way, Lex lost his knife too. It broke or got stuck or was pulled from his hand, he could not remember, but he had lost it. That had not slowed him down though. His punches delivered a devastating blow to the zombies' skulls. His fingers piercing though as if daggers, and his kicks launched zombies far away as if they were shot through a cannon. He had awakened a primal side of him he had never known. His brain was working faster than he had ever thought possible, and his actions followed almost as quickly as he thought of something. In this life or death moment, Lex had completely let his instincts take over, and if the Mad Marlowe were to look at him now, it would be up for debate which one of them was the mad one. The downside of such feral fighting was that he had become completely numb and so did not notice that along with battered bruises, his body was slowly starting to be covered in cuts and scratches. Lex quickly hid. He suddenly heard a roaring sound in his head, and he recognized it as Mary. Before he could ask her what happened, he noticed a red warning flashing on his monocle, pointing towards his left. When he turned to look, his pupils shrunk and he was filled with horror. The giant mutated lion was rushing in his direction, being chased by what looked like a giant 10 feet tall zombie. Lex didn't need any more motivation. He jumped as far off from the car as he could and launched into a sprint. Approach the center of a building and put your hand flat against the wall, Mary instructed urgently, and Lex obeyed, not wasting time on questions. To his great delight, as soon as he did so, a blue light formed on the wall and he ran through. As soon as he crossed, he turned his attention to listen to the sounds outside. The lion and giant zombie seemed to pass right beside the building and crossed it. Lex waited a few more moments to ensure they had passed. When he was assured, he asked the monocle how to lock the door and followed the instructions, after which he took a look around the room to see if there were any zombies. The room appeared to have been a lounge once. Sofas were arranged neatly around a table and various decorations filled the room. A few plants that had seemed to have overgrown let out a soft, green light, illuminating the room, creating a pleasant environment. Lex, however, had no time to appreciate any of that. When he finally found there were no zombies, he collapsed onto the nearest couch. He was thoroughly exhausted. He had lost all his supplies and his clothes had been ripped to the point that he was practically nude. Without thinking too much, he pulled out the second bottle of Botlam due from the system and moved his aching hand to deliver it to his mouth. A simple action that had suddenly become immensely painful as soon as he let himself relax. Once he drank the bottle, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. He was completely mentally and physically exhausted. He did not know it, but he had spent nearly 3 hours continuously fighting zombies. His body was completely black and blue, and his originally pristine and flawless skin could not be differentiated from an old piece of beaten leather. If he had known how bad his condition really was, he would have panicked. But the last time he had checked his body, the zombies had been unable to pierce his skin, so he thought he was still safe. If he had known how many scratches his body had sustained, he would have assumed that he was infected, which he was, for a short time, but a closer examination of his wounds would show tiny droplets of Botlam dew killing off even tinier black, wriggling spores. Unwittingly, he had saved himself. Even Mary did not notice, as she was not able to view the status of his body. She just appeared in the air and watched him sleep, worry painted across her tiny face. "You can't die. Not yet," she whispered, her thoughts completely unknown. This chapter is a preview. If you want to see a faster and more up-to-date chapter, please visit. For more content, when Lex finally woke, the first thing he became aware of was pain. His entire body, from his toes to his head, was filled with pain. He was also incredibly sore, and that was a feeling he had barely felt since he started cultivating Regal Embrace. With difficulty he got up, and all his bones cracked as he did. When he got up, he was hit with a sudden bout of nausea and leaned to the side of the sofa to let out pitch-black vomit. Lex was horrified looking at it, but he suddenly felt much better once he was done. Other than the constant pain, the soreness, and the weakness that filled his entire being, Lex felt pretty great. Shaking his head, he got up and moved to a different corner of the room to get away from the smell. He looked at his completely bruised, almost bare body and was honestly impressed. Not a single cut was visible. Regal Embrace really lived up to its claim of having the best defense in the universe, even at this level. Previously, when he had Botlam do it, had almost completely healed and reinvigorated him, compared to this time when he was clearly still pretty badly hurt. It was a testament to how miserable his condition must have been. He opened up the system to buy another bottle of Botlam Dew, but froze when he saw the list of notifications. Quest completed. 2020 zombies killed. Quest reward. 1000 MP delivered. Quest updated. Kill 50 zombies before returning to Inn. Quest reward. 1500 MP. Quest completed. 50 zombies killed. Quest reward. 1500 MP delivered. Quest updated. Kill 100 zombies before returning to Inn. Quest reward. 2000 MP. Quest completed. 100 out of 100 zombies killed. Quest reward. 2000 MP delivered. Quest updated. Kill 5 rank 2 zombies before returning to Inn. Quest reward. 5000 MP. Quest status. Rank 2 zombies killed. He read the notifications multiple times before he could accept what was written. He had unwittingly earned 4500 MP, and that was amazing. But he had killed over 100 zombies? Honestly, he didn't even recall what happened. When he thought back, he could only remember flashes. He remembered feeling sweaty. He remembered feeling pain from being hit. He remembered feeling that his body was extremely hot. At some point, he was on top of a car. He had lost track of his backpack, his knife, and most of his clothes. He vaguely remembered telling the monocle if it could figure out how the blue light doors worked when it saw zombies coming out of buildings, and at some point it must have done that. He remembered the giant lion running. He remembered Mary's warning. "Mary, are you there?" He croaked. His throat was very dry and his voice was barely audible. "I'm here," she said, appearing in front of him. She was floating in the air before him, looking down at his beaten body with sympathy. "You did really well. Who could have guessed your first trip to another world would be so dangerous?" Lex chuckled. He had anticipated many things when he thought of what he could encounter on another planet. Hostile civilizations, primitive life forms, aliens, but he never considered zombies. "How much time is left before I can leave?" He asked her, this time using his thoughts. "It's been 21 hours since you've been on his planet. 3 more hours before the minimum time required, and it could be any amount of time after that. I suggest you get as much rest as you can, in case it takes much longer. You've lost your food, so if it takes much longer than 24 hours for you to be able to go back, you might have to think of something. If I can continue hiding, they'll just buy Saturn cake from the midnight store. It's expensive, but I'm in no condition to continue fighting. Anyway, I've earned quite a few MP. Did I really kill that many zombies?" For a moment, Mary just looked at Lex with a complicated expression on her face. "You killed quite a few zombies, but you've overexerted yourself. You lost yourself in combat, which was very dangerous. You could have easily escaped much earlier, but you were so focused on fighting that you completely forgot about everything else. In the future, try to maintain your self-awareness at all times." Lex was startled. He was under the impression that he had done really well, but Mary's lecture reminded him that his primary purpose wasn't to kill zombies. He should have only fought as long as needed. Instead, he got caught up in a cycle of acting without thinking because the situation was too intense. As a result, he was not thoroughly exhausted. "They'll keep that in mind," he said as he moved to buy another Botlam Dew finally. But right before he made the purchase, he had an idea. He had an idea for how to solve another problem he had been having. "Mary, how do I recruit Marlowe as a valet?" he asked. "You can purchase an employment key from the Midnight Store. It's a platinum key you can give to someone who can then use it to enter Midnight Inn. There they can view an employee contract that details their responsibilities based on their job, and if they accept, they will become your employee. You must also give them a test to complete before they can officially join, as becoming an employee of the Midnight Inn should not be a leisurely task. Once you have an employee, you will also have to provide them with an employee residence. The employee can choose to live in the residence permanently or travel back and forth between their world and the inn, but either way they must have one. The employee can also never harm you in any world, but you can also not harm an employee or ask them to perform a task that will kill them. You can only give them orders related to the position they are filling, and anything else you tell them to do will be a request that they can turn down if they so wish. You also have to pay the employee an MP, and their salary will be based on their cultivation level as well as position and result during the test. If you are unable to pay your employee at the end of every month, the system will instantly kill you. There is no such thing as credit when it comes to the system. Right now you only have basic positions open to fill, such as valet, but later on you can recruit better and more skilled employees such as pill refiners, blacksmiths, spirit array refiners, and more to provide the best services to your guests. Lex understood the basics, and it was more or less as he expected it to be. Slowly a plan formed in his mind, but enacting the plan would depend on when he would be able to return to the inn. He closed his eyes and rested while he waited for the last 3 hours to pass. Normally his body was very quick to recover since he cultivated Regal Embrace. This was the first time his feeling of weakness persisted. Set up and develop the pro bono wing of the inn and accept your first pro bono guest. Remark: keep working hard. If you raise your cultivation high enough, one day you'll be able to cast illusions to make yourself look better. Sudden quest. With a great personality and abundant energy, Marlowe is a great candidate to serve as a valet for the inn. Hire Marlowe as your first valet. Quest time limit, 1 month. Quest reward, 1 small staff dormitory, 1000 MP, plus 1 midnight in level. Quest failure punishment, dash 1000 MP. If host is unable to pay, it will result in immediate death. Lex rested with his eyes closed, though he was not able to fall asleep due to the pain. He waited patiently for his 24 hours to be complete and prayed for the inn to connect the worlds as soon as possible. Fortunately, his luck was good and he got the notification. Midnight in update. World Vegas Minima connected. Access available. Quests completed before connection. 3. Rating C. Host reward Serene Whistle Trials. Lex didn't have the patience to go through his reward right now. He was in too much pain for goodness sakes. He could tolerate it if he had to, but he had no intentions of prolonging it. He quickly left Vegas Minima and returned to Earth. He threw on some random clothes and hailed a cab to Marlowe's apartment. He did his best to make himself look as miserable as possible, which wasn't very hard to be honest, as he was still covered in dried black blood from the zombies and smelled like death. He rang the bell for Marlowe's apartment, and when the butler answered the door, he gave one look at Lex and delivered an annoyed look rather than a surprised one. "I will summon the master," the butler said, escorting Lex to the least luxurious part of the apartment. A bathroom. Marlowe appeared quick enough, and his face was plastered with the largest grin Lex had ever seen, and his eyes were practically screaming with excitement. "I had an epiphany about self-defense," Lex said weakly as he chuckled. "Giving up an opportunity that's too dangerous for you is also a form of self-defense." Before he could explain further, the behemoth of a man before him burst into a roaring laughter. Lex found himself lying on his back on an observation table in nothing but his undergarments. Marlowe, after his usual outburst, had Lex brought to a first aid room that he had in his apartment. As if everything was very routine, 2 female nurses entered the room and began Lex's examination using various spirit tech. In a few minutes, Marlowe had a full report and was reading through it very seriously, though every time he saw something interesting he gave Lex a wide grin. "Took quite the beating, didn't you?" Marlowe asked, his voice normal level for once. "According to your cell activity, your body has already been healing for quite a while, and at an accelerated pace." "Yeah, I took something quite expensive for that," Lex said, his voice still hoarse. "Which basically means you were beaten up in even worse shape than you're in right now. And yet you made it back alive." Marlowe gave Lex a wide grin and looked at him as if he were a parent looking down with pride at his child. "What about the other guy? Did he make it? I must warn you, if your enemy is alive you should prepare for retaliation. The other guys are all dead. No one will be coming after me." Lex closed his eyes as he felt relief. There was no chance he would be going back to Vegas Minima anytime soon. Not until he was much, much more powerful. Not bad, Marlowe commented, as if it were the most natural thing to kill off one's enemies. "So if you don't need my help hiding from your enemies, what brought you to my doorstep, I wonder?" Marlo's voice was unusually stable throughout all of this, which told Lex how seriously he was taking this. Now was the moment of truth. Lex had to be convincing, and for the most part he didn't have to lie. However, whether he could complete his quest to recruit Marlo would depend a lot on how the next few minutes went. He stayed quiet, lying there for a while. His expression changed quite a few times, from anxiety to anger to relief to reluctance. It appeared as though he was struggling quite a bit with what he was thinking. Ultimately, his expression calmed down and he let out a sigh. "I did some research on you. You have a pretty good reputation, and all your students praise you quite a bit. Everyone who has worked with you has said positive things. If it weren't so, I wouldn't have had the guts to come to you with this. Otherwise, who knows? I might have come to you for your help, but ended up losing my life instead." Marlo looked at the young man with an amused smile, but said nothing. There was another short silence before Lex continued. "I had no background for cultivation, and no knowledge of it either. That is, until I encountered something quite magical." He raised his empty hand and showed Marlo. Yet when he spun it once, a beautiful, platinum key appeared in his hand. The key was not shining or glowing or anything of the sort to show it was special. Yet just lying there in Lex's hand, it had gripped all of Marlo's attention. He could instinctively feel that the key was not at all normal, and his instincts were telling him that he must have it. An old wound in his body, a testament to a time long past, started aching again, as if hinting that the key was important to it. Marlo's smile completely disappeared, and he looked at the key with extreme seriousness. Yet he made no move. He was waiting for Lex to continue speaking. "The key can take you someplace magical. Over there, I encountered someone who gave me tests. If I passed the tests, I could be rewarded, but if I failed, chances were high that I would straight up die. At first, I thought I could still complete them." Lex looked at the key with reluctance and longing. "But I know now that I can't. So long as I have the key, I'll be tempted, and next time I might not be lucky enough to survive." He held the key out to Marlo, as if indicating him to take it. "I can sell it to you if you're interested." Marlo did not reply immediately, but instead kept staring at the key. Now it was his turn to have various expressions show on his face, though in his case it was only a change from serious to mad grin and back. "How do you know you can trust me? What if I kill you and take the key directly? Did you ever think about that? No one can give me a bad review if everyone who thinks negatively is dead." Lex chuckled, as if he had predicted the question. "Of course I have, and I have already taken precautions. If I wasn't sure about getting out alive, would I come here, especially in such a beaten state?" In fact, Lex had made no preparations. From the moment the inn had judged Marlo to be a good fit as a valet, Lex had dropped his guard against the man. Not to mention, Lex had looked him up on the Bluebird portal, and he did in fact have a stellar reputation. Marlo nodded his head, and his grin grew wider as if he was proud to hear that answer. "What do you want for it, and what does it do exactly?" "When you crush the key, you will be taken to a different place where someone will give you a test. If you pass the test, you get a reward. If you fail but survive, you get sent back. I've already been there twice. The first time I got my cultivation technique, and this time, well, let's say it will soon be worth the trip. But this is my limit, I know it. The only reason I survived this time was because of luck, nothing else. It's very hard for me to admit it, but I know I can't pass the next test. And it won't matter if I wait and raise my cultivation to go back. The test changes according to your cultivation. Having a higher or lower level makes no difference. So long as I keep the key, I know I won't be able to resist using it and will most likely die. Better to realize the truth right now and take whatever benefit I can, rather than blindly chasing an unreachable dream." Marlo nodded, as if appreciating Lex's thoughts. "Knowing your limits was important. You can have the key for $50 million, as well as a weapon suitable for me. I know the price sounds high, but it's worth it." Lex had purposefully asked for a steep price. He had to give the impression that he really valued the key, and that he was very reluctant to give it up. Little did he know that his price seemed paltry to Marlo. Who could blame him? Lex had very little experience in the cultivation world and did not fully understand what little value money had. Furthermore, he could not feel the attraction the key had towards other cultivators. To him, it was just a key, To others, it was an unbearable enticement. Still, Marlowe did not respond immediately. He sat beside Lex and alternated between staring at the key and Lex. Though he wore the most remarkable poker face Lex had ever seen, Lex could not tell what he was thinking at all. Finally, after about 15 minutes of deliberation, Marlowe spoke. "You are both very wise and very naive." This remark caught Lex by surprise. "Your wisdom is in recognizing your strengths and weaknesses. Your naivety is in assuming you understand the world and its complexities. You will of course only find positive reviews of me online, because most people who thought differently are already dead." Marlowe chuckled and patted Lex on the back, the strength of it shaking him to the core. Like how the cultivation world was hidden from the mortal world, the real face of the cultivation world is hidden from most cultivators as well. Unless your strength rises to a certain level, or you have a very powerful background, it's impossible for you to see the truth. Without seeing and knowing the truth, it's impossible for you to judge the real danger in a situation. You think you can trust me and trade with me, and have backups prepared in case things go wrong. You think you are in control of the situation, but the truth is your entire existence is dependent on a whim of mine. Even if I try to attack you and you escape, a simple bounty from me and I can have your entire family in my hands. It wouldn't even take more than a few hours. Lex's expression changed, and he stared at the giant warily. It was true, he made a very simple yet obvious mistake. He did not take into account that his family could be threatened. He still didn't doubt Marlowe, since the system thought he would be a good valet. Then Lex didn't doubt Marlowe's character. Yet this was a good reminder that in the future anything he does, he would need to take his family's safety into account as well. "Take this as another lesson in self-defense," the giant said, getting back up and then staring down at Lex. "I will give you an option. I can accept your offer and pay you the money as well as the weapon, or I can forego both of those but bring you into contact with the true face of the cultivation world. I cannot say if knowing this will necessarily bring you any benefits. That depends on many things, but at least you won't be caught unaware." Lex thought for a second, but he already knew what he was going to answer. Lex groaned as the taxi hit a bump on the road. Marlowe had given some painkillers which made him mostly numb, but any sudden movement would bring back his pain. He was already on his way back home now, having given the giant hulking man his answer. What could he have chosen? The $50 million, of course. Lex grinned to himself despite the pain. What truth of the cultivation world? What hidden secrets? He had Earth's most powerful beings as guests at his inn, a much better source of information than Marlowe. Furthermore, since Earth was his home, he had decided that he was going to stay as low-key as possible. He didn't want to attract any kind of attention at all, and having Marlowe introduce him to the greater secrets of the cultivation world would probably attract some kind of attention down the road. Lex suddenly frowned. A thought occurred to him. Marlowe giving him this option might have actually been a trap to test him. On the one hand, he was saying that he was giving up a great opportunity so that he could ensure his security, but if he jumped at the chance to learn more secrets, then that might not be in line with the mentality of someone trying to stay safe. It would only tempt someone who had hidden motives and was looking for benefits. Luckily, he hadn't hesitated much and chosen to take the money and weapon. Marlowe would wire him the money in a few days. Even if it was a small amount. For cultivators, they had to be smart about their money and expenses to avoid paying endless taxes and fees, and as for the weapon, Lex told him to wait for a bit. Lex needed to decide what kind of weapon suited him. This was no cultivation novel, this was real life. The romance between a man and his sword might sound appealing on paper, but it might not be the best at serving his needs. He had to be smart about it. Either way, all of that was for later. For now, he just wanted to get home and sleep. After seeing Lex off, Marlowe returned to his apartment and sat in his lounge in a somber mood. He stared at the key in his hand gravely and felt the warmth it gave off. In the short time he had the key in his possession, he could feel it somehow heal him. Marlowe wasn't a simple man, and he had faced far more dangers than the few stories he had told his students. His body carried numerous injuries, many of which would take years to heal, and one specific one that was impossible to heal. Yet now, with the platinum key in hand, he could feel that recovery wasn't actually impossible. The amount that the key healed him, however, was minuscule. As a smart man, he deduced instantly that the purpose wasn't to actually heal him, but to let him know that the key presented him with the opportunity to heal. Taking that opportunity was up to him. Marlowe let out a low, withdrawn sigh. Initially, this was just an assignment for him, and he didn't carry any more interest in it than any other assignment he had. Now, however, he was completely invested. Making up his mind, he dialed a number on his phone. And when the call was answered, a projector in his room turned on, and a realistic hologram of his foster mother appeared before him. There's been progress on the assignment. The subject has delivered the source of his fortuitous encounter to me, and given me a brief description of what it entails. The woman raised an eyebrow, and for a moment a surprised expression appeared on her face, but her indifference soon returned. That was faster than anticipated. We have only just begun the subconscious suggestion program, and even the mental resistance dampener talismans have not been installed around his apartment. Why would he just give you the source? I do not believe you could have created such a strong relationship with him so quickly. No, I haven't given him any special preference in classes, and our relationship is not too extraordinary. I believe he was influenced by the data you manipulated on the Bluebird portal, not that any of it was a lie, but he seems to have adopted a good impression of me. He gave me the source as he believed it was too dangerous for him, and that he could no longer profit from it, and instead he would be harmed by it. He sold it to me for 50 million, along with a weapon for himself. Based on his actions of signing up for a self-defense class, I believe his self-preservation tendencies are real, and his action of giving up the source for more immediate profit is in line with his personality, and is not some sort of scheme or diversion. He is decisive and knows his limits. If he is an ally, he should be strongly supported. If he is an enemy, he should be influenced now whilst he is weak so that his stance changes. The woman nodded, accepting her foster son's report. Stay online. I have already reported the mission complete status. You will be required to give a more detailed report soon. I'm a little confused, Marlowe spoke, relaxing a bit. What's so special about him that you reached out to me the moment he registered for my class? Or is his fortuitous encounter so special that it would require such a large operation? The woman was silent for a moment as she looked at her son. Their relationship was more of a business venture than familial. Their family had adopted Marlowe when he showed potential as a young child, and had given him numerous resources to nurture him. He had, in return, helped them a lot in dealing with various difficult situations. Lately, however, they rarely asked him for assistance or to do missions, as he had grown a lot in strength and influence in his own right. It would not suit his status if he was still treated as someone to run errands, which is exactly why this assignment seemed peculiar. His task was to build a positive relationship with Lex and try to learn about how he entered onto the path of cultivation in as much detail as possible. That was it. The only condition was that he should not use force or try to make his attempts obvious. As fate would have it, Lex gave him the source directly and fulfilled his mission. Little did he know that Lex's actions were influenced by the system's quest and not any manipulation on his family's part. Finally, she said, "Even I don't know. This was a mission someone assigned directly to the family head. We had no right to refuse." Suddenly, Marlowe sat upright, his expression a lot more serious. He knew it, this could not have been simple. How could this key that could allow him to heal his wounds be simple? Before he could ask more questions, though, another projection appeared in front of him. A young, delicate-looking girl. If Lex saw her, he would be extremely surprised, as it was his younger sister, Liz. She was the same little girl who had been told to investigate the situation by the monstrously strong man practicing the sword. That was quite fast, she noted. I expected a few months at least before any progress was made. I hope you were subtle in your investigations. The last sentence carried a hint of a threat in it, though she was not looking at anyone in particular. Both Marlowe and his foster mother felt the weight behind her words, however, triggered by their honed instincts for danger. Marlowe immediately stood up and reported everything he had just told his mother. He was not familiar with the girl, but clearly she was someone of status. Once she heard everything he had to say, she asked to see the source. Marlowe presented the platinum key before him for the girl to observe. Unexpectedly, however, the projection moved forward and picked it up. Projections interacting with physical objects. This was beyond any technology Marlowe knew of. She was staring at it from every angle before asking, You said this can teleport a person to an inheritance land? Have you tried it? Not yet, Marlowe reported, fidgeting. He was surprised that a hologram could interact with the real world, but he took it in his stride as he had seen many strange things in his life. The only thing was that he was hoping the young girl would not notice the key's peculiarity, as he was very interested in it. Luckily, after observing it for a while, the girl returned the key. You can keep it. Maintain contact with the target, and if you learn anything of interest, report it back. Don't, however, give him any preference beyond what your current relationship would entail, she said succinctly before her hologram disappeared. His mother, after a short chat, disappeared as well. Marlowe was left alone in his lounge with the key, and suddenly all his prior strict demeanor vanished. His face was painted with a massive grin, and he eventually erupted out in a roaring, manic laughter as he gripped the key tightly in his hand. Liz walked towards her mother's office with a clipboard in her hand, mumbling as she scribbled on the document in front of her. When she entered, she saw her mother slowly practicing a fist technique. Beside her stood her assistant, making a report of various things and noting down comments. The investigation has results, Liz interrupted, knowing full well that it would probably be hours before anyone noticed her unless she interrupted them. Big Bro encountered a grade C inheritance item with spatial properties, but he's already given it up. Even if he didn't give it up and got the key inheritance, with the conditions on Earth, it would be impossible for him to make much progress. There is no evidence of outside interference in his life so far. Very well, in that case we will maintain our prior arrangements, replied Serene, her mother. Liz hesitated, confusion apparent on her face. Since he's already started cultivating, shouldn't we just let him know? No, as long as there is no outside interference, your father wants to keep things the same. Liz hesitated once again, something clearly on her mind but unsure if she should say it. Eventually, she said, but you know your brother's temperament. If you just tell him, he will support elder sister Belle, and it doesn't matter. Your father wants to go according to the original plan. We will tell him when he turns 50. For a cultivator, a few years here or there won't make a difference. You girls are young, which is why you're impatient. Let things progress naturally, and instead focus on your studies. Prima Ventura has shown an interest in recruiting you early, but it still depends on your upcoming results. Liz groaned, and the sudden reminder, and all thoughts of her brother were blown out of her mind. Whether it was on Earth or out in the universe, the most insidious evil was always homework. Lex got home, and the first thing he did was chug another bottle of Botlam Dew and throw himself in bed. He slept for nearly 12 hours and woke up disoriented and in pain, and extremely hungry. Wiping the drool from his face, Lex grabbed his phone to check for notifications and maybe order a lot of home delivery. He knew how to cook, but you couldn't expect an injured man to cook, right? That was totally the reason. Unfortunately, he did not get the notification for the money from Marlowe yet, which was expected. He did, however, have countless missed calls and messages from Harry and Elaine, his former co-workers and friends. He had completely forgotten to contact them, and it had been a while since he quit as well. He sent both of them a message saying he'd gotten an exciting new job, which is why he had been extremely busy, and would reach out to them soon to catch up. He felt a tinge of guilt lying to them. They had accompanied him through many things, but for now safety was all that mattered. Once he stabilized things and was at a higher cultivation level, who knows, maybe he would introduce them to the world of cultivation as well. Groaning, he got out of bed and limped to the bathroom. He removed his clothes and stood in front of the mirror and grimaced at his condition. He wasn't black and blue all over like when he had just returned, but his entire body was still covered in bruises. He pulled up his status to get a better understanding. Name, Lex Williams. Age 23. Sex, male. Cultivation level, Regal Embrace Body Tempering Stage 1. Health, suboptimal, developing brain tumor, serious muscle damage, recovering, serious exhaustion, recovering, multiple hairline fractures, recovering, vitality overdrawn, recovering, spirit drained, recovering, soul slightly damaged, recovering. Midnight points, 51-51. Midnight in level 2. Inventory, bathroom slippers, self-defense butter knife, 1 golden tickets, host attire, serene whistle. Midnight events available. Trials. Quests. New quest. As the most renowned inn in the universe, the Midnight Inn does not only host the rich and the powerful. Set up and develop the pro bono wing of the inn and accept your first pro bono guest. Remark: keep working hard. If you raise your cultivation high enough, one day you'll be able to cast illusions to make yourself look better. Sudden quest initiated. With a great personality and abundant energy, Marlowe is a great candidate to serve as a valet for the inn. Hire Marlowe as your first valet. Quest time limit, 1 month. Quest reward, 1 small staff dormitory, 1000 MP, plus 1 midnight in level. Quest failure punishment, dash 1000 MP. If host is unable to pay, it will result in immediate death. Lex was slightly alarmed when he saw the new ailments in his status affecting his vitality, spirit and soul, and completely missed the rest of his status. Mary, what is going on? How did my soul and spirit get damaged? And what does it mean when it says vitality overdrawn? Maybe you can check your status history to figure out when your spirit and vitality were hurt. As for vitality, I can tell you that it was probably also hurt during your fight with the zombies. When a normal person gets hurt, their body recovers for them, and the same is true for cultivators. When a person gets hurt to an extent that they cannot heal even with the use of medicine on the same tier, their vitality gets hurt. At that point, for a person to recover, a medicine above their cultivation tier must be used to first treat their vitality to allow their body to heal. Your body was probably hurt beyond its capacity during your fight with the zombies, but you used Botlam Dew, which can heal those below the Foundation realm, which is what probably helped you recover. Lex got chills when he heard the news, and quickly went over his status history to determine what affected his spirit and soul. Quickly he found the answer, and it sent further chills down his spine. The status read: received cut by Tier 1 zombie, infected by mutagen. Body resisting mutagen X7. Received cut by Tier 2 zombie, infected by mutagen. Body unable to resist, mutagen multiplying X2. Mutagen affecting spirit X8. Mutagen altering soul X4. Botlam Dew absorbed in blood. Botlam Dew purifying mutagen, spirit and soul returning to normal X3. Thank the holy system for Botlam Dew. Lex chanted in his heart, and finally realized how close to his demise he really came. But he also learned something incredible. Botlam Dew could purify the zombie mutagens, which meant that at least the zombies he encountered weren't like the ones he'd seen in movies that didn't give the victim any chance to resist. Another thing was that the transformation wasn't instant, so a victim would have time to treat himself. Well, no point in stressing himself out further over the fact. The situation had already been remedied, so better to focus on the future for now. Lex took a long, warm shower, washing off a lot of dried blood and dirt from his body, and returned to his living room just in time to collect the ridiculous amounts of barbecue that had ordered. Several drinks and an entire cow's worth of meat later, Lex decided to relax for a bit before tending to the inn. Too much work wasn't good for a boy's soul. In commemoration of his recent accolades, he decided to play a zombie game. He turned on his PC, chose a game, and started playing. At first, when he started playing, he felt a little uncomfortable. The game was too rigid, it didn't match his experience. Furthermore, the more he played, the more he felt like he would rather be training so that he'd be able to handle the situation a bit better the next time he faced them. Just as he was about to quit the game, his character in the game did a certain action, and like a bulb turning on, Lex felt like he'd gotten an amazing idea. He made his character repeat the action, and the more he did it, the more he felt that his idea was amazing. He had an epiphany, and suddenly he felt clear-headed. He realized that he had been confused, but didn't even know it himself. He had been deluded and had somehow gone down the wrong path when it came to combat, but fortunately he had come to realize the truth. He played for a few more hours to confirm his idea, and the more he played, the more he felt that he was an unprecedented genius. Somehow, without realizing it, he had been influenced by some preconceived notions he had about combat, but he had finally broken free of those chains. That got him thinking, if he had been affected by false notions in terms of combat, what else had he overlooked? Since video games had liberated his mindset, he turned to the arts to free himself further. To To get some ideas for what he should do with the inn, he pulled out his phone and searched for the most popular cultivation novel these days. He found one and started reading, and what a book it was! The main character, who had been abandoned at birth and raised by his distant family, was severely ousted at every opportunity and treated horribly. Every single person he ever met hated him beyond comprehension and went out of their way, so far as to even inconvenience themselves, to harm the main character. However, as the main character, the young boy of 15 had stellar morals and never needlessly harmed others and never hated anyone and always helped anyone he saw because somehow surrounded by all that negativity, the inner morals of the MC could never be corrupted. The only person who was decent to him was his adopted sister, who he had found as a child and raised himself even though he himself was a child. She was devastatingly beautiful to the point where anyone born before or after would never again be as beautiful. But somehow no one other than the main character ever noticed because her clothes and her face were covered by a little dirt because they used to do manual labor. She was also in love with him because apparently it's mandatory in cultivation novels for adopted siblings to either betray one another or fall in love with one another. One day this group of people tore through the fabric of space and time and appeared in front of the main character and beat him up for no good reason. Then they spent several paragraphs insulting him. Then they beat him up some more. When they stopped, the main character's sister somehow found them and lurched at them to stop them, but she was caught. It turned out those cultivators had descended to the mortal plane because the saintess of their family had somehow gotten lost and they were finding her, and the main character's adopted sister turned out to be the saintess. Happy that they found her, they decided to kill the main character because how dare he take care of her and raise her, causing her to have feelings for him. The saintess sister threatened suicide if they harmed him, but agreed to go with them if they spared him. The group agreed and spared him, but little did everyone know as they left. Instead of killing the main character, they decided to blow up the whole world he was in. That way they wouldn't technically be directly killing him, thus not breaking their promise to the saintess sister, who at this point had been recognized to be so beautiful the universe itself was crying in admiration, because the little bit of dirt on her face had at some point fallen off. When the world was destroyed and as the MC was about to die, his heart was filled with hate and sorrow. For he didn't hate those guys for killing him, but rather all those innocent people in the world who had also died, the same people who had been insulting him his whole life. This was because he had a heart of pure gold. In the moment before his death, a treasure that his mysterious parents had left him started to glow and saved him, granting him a second chance at life and cultivation. All of this happened in the first chapter of the novel Lex decided to read. Honestly, he was impressed by the word count to click ratio the novel had achieved. Nonetheless, it did give him an idea. In most novels had read previously, the MC goes out of his way to collect rare opportunities and treasures that could help him grow. But as the owner of the inn, he had access to several worlds, not just one. He could collect treasures from all over the universe and make them available at the inn, thus making the inn even more luxurious. Such an amazing idea. Where else could he find inspiration? He opened up his computer and started listening to the latest songs, trying to see if the lyrics inspired him some more. In the background, Mary was floating in the air and watching Lex with a stupefied and irritated look. Whatever, she would ignore him for now. His spirit was damaged, which affected how he thought. Once his spirit recovered, so would his sanity. She hoped. Somewhere upstate New York in a mansion, an old man sat in a meditation stance, holding a golden key in his hand, trying to absorb spirit energy. The key would allow spirit energy to enter his body and even pass through the meridians, but none of it was absorbed. It was like a teasing sensation, one that dangled his greatest desires in front of him, but kept them out of reach. Will let out a defeated sigh as he finally gave up. It was obvious to him, the key was whispering to him that it held the possibility that he yearned for, but to grasp it the old man would have to use the key instead of trying to derive benefits from it directly. But did he have the courage to use it? He could barely walk on his own, much less face any difficulties, so it was impossible for him to use the key and search for opportunities. But who could he trust to use the key for him and search for opportunities on his behalf? His niece, who he got the key from, was not a cultivator. Otherwise he would trust her enough to do this for him. The old man had children of his own, but honestly he did not trust their competence. They'd grown up privileged and sheltered, akin to a plant in a greenhouse. Even if it was their intention to help him, he could not rely on their competence. He could hire someone, but how trustworthy was a hired hand when it came to treasure? Truly a conundrum, and one he had to solve if he ever wanted to recover his former cultivation. The old man sighed again and called for a nurse to help him. There was one trick he could use to resolve the situation, but he did not want to use it unless he had no choice, for it would truly put him on death's door. Somewhere on Vigus Minima, two soldiers were running desperately through a forest. For someone at their cultivation level of peak chi training, it was unusual for them to be so out of sorts, but it was apparent from their appearance that they had just been through a fight. Something peculiar about them, though, was the fact that they were covered in flashlights and bells. As they ran, they made endless noise and attracted all the zombies in the area. They were on a suicide mission. As far as weapons were concerned, they both only carried a single sword and an explosive each. The sword was for fighting and the explosive was for when they could no longer fight. Their mission was to attract as many zombies as possible so that the caravan they were with could safely pass through. They used to all belong to a small, safe town protected by a resonance shield, but of all things an earthquake occurred and caused the building with the resonance shield to collapse. The town was no longer safe and they had to migrate immediately, and today was already their third day since they started their migration. These two soldiers were not the first suicide party that had set out, and it was the bravery of these suicide parties that allowed the caravan to travel relatively undetected by zombie hordes. "Brother Chun, we have to set off the first explosive soon," said one of the soldiers between ragged breaths. "If we get too far from the zombies, we run the risk of losing their attention. We can use the noise from the explosion to attract their attention again." "You're right, we should," replied Brother Chun, finally coming to a stop. A close inspection of the man would show that he was bleeding from his shoulder and chest, where he was covered in scratches. They both knew what that meant, but neither mentioned it. It was not like they carried the illusion of escape in the first place. "They'll do it," said Chun in a matter-of-fact way. "Help me tie these torches onto this tree, and then get as far as you can. They'll set it off when the horde approaches." The other soldier only nodded, accepting what Brother Chun told, and got to work. What the two of them didn't know was that a short distance from them stood a tall, pole-like zombie. It had undergone some mutations and grown to 9 feet tall and was incredibly sleek, with claws that extended a foot long and teeth that barely fit in its mouth. It also had 2 horns protruding from its head. It observed the two soldiers work in silence. It analyzed their strength and condition, and then smiled when it realized that they were incredibly weak compared to it. Making no attempt to hide, it strode forward. The sound of the zombie crossing through the thicket attracted the soldiers' attention, horrifying them when they noticed the zombie. A peak tier 3 zombie. Brother Chun shrieked. The zombie made a grunting sound, as if enjoying their apparent panic, and slowed down its approach instead to savor their reaction. The zombie, as well as the soldiers, knew that the soldiers would not be able to escape. "Brother Chun, if this zombie finds the caravan, no one will survive," said the soldier as he took out the explosive he was carrying. There was no need to deliberate, they knew what they had to do. Brother Chun took out his explosive as well, his hands trembling a little from the adrenaline. Even though he knew they were going to die, at the moment of his death, he still felt fear in his heart. The fear did not slow his actions, but he felt it nonetheless. "Throw it when it reaches 10 feet, Brother Chun whispered. "If we wait any longer, we might not get an opportunity to use it at all." The soldier nodded, getting ready. But before either of them could do anything, a floating golden door appeared beside them, shining brilliantly. The soldiers froze in confusion, and so did the zombie. The zombie felt a fatal attraction from the door, and lost all interest in the two soldiers. Moving as fast as it could, it attacked the two soldiers, instantly knocking them to the ground. Whether they were dead or alive was unknown. Then, with eyes filled with anticipation, the zombie moved towards the door. It dragged the two soldiers behind it, not forgetting to bring along its snack. It was 4 a.m. and Lex was asleep on his sofa. In front of him, his television played some random TV shows. Truth be told, although Lex had not noticed it, the sudden stress and anxiety from such a sudden near-death experience, as well as the battered state of his body, really did affect him strongly. Fortunately, after a day of venting his emotions by playing games, watching TV, and reading novels, as well as the recovery effects of Botlam Dew, He had stabilized his drained mental state. "Wake up!" roared Mary suddenly, appearing before him in the air. "The inn has new guests coming in, as well as a potential enemy." Mary's roar scared Lex into jumping out of bed and grabbing a pillow, holding it close to himself as a self-defense item as his brain worked overtime to understand what was happening. He was drowsy and confused, still unsure of what was going on. "A zombie from Vegas Minima has entered the inn through a golden door. You need to handle it quickly," informed Mary, making Lex aware of the situation. Immediately, Lex gathered himself and began the process to return to the inn, using the few minutes' wait to fully wake up. Not being able to return to the inn instantly was a real hindrance. It seemed Lex had to focus on completing his quests quickly so that he could raise his authority level. The moment he reappeared at the inn, he adorned the host attire and equipped the butter knife, appearing before the zombie that had appeared at the gate. It stood there in silence, observing its new surroundings, with two limp bodies in its hands. Lex was tempted to directly attack the zombie and kill it, but as it had not yet shown any aggression, the system categorized it as a guest and did not allow Lex to attack. Above the zombie, its information was clearly visible to Lex. Name none. Power level: Peak Tier 3, equivalent to Peak Foundation Realm. Species: Zombie, Bottom Level Demon. Midnight in Prestige level: Not yet available. Internally, Lex breathed a sigh of relief as even a Peak Foundation Realm was still in the Foundation Realm. The self-defense butter knife would still be able to handle it. This guest, it's a bit rude to show up somewhere with two bloody bodies at someone's door, don't you think? Said Lex as he approached the zombie. He had no idea if the zombie could understand him, but it didn't matter as his only goal was to agitate the zombie into action. Fortunately, Batet and Falak were still in their rooms, which were isolated from the rest of the inn once the doors closed, so they did not have to witness the zombie. He didn't want to discriminate against his guests, but he thought having zombies as guests would lower the prestige of the inn, and he absolutely had to maintain the prestige of the inn. He was depending on it to build a relationship with Batet, and that was a very important part of his future plan. Fortunately, his plan worked, though even if he had not said anything, the zombie would have acted soon. The moment Lex appeared in front of the zombie, its instincts were screaming at it that if it managed to eat Lex, it would benefit greatly. Completely dropping the two bodies on the ground, it let out a roar and launched itself towards Lex. A pity for the zombie. While with his normal cultivation, Lex would never be able to keep up with it. He was currently wearing the host attire, which filled him with immense power. With a wave of his hand, he launched the butter knife at the zombie, and literally as if it were a hot knife cutting through butter, the knife pierced the zombie's forehead and came out the other side. The zombie dropped dead immediately, bringing the minor ordeal to a very anticlimactic end. "Clean this up, Gerard," Lex spoke out into the air, and the old-looking butler appeared instantly to take care of the matter. Just as Lex was about to leave, Gerard said, "Host, what about these two guests? They are still alive, though they might not be for much longer." With that, Lex brought his attention to the two bodies the zombie had brought with it and came to the realization that the system categorized them as guests as well. Two almost dead, probably soon to become zombie guests. Author's note: this is the extra chapter you guys unlocked last week. Keep voting to unlock even more extra chapters. Looking at the two bodies, he could clearly identify them as soldiers or guards based on their uniform. Above them, their information was available. Name: Chin Li. Power level: Peak Chi training. Species: human. Midnight in Prestige level: Not yet available. Name: Blaine Park. Power level: Peak Chi training. Species: human. Midnight in Prestige level: Not yet available. Initially he thought they were dead, but since they were alive it would be wrong if he just watched them die. It pinched his heart a bit when he thought of the expenditure, but ultimately he decided to buy 2 Botlam Dews as well as the recovery room so that they could heal. He purchased Botlam Dew and asked Gerard to feed it to them, but before he made the purchase of the recovery room, Mary appeared before him and stopped him. Using the recovery room costs money as well. If you're planning on using it on them, then you should get the pro bono wing first and accept them as pro bono guests, which will make their use of the recovery room free. Lex's eyes lit up when he thought of that, and purchased the pro bono wing as well as the recovery room for a total of 3,000 MP. bringing his total MP down to 1991. Spending so much MP hurt him a little, especially since he needed MP to upgrade his cultivation. But he couldn't spare time to wallow in his worries. It was not good to leave 2 wounded guests out in the open. Entering the design interface, he put the pro bono wing 500 meters to the left of the main inn and gave it the shape similar to a small cottage from the English countryside. Its interior consisted of a small sitting and dining area right at the entrance, as well as 2 rooms in the back. The recovery room he put in the furthest right of the inn, as a small hut attached to the boundary wall. The recovery room should be far away from the main area of the inn, so that any patients would not be disturbed by any guests. Under normal circumstances, he would put more effort into designing the 2 new additions, but for now it could all wait. He exited the design interface and directly accepted the 2 as guests in his pro bono wing, then transferred them to the recover wing. Summoning Velma, he asked her to take care of them to whatever capacity their status as PB, pro bono guests allowed. Quest update. Quest complete. PB wing established and guest accepted. Calculating rating. Rating D+. Host reward 500 MP plus a baby's candy. New quest. Having a guest come once can be an accident. Only repeat guests can reflect an institution's prestige. Have 5 individual repeat guests. Minimum reward. Midnight in prestige. Remark. You can't live off your face only. Stop being lazy and put in some work. Lex's lips twitched. This was the lowest reward had gotten for a quest, probably because he took too long in completing it. But even if it was a small reward, he was still interested in seeing what a baby's candy was. That reminded him he hadn't checked out his reward for connecting Vegas minima either. He opened his inventory and checked it out. A baby's candy. Making a baby like you is as easy as giving it candy. Similarly, getting weaklings to like you is as easy as giving them some benefits. Instantly allows peak body tempering cultivator to break though chi training without any negative influence. Serene whistle. A whistle that placates beasts at Foundation Realm and below during a taming attempt. Repeated use in a short time builds resistance. Midnight events trials. With access to multiple worlds and a growing inn, the number of tasks for the Innkeeper will increase, but you can't do everything yourself. Create trials for guests to undertake in various worlds with different objectives, and rewards to secretly complete tasks you can't do yourself. Both the rewards were nice, but of no use to him at the moment. The trials, on the other hand, was probably one of the most useful things Head encountered so far. The potential was amazing, but again, he didn't need it at the moment. He put both the reward items in the gift shop, the candy for 500 MP and the whistle for 1500 MP. His pricing was a little arbitrary, but he eyeballed it based on their use and what cultivation level they corresponded to. A true test of their pricing would be determined when he established more footfall. While he was thinking about pricing, Velma appeared to give him a report. The 2 guests have been put in healing pods, but they have suffered very serious injuries. The Botlamdu has neutralized the mutagen, but their internal organs have been seriously compromised. Their meridians have also suffered damage, not to mention both their spirits and their souls. Lex frowned, thinking it was inevitable that they would still die. The condition they had reached in the inn was just too bad, and, keeping all of that in mind, they should wake up within a few hours and be able to leave by tomorrow morning. That greatly surprised Lex. Damn, the recovery room was pretty good. Lex dismissed Velma and summoned Mary. Introduced the features of the recovery room to me. The recovery room, RR, is a special environment that promotes the Bodhi's ability to heal naturally. Currently, it can host 6 guests at a time. Its limitation is that it can only speed up the healing process, so if the body is incapable of healing on its own, being in the room won't help. The recovery of a guest can be further aided by putting them in a recovery pod, RP. The room has 3 of those, which not only accelerates the Bodhi's self-healing further, but also heals some wounds that the body itself is unable to heal as well. The pod also acts as a life support system. This is a great way for someone to heal without damaging their vitality. This is also great for developing immunity for poisons, as the pod keeps healing the body from the effects of poison until it develops a natural immunity. Finally, the recovery room has a single organic reconstruction room, ORR, which instead of actual recovery, builds new body parts for the guest and replaces them for the guest. The new body part will be identical to the original in optimal condition. The ORR is special in that while the other facilities of the recovery room can be upgraded, the ORR can only work on guests at the same cultivation or lower than the host, meaning you. The ORR is also not available on PB basis and needs to be paid for. Lex raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed. Even if the ORR was limited in its capability right now, it was very impressive. Let me know as soon as those two guests wake up, Lex told Mary, and quickly exited the inn. Lex had been lazing around for the last day, but the sudden entrance by a zombie scared. He needed to upgrade his authority as quickly as possible so that he could at least stop zombies from entering. While he did not have a direct way of increasing his authority at the moment, increasing his strength was also a way of doing so in the long run. Picking up his phone, he texted Marlowe his requirements for the weapon he had asked for. Although yesterday he was a little out of sorts with his random enlightenments, some of them truly did make sense. Having finally sent the message, he put on a tracksuit and went out to jog. His body had recovered a lot by now, but he was still sore. A little movement would do him good. Furthermore, he needed to think of ways to distribute more golden keys as the last one still had not been used. Lex let out a sigh when he thought of all that he had to do. It truly wasn't easy being an entrepreneur. Lex had left his apartment with the intention of jogging, but currently he could be found doing pull-ups with the widest grin possible. It was still early in the day, around 6 a.m., so there was no one around to see him. Otherwise, people would either be extremely wary of his grinning face or would stop and spectate. Why was he grinning? It was because of how amazing he felt doing the pull-ups. What's the big deal? He already knew he had become more fit, so why was he suddenly so excited about his strength again? The answer was simple. He was doing shirtless pull-ups, completely showing off his abs. In his entire life, although Lex could not have been called fat or obese, he was never nearly fit enough to have visible abs. Now, however, they had appeared naturally despite his increased appetite since he started cultivating. He thought he was over his initial excitement of becoming stronger, but that was untrue. Time and time again, he would encounter a new situation that would overwhelm him. Currently, he was daydreaming of a montage of himself doing insane things, wearing a leather jacket but with no shirt so he could show off his abs while he listened to epic music. He knew that if anyone saw him, it would seem like he was showing off. But so what? He was definitely showing off, and he was definitely doing it on purpose. It felt good to be able to show off. "Your two new guests are waking up," said Mary, appearing before him. She was blushing as she tried to keep a straight face, but every few moments she would glance at his body. Suddenly, Lex was more embarrassed than excited. Lex stopped and coughed, pretending to clear his throat as quickly put his shirt back on. "Good morning warm-up," he mumbled, just loud enough for Mary to hear. She didn't show any reaction, as if it were a matter of fact. The air hung with awkwardness for the few minutes it took Lex to return to the inn. In the recovery room, Brother Chun and Blaine had woken up, but they were incredibly groggy. They lay flat on their backs in the recovery pods, staring up at the ceiling. The pods were filled with dense spirit energy, several times higher in concentration than the outside, that the pod was using to accelerate the healing process. On their own, it may have taken a few more minutes for the two of them to collect themselves and gather their thoughts. But when a man appeared suddenly before them, he drew their attention and woke them from their trance. "Welcome, guests, to the Midnight Inn," Lex spoke with a warm, charismatic voice. "You were quite badly hurt when you arrived, but fortunately we were able to save your lives. It'll be quite a while, though, before you've fully recovered." "What? How?" Brother Chin asked in confusion, trying to get up. The last thing he remembered was facing the Tier 3 zombie when a floating golden door appeared. Before he could get up, though, a loud, commanding voice filled his ears. "Be calm." Lex, who had used some of the power of the host attire, put a little bit of pressure on Brother Chun so that he would lie back down and stop moving. Just the simple attempt at getting up had already torn open some of his newly healed wounds, causing him to start bleeding again. "Be at ease, we will not hurt you. You must be confused, surely, but I will answer all your questions. Try not to move too much, however, as you have not fully recovered and it would be a shame to delay your complete recovery." Brother Chan and Blaine both, who were still recovering mentally, realized their physical condition. Under normal circumstances, they would have already died. It was best not to push their luck. I do not know what happened before, but when you arrived, you were being dragged by a rather rude fellow who had no interest in being a guest. Naturally, upon his misbehavior, he was punished accordingly. Lex spoke in a relaxed voice, but when the two realized that this gentleman in front of them had casually taken care of a Tier 3 zombie, they were horrified. How strong was he? You may not be familiar with the inn, so let me introduce you to it. The Midnight Inn is a refuge for the weary traveler of the universe, a place where you may rest and enjoy before continuing on your journey. It is a place filled with both pleasures and opportunities for you to avail. It is a place where you can meet friends and comrades from across the universe and see beyond the only horizon you once knew. As for me, you may call me the Innkeeper. Your planet, Vigus Minima, is a newly connected one that has access to the inn, but one of many across the universe. I must congratulate you on being the first guests from your planet to the inn. Both the soldiers froze as they processed what they heard, but quickly Blaine's eyes shone with excitement. Can you access other planets? He asked, his voice filled with desperation as well as expectation. Does that mean you can take us away from Vigus Minima? I'm sorry, we do not provide such a service at the moment. Perhaps in the future it might be a possibility. Please, Blaine pleaded, our planet is overrun by zombies. People die every day, we can barely survive. Lex felt a tinge of guilt, but he quickly suppressed it. First of all, it was not in his capability to help, but even if it was, God knew how many planets out in the universe were undergoing such crises. If he became so strong that he could govern the universe in his hand, maybe he would consider bringing peace across the universe. For now, he had to focus on his own survival. Sympathy was good, but not when it put him on a path to self-destruction. Dear guest, try to understand. Lex spoke politely yet firmly. This is an inn for the heroes of the universe. We provide safety and opportunities for those who are fated, but even so, nothing is free. I accepted you as guests under our pro bono wing, but if you want to avail more benefits from the inn, it will be up to your own capabilities. Blaine and Brother Chun were both disappointed, but dared not beg the mysterious innkeeper for help again. He had already helped them tremendously by healing with and curing them from the mutagen, a fact they took for granted Lex was able to do since he could access planets across the universe. Furthermore, they were slightly inspired. When Lex said it was up to their capabilities, it was a polite way of saying that it depended on how deep their pockets were. He needed MP, but the two mistook his meaning. The fact that he talked about heroes and opportunities in the same breath made them think he was hinting that the inn would provide them with a chance to solve the problem, but ultimately they had to solve the problem themselves. No one would do something for others for free. It was already a blessing that he was willing to help them at all. We understand, said Brother Chin. Thank you for the help you've given us. Please let us know if there's any way we can repay you. Lex smiled. That was a better attitude. No need to be so formal. Helping guests is my duty. But while I have you here, and since you can't leave the recovery pod for a short while, why don't you introduce your planet to me? I can't help you guys directly, but maybe I can think of a few services that might be helpful to you. Their eyes shone with hope, and the two soldiers began introducing their planet to Lex. The history of Vigus Minima was a long one, but the zombie pandemic had occurred from before the two soldiers were even born, so they hadn't received any formal education on it. Despite that, what they knew was plenty for Lex to be amazed at. Vigus Minima was one of 3 planets that had been occupied in the Vigus solar system, and was the smallest one. The other was called Vigus Magnum and was the largest, while the world that humans in that solar system had originated from was called Vigus Prime. Theirs was a civilization based on technology, which seemed to be much more advanced than that of Earth. They had no cultivation system in the sense of the cultivation that was followed on Earth. They used to grow their strength via genetic enhancements, and then used spirit energy to further strengthen their genes. That had since changed as the zombie pandemic made it impossible for the people to manufacture overly complex machinery, as most countries and cities had since been destroyed. The 3 planets had been disconnected for a long time now, and it was unknown what the situation on the other 2 planets was. Humans lived a more nomadic life now, forming temporary villages or towns for a few years at most before stronger zombies would notice them. Or at least, that's how the soldiers had lived their lives. If there was a place with the strength to deter zombies and protect their citizens long-term, it was far away from the continent they had lived on. As for how they cultivated, that had also changed. No longer able to rely on advanced technology, the people now relied on what was called zombie cores, found in the brains of zombies, and used its special nature to strengthen their bodies. It was still spirit energy, but of a different kind. That was to say, while they could use normal spirit stones to strengthen their bodies as well, it would not have the same effect as using zombie cores. The strength of the zombie cores corresponded to the zombie strength, with Tier 1, 2 and 3 being equivalent to body tempering, chi training and foundation respectively. The two soldiers continued to tell Lex whatever random information they could think of for a few more hours, before ultimately they became too tired and Lex asked them to rest. As he left the recovery room, his eyes were filled with a capitalist gleam as he thought of all the possibilities. By the way, Lex asked Mary casually as he munched on some homemade in-made baked chips. What are the requirements for a PB guest, pro bono guest? He needed to calculate how long Chun and Blake would be at the inn, and if they would have any free time after they left the recovery room or if they would be immediately sent back. The most basic necessity, I guess, is someone who can't afford the inn's commodities, she replied, sitting on Lex's shoulder. But there are a few conditions. Firstly, no one can be a BP guest more than once. Secondly, they must have a certain need that the inn can fulfill. You can't randomly accept a homeless man as a guest. Even though staying at the inn for a while would solve his homeless problem, once he returned he would not be any better off. This means that anyone who becomes a PB guest needs to be better off somehow when they leave. As the foremost universal establishment, our services can't be shallow or without lasting effect. Once a PB guest's needs have been met, they can stay for at most 1 day to rest and prepare before they leave. Thirdly, PB guests don't need to use a golden key to enter. If you see someone you think deserves to be a PB guest, you can directly assign them the status and when they should be invited, and the inn will directly bring them in at the time you chose. You can only assign PB guests once a month though. Most of the time PB guests will be chosen directly by the inn. When and how the inn will choose, I cannot say. Lex nodded, shoving a spoonful of chocolate fudge sundae in his mouth. Where were the chips? He already ate them and had moved on. How long do you expect someone to keep eating the same thing? And will they get golden keys upon leaving? Yes, of course. Any guest who leaves the inn will get a golden key. How else do you expect to get return customers? At least until you level up your authority, that is the most reliable method for guests. By the way, since there are 2 other planets near Vegas Minima that are inhabited, why didn't they show up on the list when I was using the golden ticket? Each time you use a golden ticket, the list shown is random. There is no guarantee that you will see all the inhabited planets in an area. However, since you have access to Vegas Minima now, you can directly gain access to the other planets in its solar system by purchasing access via the Midnight Inn Market. The same applies for the planets in Earth's solar system, but that access is just a little more expensive than you can afford at the moment. For example, let alone Mars, just to gain access to the moon you would have to spend 10,000 MP. Lex nodded again, taking a sip from his Oreo shake. The inn really had some amazing food service. Not being able to afford access to those planets was a minor surprise, because he was expecting not to have enough authority. Either way, it was out of reach for now. The question on his mind was how much to invest in his 2 guests. If they just left with their own golden keys, they may not share the knowledge with others out of greed for keeping the key for themselves. If he gave them a few extra keys, maybe they would distribute them to their confidants, which would increase the number of guests. Other than that, should he also give them something from the gift shop to act as an incentive? But they were relatively weak. If he invested too much in them and they died once they returned to their world, it would be a waste. His plan was to use them to distribute some keys and invite more people in. When his authority increased, he would build an armory so that he could also sell weapons, something the people of Vegas Minima dearly needed, as well as a few entertainment establishments so that his guests could blow off some steam and relax. Currently, those buildings weren't available to him, not to mention that he did not have MP to spare. Speaking of increasing his authority, Marlowe was taking his sweet time using his key. Taking a few days to prepare made sense, but Lex could not afford it if he took a few weeks to prepare, as that would put him past the quest deadline. He had just a little more than 2 weeks before that deadline ended. Lex planned out his next series of actions for a while, before deciding on practicing a bit. To be honest, he would rather relax and play games, but after his experience in Vegas Minima, they seemed boring to him. What he really wanted was the adventure and excitement of exploring new planets, but logic told him he should wait till he was a little stronger before returning. Till then, practicing combat and getting used to his strength would be the best use of his time. Furthermore, his hand-to-hand combat was actually quite terrible. Although he had learnt a few things in Marlowe's class, most of them were ways to avoid or trip up his opponents instead of fighting. Marlowe's class focused on self-defense, and according to Marlowe, until they entered chi training and were able to use spiritual techniques, there was no point in focusing too much on fighting and instead focus on escape and evasion. Still, for those who wanted to do extra work, online tutorials were made available by Marlowe. The reason why Lex followed Marlowe's tutorials instead of others he found online was because his techniques set the foundation for other techniques he would learn at chi training. It was good to build a foundation. As he trained, he did not notice the hours go by, as in his mind he was always focused on zombies. He kept imagining fighting them, in one-on-one combat as well as in groups. He had also asked Velma to make recordings of his training so he could watch himself back later, and when he did, it became apparent to him that his techniques were quite bad. It was hard to tell when performing them, but the deviation between his moves each time he performed them was huge. It was fortunate that most zombies were not intelligent, or he might not have survived. He was unaware of how refined his techniques had become when he had zoned out while actually fighting. He continued non-stop, until finally Gerard stopped him to tell him his 2 guests had left the recovery room. "We should learn everything we can about this place," whispered Chun as he and Blaine walked out of the small, circular building. Around them they saw a large garden, populated with trees few and far between. In the distance he could see a large building, which he assumed was the inn. The weather was pleasant and the atmosphere was serene. It all seemed quite calm and normal, different from what Chun had assumed when he had met his impressive yet intimidating host. Yet after a few moments, he realized the quiet and peaceful environment was much more impressive than anything else. His entire life, Chen had never felt completely safe, even when he was in towns protected by walls and barriers. Yet here, he couldn't help himself from letting his guard down. Here, he felt at peace. Just that feeling of security made this place extremely attractive, let alone anything else they could offer. "I'd like to bring Iris here," mumbled Blaine as he walked barefoot through the grass. Where his shoes had gone he did not know, but both he and Brother Chun were garbed in a simple cotton tunic and pants. He had none of his gear, and hadn't seen it in the room they had left either, but he wasn't worried. It was unlikely that his things would be stolen. They weren't worth much to begin with anyway. The 2 soldiers made their way through the garden towards the inn, both lost in their own thoughts, when they saw their enigmatic host, the innkeeper, walking towards them with a smile. Behind the innkeeper walked a short, young lady who was dressed similarly, carrying a tray with a couple of glasses on it. "It's good to see you 2 recovered," the innkeeper said in a warm voice. He smiled at them in a welcoming way, but neither of the 2 soldiers could forget that this was the man who had easily taken down a tier 3 zombie, and this could not treat him lightly. "Have a drink, it's lemonade," the innkeeper signaled towards the young lady holding the tray. "I thought you 2 could use some refreshments as I give you a tour of our humble establishment." "Thanks," the soldiers quickly said as they grabbed the drinks, wary of offending the innkeeper. "Come, let me take you to the inn. And please, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask." The 2 soldiers hesitated and looked at each other before Brother Chun spoke up. How can someone get access to the inn? Even if the innkeeper never mentioned it, it seemed obvious that the inn wasn't actually in their world, and they had been teleported through the golden door. However, how reliable was it to wait for a floating door? There had to be a better way to come in. Some people can access it the way you did, by encountering the golden door. Most people will have to use a golden key. All guests get one when they leave, so you don't need to worry about not being able to come back. As thanks for answering my questions earlier, I will give you 2 a spare key each, so you can invite someone else if you wish. The innkeeper waved his hand, and 2 golden keys presenting themselves before the soldiers, floating in midair waiting for them to be taken. The two soldiers quickly grabbed the keys and thanked the innkeeper profusely, who only smiled at them in return. "What do you need to do to be a guest here?" Blaine asked, his mind thinking of Iris again. "You can spend 50 MP to reserve a room for a day, and can host one guest with yourself in the room. You don't have to get a room, and can just simply use our other services such as the gift shop, the recovery room, visit the restaurant, whatever you'd like. However, please be aware that if you visit the inn and leave without availing any of our services, you won't receive a golden key upon your return." The two soldiers continued to ask Lex questions, and he answered them casually whilst showing them the inn and introducing things. When the two soldiers discovered Botlamdu could prevent someone from being infected and turning into a zombie, their eyes shone with overwhelming greed. They didn't do anything though, and only made a mental note of its price. The tour finally concluded, and the two soldiers were getting ready to visit the restaurant for their complimentary meal as PB guests when a thin, middle-aged man entered the lobby from the stairs. He gave the two soldiers a look before turning his attention towards the innkeeper standing next to them. Lex smiled as he read the name above the man's head, Phallic. Slowly, Phallic made his way towards the innkeeper as he used his spirit sense to investigate the area. Spirit sense was an ability those at a higher cultivation level attained that would allow them to perceive things in the greatest of details which were covered by their spirit sense. They could extract and withdraw their spiritual senses and use it to cover anything that was within their spiritual range. There were, of course, more uses to spiritual sense, but that was the most common one. He was surprised to see there were a few changes in the inn, as well as new people, something he had not sensed at all from his room. This, along with the fact that he was not able to determine the innkeeper's strength, made the midnight inn extremely mysterious. Yet it did not matter much to Phallic. He was not there to make enemies with the man, so his strength mattered little. Only his capability as a host did. As for the two other guests, they were too weak to hide anything from him, and he immediately saw through them. In fact, from the moment Phallic had been born, he was already much stronger than the two soldiers, so he did not even have a concept for what the chi training realm was. In terms of strength, they were virtually indistinguishable from the mortals who did not cultivate at all to him. "Innkeeper," Phallic said in an acknowledging tone, "there have been a few changes to the inn while I was sleeping. I'm surprised you were able to achieve such a thing without even letting me notice." Lex felt like if the host attire wasn't helping him control his facial features, his lip would have twitched. The man had been asleep this whole time? "Of course," he replied, as if it was the most natural thing. "All our guest rooms have an isolating array so that no one outside can sense what is happening inside, while those inside remain undisturbed by things outside. Naturally, if you want to turn the array off, you can let me know and I can have it done for you." That statement surprised Phallic. He had not noticed any arrays in his room at all. "No wonder I was unable to contact the young lady through the communication talisman. The rooms are isolated. In that case, please remove the arrays around my room. It would be a shame if the young lady tried to contact me, but was unable to." Lex nodded and used his control over the inn to deactivate the isolating power over the rooms. In fact, there were no arrays covering the rooms. The inn naturally kept the rooms isolated, but it was easier to explain to guests this way. "It's done," Lex told, his mind running through a million things. For a moment he considered asking Phallic about the earth the same way he had the two soldiers, but then disregarded the idea. The less he revealed to Phallic and Batet, the easier it would be to keep up his FOD in front of them. "These two young friends," Phallic said, turning to Chun and Blaine. "I can sense the aura of the Vegas system on you. It has been quite a while since I was there last. Would you mind telling me about what's been happening there lately? I have been quite cut off from the universe lately." The man's words overwhelmed and intimidated the two soldiers, but it wasn't just that. He was infinitely stronger than the two and exuded a natural aura that should have overwhelmed them being so close. It was not something he would have had to do. Just the strength of the man existing before them should have crushed their souls, though they didn't know that. They only knew that they should have been oppressed and that something was preventing them from suffering. It was the inn naturally protecting its guests, but the two soldiers attributed it to the innkeeper helping them out. "Senior, I don't know when you came last, but for almost 200 years now Vegas Minima has been overrun by zombies. As for the other two planets, we lost communication with them long ago and don't know what their status is. They are probably in the same situation, if not worse. Zombies? Phallic repeated the unfamiliar term, slightly curious. Bottom-level demons, Lex clarified, repeating the information he had received from the inn. Bottom-level demons. Phallic grimaced for a moment, but quickly his expression returned to normal. I'm sorry, my young friends. I would like to help you. Demons are truly despicable, but according to the Henali Convention, I am unable to interfere. You will have to deal with this on your own. The two soldiers smiled wryly. They did not expect any help anyway. The innkeeper had already let them know that their fate was in their own hands and could only be changed through their own efforts. Thank you for your care, Senior. Chun said, although we have suffered, we are not without hope. We will reclaim our planet through our own efforts. Chun was only trying to portray himself as heroic, but his words truly gave Phallic a good impression of the man. Come, young friends, tell me a little more about these zombies. Phallic led the two soldiers to the restaurant where they sat and discussed zombies and everything else about their world, while ordering a truly tremendous amount of food. Phallic turned out to be vegetarian, but instead of salads he ordered a list of Indian foods while the two soldiers had steak. As a reliable AI assistant, Velma would take care of the cooking like she had been doing for Lex this entire time. Lex left them to their privacy so they could talk, but not really. How could he give up this opportunity to learn interesting things from them, mostly Phallic, since he had already interviewed the soldiers? For example, this Henali Convention, although Lex had no idea what it was, he knew it was something that prevented Phallic from helping the two soldiers. Maybe that information would be useful one day. Sitting comfortably in the garden, he used the power of the host attire to secretly listen to everything his three guests were saying. Upstate New York, Will Bentham's mansion. Old man Will sat in a wheelchair looking at the kneeling young mercenary in front of him. He had been thinking of solutions to his problem as of late, and suddenly remembered a rumor he had heard once. Death soldiers. Soldiers trained to sacrifice themselves for a cause. A lot of families and organizations cultivated them, and they were only loyal to them. But there was another way someone could get a death soldier, and that was by wielding the endless, unsurmountable power of money. Okay, putting it like that was an exaggeration, but occasionally some cultivators who were in desperate need sometimes agreed to bind themselves to others in exchange for what they needed. The binding was done through a soul contract, which in itself was a rare item, but a very useful one as it gave the binder the power of life or death over the bonded person. But still, such a situation was rare. Will called a few old friends to put the word out he was looking for a death soldier. Initially, he expected to wait a few months at the very least to get a response, but who knew he got a call just one day later. In front of him was a young mercenary who had made a small name for himself doing expeditions on the moon. Unfortunately, the cultivation world is not a peaceful one, and someone had killed the soldier's family while he was away on one of his expeditions. It had been a few years since that incident, but try as he might, the mercenary was unable to find out who the culprit was and what was their motive. On the moon, things were a lot more chaotic than on Earth. For example, while Bluebird tried its best to maintain the peace and investigate any crimes in its designated areas of control, there was no such law-enforcing organization on the moon. There, each and everyone only looked out for themselves and their own interests. So the man had finally turned to desperate measures. He agreed to become Old Man Will's death soldier as long as he helped him investigate his family's death and help him with his revenge. I have given the order. The Bentham family has officially started looking into the death of your family. Quietly for now to avoid attracting attention. I will let you know as soon as there are any results. Thank you, my lord, the kneeling mercenary replied. I will fulfill my end of the bargain. Will smiled, hearing the young man's words. He waved his hand, and a man dressed up in a suit brought what looked like an empty syringe to the kneeling mercenary and handed it to him. Without any hesitation, the mercenary stabbed himself in his heart with the needle of the syringe and pulled the plunger outwards. However, the syringe didn't pull out any blood. Instead, it was filled with a silvery, translucent material. The process looked painful, and the man grunted a couple of times, but did not stop. Once he was done, the mercenary handed the syringe back to the suited man, who then presented it to Will. Will carefully picked it up and injected the silvery substance into his hand. When he finished, a small tattoo that looked like the mercenary before him appeared on the back of Will's hand. The soul contract was complete, and the mercenary had handed a small portion of his soul to Old Man Will. Naturally, Will did not have complete control over the mercenary's soul, as the conditions of the contract had been imprinted into the syringe used to extract and deliver the soul. If Will tried to force the mercenary to do anything outside of the bounds of the agreed-upon contract, he would immediately lose control of the small piece of soul and it would dissipate. Similarly, if the mercenary tried to break his word or go against Will, the soul contract would immediately alert Will, who could then punish the mercenary. Now then, Will said, excitement filling his body, I believe you know your assignment. He presented the golden key to the mercenary, who took the key and immediately crushed it. There was no hesitation in his actions or fear in his eyes. The man was willing to do whatever it took to get revenge. There was a flash in the room and the mercenary disappeared. Hugo Laurent was a self-made man, even though his life had never been easy. But he was not one to make excuses and always worked towards improving himself. Despite his lack of resources and backing, on Earth he was considered a cultivation genius, and the rate of his growth drew many eyes. Eventually he joined the Deepwater Brotherhood, an organization similar to a private military that operated on the moon and accepted various tasks too difficult or dangerous for ordinary cultivators. It was not the best treatment he could have gotten, but he could accept tasks as and when he liked and had relative freedom, as well as the protection of the Brotherhood, as long as he didn't proactively offend someone. During his years working, he built up a small fortune and started a family. With the way things were going, he could imagine himself retiring early and returning to Earth. But when have things ever gone according to plan? Hugo dismissed his random thoughts and prepared for the worst as the flash faded and he found himself in a new environment. He was wearing synthetic body armor from head to toe and held what looked like an assault rifle positioned across his chest with a bayonet at its end. At his waist was what looked like a pistol, as well as an extremely sharp blade. In a small bag that was hung from his back, he carried emergency medical equipment, as well as a few lightweight items that could prove useful in a difficult situation. He looked like a man ready for war, so he stood out like a sore thumb in his new environment. He found himself at the gate of what looked like a large estate. It gave off a warm and welcoming feeling, but Hugo would not let that fool him, as he did not let down his guard. Having people drop their guard through a welcoming environment was a common tactic in various minor realms he had visited, though this did not seem like a minor realm. His primary mission in this place was to collect as much information as he could, and his secondary mission was to recover any treasures he could find. Therefore, he scanned the area around him and made sure to memorize even the smallest of details. Before he could think of doing much else, a mysterious man suddenly appeared before him. Hugo's eyes shrunk in horror, as he had only heard rumors of teleportation in very high-level cultivators, but had never seen it. He tensed up and got ready for an altercation, but did not make any sudden movements. He did not want to provoke the other without understanding the situation first. "Welcome to the Midnight Inn, dear guest," the mysterious man said with a smile. His voice had a magical effect and made Hugo want to naturally trust him. But the feeling of wanting to trust him alarmed Hugo even more. "Be at ease," the man said, laughing at Hugo's tense demeanor. "We are a reputable establishment. We do not hurt our guests. Would you like a tour?" "Sure," replied Hugo curtly. He let go of his assault rifle and let it hang from its strap, but remained ready at any moment to use it. The mysterious man had an amused look in his eye, but said nothing as he led him towards a manor in the distance. The Midnight Inn is an establishment that is connected to many worlds across the universe. We provide our guests with a rare place to rest and relax, away from their troubles. Of course, we provide services other than residents as well. Currently, we only have a small gift shop with a few items from different worlds, and a recovery room to allow guests to heal from various injuries, but over time we will include more options. By the way, it seems I forgot to introduce myself. You can call me the Innkeeper. I run this small establishment. The Innkeeper's explanation seemed far-fetched, and Hugo instinctually felt like it was impossible. How can there be an inn that connects to various worlds across the universe? Then he remembered that he entered this place by teleporting using a golden key, and that made him a little unsure. During the tour, when they entered the restaurant, he saw 3 people sitting at a table being served food by a young lady, discussing in great detail about the history of some place called Vegas Prime. He instantly recognized that 2 of those people were in the Chi training realm, but the third man gave him an oppressive feeling like Head never felt before. Without any doubt, Hugo knew this man was the strongest being Head ever met, but he was just sitting casually eating what looked like a spinach dish with some naan. A part of Hugo told him that this was all an illusion, that the innkeeper was still trying to fool him, but a much greater part told him that he was not qualified to be fooled by such a man. When he accepted the reality of what was happening, his mindset changed immediately. He dropped his guard completely and paid greater attention to everything around him. In theory, the place seemed like a simple estate, and not even the most impressive one Hugo had seen. But in practice, everything around him made him feel like he was in a mystical place. While walking through the garden towards the recovery room, Hugo instantly realized that his cultivation seemed to have loosened up a bit, and it once again was possible for him to progress. That truly shocked him, since he hadn't even been here for 30 minutes. "I recommend you spend a day in our recovery pod," the innkeeper told Hugo when they visited the recovery room. "You don't have any obvious injuries, but I can see that you have various hidden injuries in your body that haven't fully recovered and have hampered your cultivation. Once you heal them, you will notice that the speed of your cultivation will increase exponentially." Hugo thought for a minute and analyzed his situation. Everything he encountered was vastly different from what he expected going into this, but his mission parameters were to get as much information as possible. Using the recovery pod fulfilled and determining its effectiveness fell into that category, right? Hugo stopped hesitating and pulled his small backpack forward and unzipped it. He reached in and pulled out what could possibly be the most powerful weapon he had ever wielded. "Will Bentham's credit card? Do you accept cards?" he asked. Naturally, the innkeeper replied. Lex smiled as he allowed the inn to swipe the card in Hugo's room. The man didn't even ask the price, and this was exactly the kind of customer Lex liked the most. Using the recovery room cost the inn 30 MP a day, so Lex had set the price as 50 MP. Using the recovery pod a day cost the inn 150 MP, so he set the price as 250 MP. As for the ORR, it cost the inn 1000 MP per hour. Lex hadn't determined a price for that yet, and would consider it when he needed to. The payment was accepted and Lex led the man to the recovery pod. Above his head Lex could see his details. Name Hugo Loron. Power Middle Foundation Realm. Species Human. Midnight in Prestige level. Not yet available. Below this was a unique set of information that only became available after they entered the recovery room. Conditions. Meridians stretched. Slightly damaged ribs, spine, skull, left shin, left knee, left arm, left hand. Intestines slightly damaged. Liver slightly damaged. Cardiovascular system slightly damaged. Report. The patient has accumulated various injuries all over his body that never completely healed. The patient will suffer no deterioration in their quality of life, but will suffer from a negative impact on their cultivation speed. If untreated, the patient will never surpass the Foundation Realm. Any attempt to cross the Foundation Realm will exacerbate the damage to the body and cause the Foundation cultivation to collapse. Lex was pleasantly surprised when he saw the information, and was quite thankful he had another way to pull guests into the inn. Furthermore, he was also filled with anticipation. If Hugo decided to rent a room before the two soldiers left, then he would reach maximum capacity, and Lex had a gut feeling that something good would happen if he did. Lex's smile grew as he watched the fully armored man get in the recovery pod. His luck really was good, and that one key he had left on the train had come in handy just at the right time. It had been a few hours since Hugo went into the recovery pod, and on Earth it was evening now. The inn reflected that as the sun in the sky was setting. It wasn't an actual sun, but rather a projection of one. The manor was well lit and tiki torches were placed around the garden along with a large bonfire. These were sudden changes Lex implemented since he had guests sitting outside, enjoying now. Honestly, he was quite surprised that Phallic was getting along so well with Chan and Blaine, but after listening for a while he realized that it was mostly him telling them the history of their world. He looked like an amicable elder teaching young kids while reminiscing about the past. Lex listened in, but after a while he lost interest. Right now he was just waiting for Hugo to leave the recovery pod and hoping for him to rent a room. Healing his wounds would naturally take longer than the two soldiers since he was at a higher realm, but it should be close now. Lex was also interested in Hugo's weapons. Even if they had the shape of regular guns, he didn't believe for a second that they shot normal bullets. During this time, he also looked at his 2,291 MP leftover from all his expenditure and considered if he should add a few more features to the inn. Currently, he could add the greenhouse or the meditation room. Once he bought the greenhouse, he could buy seeds from the midnight market or bring some of his own and plant them in the greenhouse to grow. When the plants grow, he could use them for various purposes, but there was a catch. Getting a greenhouse required him to get a dedicated employee. For now, he had Velma and Gerard doing multiple tasks, but the greenhouse would require an employee dedicated only to it, regardless of whether there was anything growing or not. That sounded expensive. The meditation room, on the other hand, was a large one-time purchase and required no maintenance and was very beneficial to cultivators' chi training and above, but that single one-time purchase was kind of expensive. He wanted to save up to raise his cultivation level, not to mention he felt the need to keep an emergency fund in case he ever failed a quest or needed to make a payment. While he was considering his options, Mary appeared to let him know that his phone was ringing back on Earth. Curious, he returned back to his apartment and was pleasantly surprised when he saw who was calling. It was Marlowe. "Hello," he greeted, picking up the call, only to be responded with the sound of uproarious laughter. "How does it feel to be rich, huh boy? Bet you already spent your first $1,000,000. Lex smiled and looked at his phone. Had gotten a notification that the payment had been transferred to his account. "Not yet," Lex answered truthfully. "I was busy and didn't check my phone. But you can rest assured now that I know the money has been transferred. I won't hold myself back from spending it." "Great, great," the man roared. "I was afraid you were like one of those people who like to hoard money and spend only a little. You can't grow if you don't use what you have. Anyway, I have your weapon as well. If possible, come over today to pick it up. I have a few things as well I'd like to discuss with you. They'll be right over." Lex exclaimed and left his apartment as quickly as he could. He hailed a cab and in 20 minutes was at Marlowe's apartment. The door was opened by Marlowe's butler, who was expecting Lex this time, and led him directly to the gym where the giant man was attending a call. Noticing Lex's arrival, he quickly told the person on the call he had to go and hung up. The human-shaped bear said nothing to Lex and only pointed towards a briefcase with a mischievous grin. This time Lex was also excited as he reached for it and, with trembling hands, opened it. Before him lay a silver handgun in the shape of a desert eagle, with 2 magazines as well. But this was no ordinary gun, this was a spirit weapon. "Let me introduce you to your new weapon, the Heavy Harley. Each magazine takes a different kind of ammo," the giant said, picking up the gun. He loaded the first magazine that had a silver stripe on it and aimed at a minion bot from Rent-A-Minion that was standing nearby. Without hesitation, he fired 5 bullets, firmly denting the minion all over its body. The gunshots, surprisingly, didn't make a lot of sound. The first kind of magazine fires spirit bullets. The strength of each bullet is equivalent to the strongest attack of a 9th grade chi training cultivator. The bullets are quiet and fast, and each magazine can carry up to 100 bullets. Once the magazine runs out, you can use spirit tokens to refill the magazine. Spirit tokens were a relatively common commodity in the cultivator world, at least between low-level cultivators. 100 spirit tokens were equal to 1 spirit stone, in price at least. Marlowe unloaded the magazine and put the other one in the gun, this one with a bronze stripe. This one takes actual physical ammunition. The Heavy Harley can take iron-ranked low-caliber rounds and can in theory gravely injure an initial Foundation Realm cultivator. The magazine can carry 10 bullets. He fired a single bullet at the minion and its head exploded. This gunshot was still not as loud as he expected, but was like a firecracker exploding next to them. The headless minion kept standing, as if the head made no difference, but its shoulders slumped as if it was depressed. Marlowe fired a few more shots until there was nothing of the minion left standing, only random robot parts on the floor. Lex grinned and took the gun from Marlowe, feeling the cold metal in his hand. It was heavier than expected, but nothing Lex couldn't handle. This was the realization that Lex had. Why should he try to be low-key and use swords when better and more convenient options were available? Not to mention that it took care of enemies at long distance, According to Marlowe, there were various spirit techniques available even for guns from as low as chi training. As for standing out too much in a low-tech world, the world of cultivators was full of mysteries. Trying to account for every possible situation would leave one unable to ever leave their homes. He would handle it when the situation arose. Marlowe summoned another minion who stood 20 feet away from Lex, awaiting its fate. Try the spirit magazine first, get a feel for it. Lex swapped out the magazines and aimed at the minion. His stance wasn't that great, and considering that this was his first time using a gun, he should have held it with both hands instead of one. But Marlowe did not comment. Experience was the best teacher. He would value advice more after knowing what he did wrong. Lex aimed for a few seconds at the minion's head, and then fired. The sound of the shot was still suppressed, but everything else was completely different from when Marlowe used the gun. Let alone that he missed the minion completely, the recoil of the shot bent his stretched arm and the gun was now pointing up in the air. "Damn!" Lex exclaimed, taken by surprise, but Marlowe only grinned. The show had just begun. Using both his hands this time, Lex lined up the shot and after a few tries managed to hit the minion. It was not that Lex's aim was bad, but that even with the strength of body tempering he could not handle the recoil, which deviated his shots. "Try the other one," Marlowe said, swapping out the magazines. If Lex had paid attention, he would have noticed the anticipation on the man's face, but he was too focused on the gun. Lex aimed at the minion again, holding the gun with both hands again. When he felt ready, he fired. Whether the bullet hit the minion or not was something Lex never found out because he felt like his body had been hit by a truck, and he actually fell backwards. He felt an intense pain in shoulder and knew that he had dislocated his arm. The recoil was too strong for Lex. There was no way he could use this magazine without raising his strength first. Marlowe, who had been waiting, finally burst out in laughter. Nothing in life was easy. If Lex wanted to use guns to fight cultivators, he was only setting himself up for just a different kind of difficulty. After laughing for a bit, Marlowe yanked the disoriented Lex off the ground and skillfully popped his dislocated arm back into its place. After making sure that Lex wasn't hurt anywhere else, Marlowe put the handgun back into the briefcase and signaled Lex to follow him. Lex, still in shock at what happened, followed the giant man. The difference between Marlowe's steady hand repeatedly firing shots without any visible change and himself being launched off his feet after a single shot was too mind-blowing. They retreated to the lounge where a butler served them some herbal tea. "Have some ITLL nourish your body. You've been through a lot lately." Lex took a sip and was pleasantly surprised. The tea had a very subtle taste of honey, but more importantly, he immediately felt a warm sensation spread through his body. It was like his muscles were being massaged from the inside, making him feel very comfortable. "This is tea from a hidden monastery near Mount Tupungata. It's something I used to drink when I started body cultivating. It's not useful to me anymore, but I still enjoy the taste, so I keep it on hand. For you, though, it should be very beneficial." "I can tell, thanks," replied Lex, having recovered from his previous shock. "Do you know why, even as a body-tempering cultivator, you need to use a spirit gun when it's so difficult to use? It's because regular guns, even high-caliber ones, only rely on basic force to deal damage. The basic concept is, if I hit something harder or with more explosive energy, ITLL do more damage. In theory, that is not wrong, but in practice, anything with spirit energy is extremely resistant to any force lacking spirit energy. So against a cultivator, in practice most of the time, even an assault rifle will inflict less damage than the weakest spirit weapon. This is only considering a cultivator's body that has been tempered by spiritual energy and their internal spiritual energy. Body armor, talismans, spirit techniques, and anything else a cultivator can use only add more variables to overcome. A normal Foundation Realm expert with his average gear can easily withstand an attack from a tank. The Heavy Harley is named as such because of its heavy recoil, but it is the best gun for someone at body tempering to use on the market. Once you raise your level a bit, you'll be able to withstand the recoil better. Marlowe explained a bit in case Lex was dissatisfied with his weapon, although all of this was common knowledge, and if Lex did his own research, he would learn all this sooner or later. During this period, Marlowe was relatively calm and went almost 15 minutes without bursting into laughter. Clearly, he was treating this very seriously. Lex smiled after listening to his explanation and said, "I understand. There is no gain for free. If I want to use the gun, I need to improve a bit. You do not need to be concerned. I am very satisfied with it. But you could have just sent the gun to me. Since you called me here, there must be something else you want to discuss as well." Marlowe let out a knowing smile before he chugged his tea in a single gulp and put the cup down. He lazily put his back against his sofa and spread his arms on the side. His appearance looked very casual, yet he gave off the aura of a king in his own kingdom. "I want to know more about the tests you encountered when you used the key. What were your tasks? What were the dangers? How were you evaluated? What do you think I can expect when I use the key? Since I am about to undertake this test, I should be fully prepared, don't you think?" Lex smiled, and internally he was filled with jubilation. Marlowe was finally about to use the key. "The first time I encountered the key, the test was really simple. I was given a cultivation method, and I had to cultivate it in a set time. Who evaluated me or how they did it, I don't know. As a reward, I was given a pill that increased the durability of my body. I'm sure you've already noticed that compared to others, I can really take a beating." Marlowe only grinned, but said nothing. "The second time, before the test began, I met someone and was offered something, and if I accepted the offer I could take the test, otherwise I could go back. What I was offered and who offered it, I don't remember anymore, but I remember thinking that this was a valuable opportunity. After accepting, I was sent to a different place. Where that place was, I have no idea, but I remember thinking it felt like a different world. My task was to kill a certain number of zombies and—" "Zombies, did you say?" Marlowe interrupted, leaning forward. "Like in the movies and games?" "Yes, zombies. If they scratch you, you'll be infected after a certain amount of time. But it's not entirely like movies and games because not all zombies have the same strength. Some are stronger than others. One-on-one, I had no problem fighting them, but the hordes are too dangerous because they're too many and the stronger ones mix in and you can't tell the difference." As far as his experience fighting the zombies was concerned, Lex told Marlowe everything. If he lied or made something up, there were greater chances of failure. Since he planned on having Marlowe fight zombies as well for his test, this was the most appropriate solution. From time to time, Marlowe interrupted Lex to ask questions in greater detail or clarify some things. The meeting continued for several more hours before Lex found himself repeating what he already knew. Still, Marlowe asked him again and again to ensure he understood everything. In the end, when the finished, Marlowe helped Lex register the gun to his name on the Bluebird portal. As soon as Lex left, he got a text message from Marlowe addressing his beginner's self-defense class, where he canceled all classes for the next week and assigned them some non-mandatory tasks in case they wanted to do some extra practice. Lex returned to his apartment and immediately returned to the inn to await Marlowe's appearance. A part of him wanted to practice with his gun, but his logical side told him he wasn't ready for that yet and he should not waste his relatively expensive ammunition. First, he would go to a shooting range and work on his aim with regular guns before trying to use the heavy Harley. When he returned to the inn, he also found out that Phallic had returned to his room and the soldiers to theirs. Apparently, the soldiers were going to leave the inn, but suddenly felt like they could break through to the Foundation realm. Previously, it was all but impossible, but once they recovered from all their old, unhealed injuries due to the recovery pod, their cultivation became smoother. After a few hours to stabilize, they immediately felt like they could break through. They decided to try and see if they could succeed before they returned to their planet, as that would greatly improve their chance of survival. Eventually, Lex's patience paid off. It still wasn't Marlowe. Instead, Hugo, who left the recovery room and excitedly asked to rent a room for a week. Lex happily accepted the 350 MP from the man's credit card, which was followed by another notification from the inn that he temporarily ignored, and asked Gerard to take Hugo to his room. When the man left his view, Lex quickly checked his status and was delighted. New notification. Hidden achievement unlocked. Hidden achievement at maximum capacity. Reward: Authority +1, 1 free in expansion, in star rating +0.5, plus 2000 MP. As soon as Lex checked the rewards, a subtle change swept through the inn. Like a wave, spirit energy rushed across the inn as the area of the inn increased exponentially. Lex could not feel the change in spirit energy, but all of his guests were overwhelmed. The two soldiers, both meditating in their PB rooms, felt a rush of extremely pure spirit energy enter their bodies and suddenly consolidated their cultivation to form their foundation realm. Their bodies shivered with excitement, but they couldn't afford to stop and continued to cultivate to stabilize their new realm. Hugo, who hadn't even begun to cultivate in his room yet, felt a wave of spirit energy fill his body and strengthen his foundation to the point where he almost immediately entered peak foundation realm. For the first time in years, Hugo felt excited for a moment before he stabilized his emotions and quickly sat down on the floor and began to cultivate. The biggest shock, however, was received by Batet and Phallic. When the wave of spirit energy entered the inn, it wasn't spirit energy that entered their bodies, but a higher and more complex form of energy. Batet, who was asleep, woke up to a feeling of horror and excitement. Excitement because she had instantly recovered enough to where she could leave Earth immediately on her own, and horror because she knew all too well what level of power that energy represented. Phallic, likewise, knew what it meant and immediately stood outside Bastet's room, awaiting his mistress's exit in case she needed him. At this moment, Lex didn't know how the changes had affected his guests. As the only person in the inn unable to feel spirit energy, he did not know how tremendous an opportunity he had missed. His focus was on better understanding his reward and thinking about the hidden achievement. The land available to the inn had increased by a couple of acres that he understood easily enough. The half-star rating meant he could now better cater to guests at a higher realm, or at least that's what he assumed. He was looking into all the new things he could do with his newfound authority, and they really were exciting. With the increase in authority, there were new upgrades for the inn available for Lex to buy. Firstly, he could increase the size of the building and add new rooms, as well as purchase a private courtyard that could be rented to guests as well. There were 3 new buildings he could buy as well: a training room, a guild room, and a patisserie. The training room had combat dummies at various levels that a person could spar with. The guild room was less of a place where the inn offered services and more of a place for guests to interact. Guests could put up and accept requests in the guild, at a price of course. The patisserie, naturally, was a bakery that sold pastries and sweets, though for that he would need to hire an actual baker. Furthermore, he could increase the level of the buildings he already had as well. Another very important thing that he was rather concerned about was that he could completely purchase AI. As for the inn, though currently he still had some time with Velma and Gerard, Lex had to think of how he could use these new upgrades to increase the inn's income. He had only just begun planning when he noticed both Phallic and Batet exiting the manor. Phallic had returned to his form of a bull, and Batet was once again seated upon his back in her litter. With a warm smile, Lex made his way to the unusual duo. He had been waiting for Batet to leave her room so he could have an opportunity to talk to her. Alas, his desire would remain unfulfilled. "Welcome, guest. I hope you've rested well." "Indeed, I have," the cat replied with her previous pomp reduced, though Lex didn't seem to notice. "It has been a very pleasurable experience resting here, but unfortunately I must depart. I wanted to thank you for your hospitality." Lex was taken aback. He had not expected them to leave so suddenly when they had already paid for a month. "It's my pleasure to host you. We will keep your room reserved for the rest of your original duration if you wish to return." The cat hesitated, but eventually said nothing. Internally, she couldn't wait to leave. The power she felt earlier was tremendous, and someone with that strength would not be afraid of her father's influence. That meant that she wasn't really safe, and she did not dare to tarry. In the end, the two left without saying anything. Leaving the Midnight Inn for a guest was extremely easy. They only needed to think about their intention to leave, and they would be returned to the area they were received from with the golden key in hand. The bull and cat returned to Earth for less than a millionth of a second before they tore open a hole in space and escaped. The tear was quickly repaired, and there was no proof of them having ever been there, except for 2 keys which eventually dropped on the ground. The two didn't dare take the keys with them, even if it could allow them to return to the inn, as they knew a higher-powered being would be able to track them if they carried his treasure. Hours went by, and the 2 keys lay on the barren ground until a hawker from the nearby village was leaving towards the city. He saw a shining glint on the ground and picked them up. He observed them for a while before trying to bite into one of the keys. He wasn't able to leave a mark, which meant it wasn't gold, but regardless they looked pretty enough to where he could sell them. The hawker added the 2 keys to his wares. Lex had no idea that his 2 keys had been abandoned by his most powerful patrons, and then dismissed by a hawker as cheap trinkets, which was for the best as he would be dumbfounded and unable to react if he did. In Marlowe's apartment, the giant behemoth of a man was nearly ready to depart using the platinum key. He had pushed all his commitments forward and prepared the little gear he planned to take with him. Before him were a few pills that he planned on taking right before leaving, as well as a protective talisman he had planned on activating. But right as he was about to begin, his butler told him he had a guest. When the man saw who it was, he raised an eyebrow in curiosity. It was Lex's female class fellow in his self-defense class, Matilda. From head to toe, she was covered in blood, most of it dried, some of it fresh from her wounds. The scene looked very familiar to how Lex had come to him just a short while ago. His new students really didn't like living safely. That thought put a wide grin on his face. "Come, let me fix you up." Without asking the young girl anything, he carried her to a small clinic that he had in his apartment. As a multimillionaire, what did he not have in his apartment? He lit up an incense and sprinkled a red powder over Matilda's wounds that made her grimace. "Clean her up," he said to a nurse who was standing by. "Come to me when you're done." Marlowe walked to his lounge and waited for his student. None of his 3 students were normal this time around. Lex was someone his family was ordered to investigate, something that would shake the whole world if word got out, because everyone would ask the question, who exactly could order around the Bravi family? Lex, as the target of the investigation, naturally wasn't as normal as he tried to portray. His acting was not so bad, but as an experienced man, Marlowe could instantly tell when he was hiding something. Then there was Larry, the renowned good-for-nothing of the once famous Dershaw family. His reputation was so astounding that when the Dershaw family was destroyed, and the few survivors banished to the moon, he was specially exempt from the banishment because his enemies found it amusing to watch him try and struggle. Finally, there was Matilda Ross. At first glance, there didn't seem to be anything too special about her. But in the little over a week that she had been his student, she had risen from a stage 1 body tempering cultivator to stage 4. She also picked up combat skills like she was picking up money from the floor, and her focus was the most extreme Marlowe had ever seen. Marlowe continued to muse until finally Matilda entered the room. It appeared as if she had taken a shower and had changed into a pair of jeans and a shirt, with most of her body being wrapped in bandages under her clothes. "How are you feeling?" Marlowe asked, his voice filled with amusement instead of concern. "Excellent," Matilda replied, as if she did not look like she was at death's door. "I need a little help. I want to enter the Grand Canyon tournament in 2 months. I need to get an invite, but I don't plan on joining any organization. You know, you need to be at least a chi training cultivator to join, right? Don't I have 2 whole months to reach it?" Matilda asked, nonchalantly, before getting up to leave. Marlowe burst into an excited laughter as he thought about what his student was planning. He never actually said he would help her, and she didn't stay long enough to chit-chat either. It was as if just letting her intentions be known was enough. When she left Marlowe's building, 2 Bluebird agents were waiting for her, wanting to take her in for questioning. She expected as much and didn't resist. Her mind seemed to be elsewhere as they escorted her, and her eyes were filled with determination. Larry Dershaw, the heir to the family that used to be the richest in all of North America, slowly picked himself up off the floor with wobbling arms. He had a black eye and several bruises, but that's what one should expect when they accept a job as a sparring partner in the Grievers Club. The Grievers Club was a small business that catered to the newly rich. They catered to those who had just entered the cultivation world and had not had enough time to build up their resources and foundation. To train their children in live combat, they would join the Grievers Club and pay for sparring partners, though lately they had tremendous demand for one specific partner, Larry, who didn't like to take advantage of those who were down on their luck. Since Larry got paid for it with resources, he usually accepted all requests. The Grievers Club would cover his medical expenses anyway, and weapons weren't allowed, so he never got seriously hurt. If his opponents tried attacking too viciously, the club had overseers to stop them. Even as amusing as it was to bully others, they couldn't afford an inquiry by Blue Bird. "See you tomorrow, kid." said a particularly fat man as he watched Larry leave the practice room. Larry didn't respond, but the fat man didn't mind and simply watched him leave with a mocking look on his face. Who could believe that the whelp before him once underwent a $300 billion procedure to allow him to cultivate, but still failed to do so? Nobody knew why he could cultivate now, but nobody cared too much either. Not everyone in the cultivator community took pleasure in bullying him, but everyone took him as an example of how quickly the mighty can fall in the cultivation world. Larry was oblivious to all of this. Deep in his heart, he knew the only reason he was continuing to struggle was because he had seen a small glimmer of hope. Would that glimmer of hope be strong enough to carry him on his journey? Even he didn't know. Batet and Falak left quickly and everyone else returned to their rooms, leaving Lex free, so he thought about how he could increase his MP earnings. Of the 3 new buildings available, none were suitable for purchase at the moment. The greenhouse could allow him to raise some rare plants, but he had no seeds at the moment, so that was also useless. The meditation room was the most suitable for purchase, as well as upgrading the recovery room. But both of those had a hefty price, and he didn't want to pay that at the moment. Instead, he bought 2 more rooms for 500 MP each, as well as a courtyard for 1000 MP, spending a total of 2000 MP, leaving his remaining MP at 2641. The rooms were added on the first floor like the others, but the courtyard was built on the ground. It was rectangular in shape and had 2 rooms on the opposite end of a small garden that was right in the middle. The garden had only a single blossom tree, a stone bench, and a small pond. The courtyard could house a total of 4 guests, but 3 of them had to be with the primary guest who rented the courtyard. Even though the courtyard was bigger and could house more people, they all had to be from the same party. After he was done, he decided to curb his spending for the moment and roam the expanded area of the inn and think of how to landscape it. But before he could start, a certain tiny assistant popped up before him in the air. "Get ready," said Mary. "Marlowe is using the platinum key." Lex smiled, thinking, finally, where will he appear when he uses the platinum key? At the inn? No, Mary said. She snapped her finger and suddenly Lex appeared in a familiar, white room. "All miscellaneous inactivities will happen here until you designate a place." Lex looked around the brightly lit, empty room. Not bad. It looked exactly the kind of room a mysterious organization would use. Before he gets here, how exactly is this supposed to work? And what exactly does a valet do? When Marlowe arrives, the system will give you a detailed report about him and his cultivation. Then you can propose a test, and the system will adjust the difficulty to match the inn standards. Of course, the test will have to be relevant to the position they're taking. For example, you cannot test a chef by asking him to paint. As for the job requirements for a valet, they are pretty simple. Sometimes a guest staying at the inn might want to invite others to stay with them at the inn, or want some personal belongings they left back in their world. A valet's job is to go to the guest's world and escort the others back to the inn, or bring back their belongings. It's not complicated, but to avoid unexpected incidents, it's usually best if the valet has a high cultivation. Of course, if the request is too dangerous for the valet's cultivation level, the system will warn you in advance. Sounds simple enough. And once a valet has been hired, will the system pay them automatically? Indeed, the system will evaluate the strength and skill of any employee and pay them through MP according to their level. They can then use the MP to purchase things or services from the inn. Sounds simple enough. For a moment, Lex quickly analyzed what the inn could offer Marlowe as an incentive. The man was at least in the Golden Core realm. It seems that currently the only incentive he could give currently was the ability to travel to other worlds. He had to make it sound as appealing as possible. A silver-colored door appeared before Lex, and through it came the hulking figure of the man Lex was expecting. He was wearing a simple sleeveless shirt, shorts, and sneakers. His exposed arms and legs showed off his extremely well-defined muscles, as well as numerous scars. At a higher cultivation level, scars were actually rare since the body had a stronger healing capacity. Therefore, the presence of the scars spoke volumes about the strength of those that inflicted them. On his neck was a golden tattoo that hadn't been there previously, and it gave off the subtlest glow. That was it. That was all Marlowe had brought with him on this dangerous endeavor. No weapons, no other gear or healing items. Or at least that's what it seemed like on the surface. He felt Marlowe's gaze upon him, as he also inspected the man. Then he turned to the system's report. Name, Hanson Marlowe Bravi 3. Age, 67. Sex, male. Cultivation details. Spirit cultivation. Golden core, crippled. Body cultivation. Golden core peak. Unique cultivation. Species, human/prime human. Bloodline, evolving. Remarks. Extremely unstable energy has detected coursing through his body. Please treat him like a walking volcano. For a moment, Lex went into shock. His golden core had been crippled, and what was a prime human? This was also the first time he saw a mention of bloodlines. Nevertheless, he couldn't waste time thinking about these things. He had to maintain his prestige. Welcome to the Midnight Inn. I am the Innkeeper. Marlowe grinned upon hearing the man talk and looked around the room. My name's Marlowe. This is a little different from what I expected. Oh, and what did you expect? To be honest, I thought I'd be led to a minor realm connected to Earth and Spirit Treasure would administer a test for a nascent soul inheritance. But clearly, this is something else. What makes you say that? The spirit energy. There's no place in the entire solar system with spirit energy this concentrated and pure. Marlowe spoke with zeal, and his excitement was evident from the glow in his eyes. Indeed, the Midnight Inn is not on or anywhere near Earth. In fact, we are not on any planet, and our purview is not any single solar system but the entire universe. Lex paused to let Marlowe absorb what he was saying. We accept guests from all over the universe, and provide services that they can only dream of. Naturally, an establishment of our size also leaves small tokens of fate across many worlds for those with the strength to seize them. So what I encountered was a token of fate? Marlowe asked. Naturally. I won't say it's impossible, but for anyone on your planet, it would be incredibly difficult to ever overcome the constraints of their birth and encounter the greater universe. Only through an unsurpassed lucky encounter would they have the chance to venture out to the civilizations beyond your own. It just so happens that you have encountered such a lucky chance by being given the opportunity to join the Midnight Inn. So the test is like a job interview? Marlowe suddenly cut in between Lex's speech. And if I pass, I join the inn as an employee? Lex waved his hand and a silver contract appeared floating in the air before Marlowe. The contract stated, in simple terms, his responsibilities and his remuneration. Marlowe, who had been so far maintaining his calm, suddenly started hyperventilating. From the contract, he felt the same power that had been tempting him for long through the key. His crippled core started aching again, as if signaling him that through this he would find the opportunity to heal it. The blood coursing through his veins started heating up, as if letting him know that he had found that opportunity he was looking for a breakthrough. His bones rattled, as if letting him know that there were great rewards waiting for him. And if I sign this and I pass the test, will I join the inn forever? Marlowe asked through gritted teeth. It was a testament to his will that he kept asking questions and hadn't signed it already. Naturally, Lex answered, not noticing the peculiar wording of the question. Through the inn, the universe is within your reach, and its secrets are yours to discover, which is why we are very picky with who joins, but once they have joined, we take the utmost care of them. I'm sorry, Marlowe replied, his entire body tensing up. In that case, I refuse. I refuse. The words weren't spoken loud, but clapped like thunder in Lex's ear. He froze in surprise, unaware of how to react. Mary, who was secretly watching, also froze in shock. The system itself forgot to give the notification for the failed quest as the present circumstance was so unexpected. Marlowe's body began to tense up and his muscles slightly flexed, preparing for any reaction. Lex, with his low cultivation, would never have noticed the minute changes on his own, but the aid of the system and the host attire made him cognizant of anything happening around him while he was there. He let out a defeated smile. Marlowe was adamant in his answer, even if it meant he might encounter a fight. Relax, Lex said. The choice is yours, no one will force you. But if you don't mind me asking, why did you decline? I don't think our offer is lacking. For anyone else, it's not. I've spent half my life with a crippled core and never heard of anything that could fix it. But your contract, I could feel a chance to heal. I've spent my entire life looking up to the nascent realm, but out in the universe I can't even imagine what else there is to find maybe. Things I dare not even think of. Marlo's voice trailed off, as if he was thinking of something. Lex did not disturb him, and Marlo did not leave him waiting for too long. But no matter how tempting the offer, if I accept, I will become a subordinate for life. I will have to bend my knee, have to bow my head, and that I cannot accept. His voice was suddenly full of vigor again, his eyes burning with determination. Maybe to others it may seem like a stupid notion to give up such an opportunity for my pride, but to me there is no reward high enough or threat grave enough to make me yield. Everything I am, I have built step by step, encountering foe after foe, overcoming death time and time again. Maybe because of this, I will be stuck on Earth for the rest of my life with no hope of breaking through. Maybe there will be countless others who will surpass me in the universe, reaching heights far greater than my own. But no one, and no one, on Earth or in the rest of the universe can ever make Hanson Marlo Bravi 3 kneel. As soon as the enthusiastic giant was done with his speech, Lex received the painful notification of failed quest as well as the 1000 MP that he lost. But at the moment he wasn't paying attention to it. His focus was entirely on Marlo. To be honest, he was really starting to admire the man. It was a pity that he could not get him to join as an employee. "Mary, is there anything else I can do right now?" Lex asked, communicating mentally. "I really don't want to miss out on this opportunity of having Marlo work for the inn." The tiny floating assistant appeared before him, her brows scrunched up as if she was deep in thought. After a moment she said, "The influence of the inn spans the universe. Its services are numerous, and its reach infinite. Naturally, to support all of this you will need to gather subordinates of your own, but not everything has to be done by yourself and your subordinates. That's exactly what the trials were made for. You can use them as a way of maintaining a relationship with Marlo. The only thing you need to consider is how to reward him. Based on Marlo's current condition, there are 2 things he currently really needs. Firstly, he needs his core fixed, and secondly, he needs the various injuries in his body healed. Right now you cannot fix his core, but if you upgrade the recovery room once you can heal his body through the RP. That is the opportunity you can provide him. Then let's do that, Lex said, suppressing his once again bleeding heart at the MP head. Have to spend to upgrade the recovery room if Marlo completed the trial. But it was a short-term loss for a long-term gain. He wanted to establish a relationship with the giant. Furthermore, he knew exactly what kind of contract work he could offer Marlo, as he had long been trying to figure out a way to get his hands on some special items. "I admire your spirit," Lex said aloud to Marlo. "Normally, if someone were to reject my contract, which has never happened before, just by the way, I would simply send them back. But I feel like offering you another path, a trial, if you will. If you succeed, you will get a reward. If you fail, you get nothing." Marlo frowned when he heard the offer, not immediately accepting it. "Why would you offer me another path? You don't stand to gain anything from it. Think of it as me taking an interest in you. I've shown you a path to surpass your world. If you have the guts to take it, if you have the strength, that remains to be seen." With that, Lex waved his hand again and another contract appeared before Marlo. It stated the conditions for the trial and the option to accept or decline. If he accepted, he would be transferred to the location of the trial, and if he denied, he would be returned to Earth. Before Marlo could finish reading the conditions, Lex disappeared. There was nothing left for them to talk about, and if Lex tried to persuade Marlo, that would diminish his image as the Innkeeper. Marlo noticed the Innkeeper disappearing, but returned his attention to the trial conditions. It read, "Within 7 days kill 10,000 Tier 1, 1,000 Tier 2, 100 Tier 3 and 10 Tier 4 zombies and recover their cores. After 7 days, or when you have recovered the cores, you will automatically be returned to the inn. Reward: heal all injuries in your body besides the core." From talking to Lex, he had some idea that the tiers reflected body tempering, chi training, and foundation realms reflected Tier 1, 2 and 3 respectively, so Tier 4 probably was also equivalent to golden core. Considering he couldn't afford to get scratched, this was a difficult task. But when had he shied away from difficulty? Marlo let out a mad grin and accepted. As soon as he disappeared, Lex and Mary reappeared, looking at the place where the giant once stood. 10 tier 4 zombies might be too difficult. Don't you think you made it too hard? Since he wants me to pay for his recovery, he should also pay the price. Lex would not admit he was slightly bitter about being rejected. It was totally to cover the cost of his MP. When Marlowe reappeared, the first thing he saw was war. He was standing on a cliff, looking down at a city under siege. The city had walls over 30 feet high and 10 feet wide, made of some kind of metal. The walls were covered in some kind of force field that started to burn any zombies that came within, but the burning was not enough to stop the zombies. Massive cannons and turrets shot non-stop at the endless hordes, and soldiers unleashed their techniques at any zombies that were nearby. But all that firepower barely caused a ripple in the horde that looked like it contained several million zombies. Not to mention, not all zombies were the size of regular humans. Massive beasts that looked like giant 20 feet tall lizards with 6 legs as well as wings formed what looked like a cavalry as they charged at the city from the skies, only to be shot down by air turrets as well as cultivators flying using some kind of strange bodysuits. Although Marlowe had lost his spiritual sense when his golden core was crippled, his instincts had been honed when he cultivated his body, and his instincts were telling him that golden core level cultivators were dime a dozen on this battlefield, and there were many who surpassed that realm. This was the most astounding battle he had ever seen, and instead of fear he was filled with endless drive and excitement. Earth had become too boring for him, and since his cultivation journey had come to an end, he barely had anything to drive his ambitions. Although he had discovered some ways to increase his strength without increasing his cultivation, it was a slow and new process, so it was unknown where it would lead him. But in front of him now was a new world with a much broader horizon, and it was up to him to reap its gifts. The first thing he did was analyze the situation. Someone who only knew of his reputation might find that strange, as they would have expected the excitable giant to charge right in. But he was not stupid. In fact, he was quite a bit smarter than anyone knew. He did not reach his level through blindly charging into fights. He was actually quite meticulous. His massive appearance and excitable personality were in fact his greatest ruse, to trick people into underestimating him. He loved being underestimated, especially when people underestimated his intelligence. It made his tasks so much easier. Furthermore, he was cultivating his body using a method he came up with himself, but it also filled him with unstable power that often hurt his body and caused him great pain. When he was unable to keep from yelling from pain, he would start laughing and use that as a cover to scream. Right now, the most foolish thing he could do was to attract attention from the zombies or the people of the city. He would attack the hordes from the sides and slowly complete his trial. He kept observing for a few hours, and when he had a good understanding of the flow of battle as well as the terrain, he jumped off the cliff and right into the edge of the zombie horde. It was time to begin the trial.
引录2分钟，
还没。
马上，还有10秒。引录2分钟，
还没。
马上，还有10秒。